This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Crimson Fury, Book 1 of Ulianov Bratva, written by Lisa Lavelle, performed by Isabel Turner and Jameson Adams.
Prologue. Anton. 2 years earlier. Rage pulses through my veins like a living thing, consuming me from within. I stare at the wall of my study, seeing only a red haze as my hands clench into fists. Bastards. They will pay, every last one of them. The cool metal of the Tokarev on my desk is smooth beneath my fingertips as I stroke the barrel. An old friend who will know how to mete out cold justice when the time comes. A sharp knock startles me from my brooding. I glance up to see Ivan in the doorway, his craggy face etched with concern. My fingers uncurl from the weapon. I take a deep breath, struggling to regain control. "I know what you're planning," he says simply. I shrug. It shouldn't come as a surprise to him. It is our way, after all, and I, of all people, should be expected to do it. For what they did. For what they dared to do. Every one of them will suffer. "Keep out of this," I growl. "This isn't your war." "You cannot do this, Anton," Ivan says quietly. "Revenge will not change the past, and the stakes are too high." My throat tightens. He must surely understand. It is our way. The rule of the Bratva that has been drilled into me since I was a boy. Besides, rage is all that keeps me from shattering into a million pieces. If I let it go, there will be nothing left of me. "I'm not afraid to die," I mutter. "As long as I take all of them with me, it will be worth it." "I'm not talking about you, mój drog." Ivan pauses, considering his words carefully. "Nikolai needs you," he says. My son's name is a knife twisting in my gut. He's barely 3, still so young, so helpless, so vulnerable. I stare at Ivan, wanting to roar in denial, but the words stick in my throat. He's right, damn him. "Leave him out of this," I say regardless. My voice is gruff. The man's hit a nerve. "Nikolai has already lost too much. Don't take his father from him, too," Ivan says. For a man as brutal as he is, his tone is uncharacteristically gentle. The rage simmers. A beast caged but not beaten. I look around the room I'm sitting in. A room in the home I fought so hard to build for us. So many memories here. Happiness I thought I'd never earn, never deserve. Not after all that I've done. I can't let them get away with it. They have to be punished. "You know this is Bratva law," I say, hating how much my voice cracks with emotion. Emotion has no place in my world. Pain can only exist when I'm the one inflicting it. Feeling this surge of grief in my chest is a foreign sensation. I hate it. I replace it with more anger. "Did you put your child at risk for that punishment?" he asks. I stare at him for a second, understanding dawning. I'd been so intent on my hatred that I hadn't thought beyond it. "Who do you think they will come after next, Anton?" he says. Cold dread unfurls in my belly. I can't risk him too. But the need to send a message is still driving me. It wars with my need to protect my own, and my conflicting thoughts leave me reeling. I can't just let them get away with what they've done. "They have to die," I spit out the words like bullets. Yes, says Ivan. But do they have to die now? I stare at him. I want to gather my weapons and take everyone out now. This minute, while the hurt is still fresh. I want to look into their eyes as I gut them and watch their lives drain away with their blood. I want them to share in my banquet of raw grief. Yes, I finally respond, the word laced with finality. I've made up my mind. This is the path I have to take. You realize that is exactly what they're expecting, don't you? Ivan tilts his head, his eyes appraising. They'll be waiting. You may be the best they have, but there are others, enough of them to take you down, even with all of your talents. He stops for a second. And then they will come after Nikolai, to wipe your name from the earth once and for all. I doubt it will be an easy death, Anton. I look down at the gun on my desk, and then feel the fight seep out of me. It's true. Sergei Volkov is a man who likes to send messages, and after the way I defied him, he will be rabid with the need to show the world not to cross him. Maybe I shouldn't have said no. Even though what he'd asked of me was beyond the threshold of what anyone should be capable of. I don't murder children. The lives I've ended in Volkov's name had always had it coming. Bad men, brutal men, men who shared this world and knew what the risks were. But trafficking children, culling those who weren't suitable, that I will not do. Never. I told him in no uncertain terms to get someone else to do his dirty work, even though I'd prayed he wouldn't find anyone. My defiance had enraged him, but it hadn't frightened me. I've always been the most terrifying weapon in his arsenal. He knows that. If only I had known what it would cost me. Maybe you're right, I exhale, feeling myself deflate as the murderous fire begins to ebb from me. You know I am, he says softly. Our eyes meet for a moment before I send another slow look around the world I'm about to leave behind me. I must take my son away from here. It has to be done. I swallow hard, grinding out, We leave tonight. Ivan's shoulders sag in relief. He may be a hard man, but we've been friends for decades. I know he's worried. It is the right choice, he says. I will help with the arrangements. I shake my head. No. The less you know, the better. I can't leave loose ends. A quiet sound interrupts us as a shape peels from the shadows behind me. I go too. Luka Bartok has been silent through all of this. I'd almost forgotten he was there. But then again, that has always been his way. My second in command is a man of few words, but his skills speak for themselves. I hesitate before I nod in agreement. It would be foolish to try to navigate this new path alone. A good man will make it easier. Then I will leave you to handle things, Ivan says. He starts to turn away but pauses, meeting my gaze. Do not lose yourself in this, Anton. Nikolai needs a father, not a mindless instrument of vengeance. His words strike a chord within me, though I refuse to let it show on my face. I will keep him safe, Ivan, I reply, my voice cold and steady. I know you will, he murmurs. Despite everything, all that you have been, I've never doubted that you are a good father. His words are a balm to my soul, though I don't deserve them. I watch Ivan stride out of the room. Only then do I allow myself to breathe. Nikolai chooses that moment to emerge from around the doorway, a tiny shape silhouetted in the soft light. He makes his way to my desk with unsteady steps and stops and rests his small hand on my knee. I lean down and scoop him up into my arms, feeling a well of emotion that I've reserved for only one small soul in my world. His eyes are huge and dark as he stares into my face. He's so young, too young to understand. I don't think I'll ever know how to tell him that he is the tool they want to use against me, even though he's probably the only thing standing between them and death right now. "I saw monsters," he says in his childish voice. I swallow against the sudden tightness in my throat. The nightmares he's had since it all happened are the only sign he's shown that he knows about the tragedy in our world. "I'll keep them away, Malush," I say. "No one will hurt you. I vow fiercely. I won't let them." He nods, a worried frown creasing his brow. He's grown so solemn. Another small sign, perhaps. He was never like this before. But then, should I be surprised after what he's been through? "It's time for us to go, Malush," I say quietly as I stand. I pull him more tightly into my arms, holding him close. "The monsters may have come, my son, but you will never know them. I swear it."
Chapter 1. Scarlet. The entrance to the mansion looms ahead of me, glittering and already littered with New York's A-list. Diamonds and designer labels are the order of the day. I smooth the black satin of my Balenciaga over my hips and prepare to join the well-heeled guests. I'm not concerned about fitting in. I know I will. I've done this all my life. "Miss Scarlett Jones, welcome." The doorman greets me with a nod and a smile as I hand him my invitation. I didn't bother giving a fake name. It doesn't matter. They'll never suspect my motives for being around. These people only care about the exclusivity and grandeur of the event. "Thank you," I purr, stepping inside the grand ballroom. Chandeliers cast a warm glow on guests, while ornate gilded mirrors reflect their laughter and shallow conversations. Champagne flows freely, and the clink of crystal glasses fills the air. But beneath all the opulence, there's an unmistakable tension. I scan the room, taking in the tight security measures in place for the priceless gem that's scheduled to be unveiled later this evening. The Rose Star is 32 carats of flawless pink diamond, one of barely a handful of stones of its quality. And I've come to steal it. Guards in tailored suits patrol the perimeter, their eyes sharp and focused. Subtly positioned cameras track every movement. This won't be easy, but then again, nothing worth having ever is. I mingle with the crowd, laughing at their inane jokes and feigning interest in their trivial pursuits. But my mind races with plans, calculating risks and contingencies. I know this world inside and out, and I use that knowledge to my advantage. "Scarlett, darling!" A woman draped in pearls approaches me, her perfect smile held together by Botox and practiced charm. "How simply divine to see you here!" "Likewise, darling," I reply, leaning in for an air kiss. I barely remember her name, but it doesn't matter. She's just another pawn in this dangerous game. "Have you seen the star yet?" she asks, a gleam in her eye as she gestures toward a heavily guarded door. "It's absolutely breathtaking." "Is it now?" My heart skips a beat, adrenaline surging through my veins. I've been waiting for this moment for months, studying blueprints and memorizing guard routines. And now it's finally within reach. "Of course, you simply must see it," she insists, clearly eager to bask in the glow of my admiration. Little does she know that I'm not here to gush over a gemstone. I'm here to take it. "I can't wait," I respond, faking excitement. "The unveiling is going to be such a thrill." As the woman flutters off to her next conversation, I take a sip of champagne and continue to scope out the room, planning my next move. The diamond may be locked away for now, but with my skills and determination, it won't be for long. Minutes tick by like hours as I circle the perimeter of the lavish ballroom, observing the guests as they mingle and sip their champagne. My eyes narrow in on the velvet curtained door at the far end of the room. It's guarded by 2 burly security personnel. A challenge, but not an insurmountable one. "Excuse me," I murmur, slipping past a group of chattering socialites. They don't even notice my presence as I weave through the crowd, inching closer to my target. As I approach the door, I feign interest in a nearby painting to study the guards more closely. They never move from their post, their eyes unwavering as they scan the crowd for any potential threats. I know their type. Highly trained, disciplined. I can't let my guard down for a second. "Quite a masterpiece, isn't it?" A man beside me comments, nodding toward the painting. "Indeed," I reply, barely glancing his way. "But I'm more interested in what's behind that door." "Ah, the diamond." He chuckles, knowing exactly what I meant. "You'll have to wait your turn like everyone else." "Of course," I say, coloring my voice with disappointment. But waiting isn't part of my plan. It's almost time. I make my way to the ladies' restroom, locking myself in a stall. Carefully, I remove my specialized lock-picking tools from a hidden compartment in my clutch. It's what sets me apart from the amateurs. A gift from my father. Every piece has been handcrafted and customized by a specialist in the industry to suit my needs. It's one of a kind, my pride and joy. A small engraved S marks the handle of each. I check that everything is in place, and then slide it into the top of the purse for easy access when I need it. My heart begins to race as I ready myself for the task ahead. "Focus, Scarlet," I whisper to myself, steadying my breath. This is hardly my first heist, but the stakes feel higher than ever. There's a private buyer for this rock who will pay me enough to set me up for life. A life that will allow me to retire from this business. Failure isn't an option. I take a few deep breaths and slip back into the ballroom, using the cover of the crowd to approach the door once more. Timing is everything. "Ms. Jones!" A familiar voice snares my attention just as I'm about to spring into action. Shit. It's Carl, a man I've been working with on this job. He isn't supposed to be here tonight. "Carl!" I hiss, pulling him aside. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Change of plans," he explains, his voice tense. "Tony's been compromised. We need to move, now." Double shit. Tony's my wheelman. If he's not on point, my escape route is screwed. Months of planning, along with my chance of a fresh start, could be about to go down the drain. "So what's the deal?" I hiss under my breath. "There's a car around the block. We got a 10-minute window to get our asses out of this joint." "Fine," I snap, my heart pounding in my chest. 10 minutes. That should just be enough. but I can't waste another second. Time to act, Scarlet. Slipping away from Carl, I approach the door again, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When a waiter walks by, carrying a tray of champagne flutes, I seize my chance. I accidentally bump into him, causing a distraction as glasses shatter and liquid spills onto the floor. A well-dressed couple gets splashed and begin causing a scene. Perfect. "Sorry!" I exclaim. The woman is shrieking about her dress being ruined and is having a meltdown. "Isn't somebody going to do something?" her companion blusters. The guards at the door exchange glances. One of them nods, then moves toward the commotion. The other steps forward and watches him, his attention momentarily diverted as a group of guests gather around the couple. Just a brief moment of distraction. That's all I need. I slip behind the guard's broad back and move to the doorway, sliding behind the curtain. My fingers dance over the lock, expertly maneuvering the tools as I work to crack it open. Sweat trickles down my forehead, but I don't have time to wipe it away. The seconds tick by agonizingly slow. Come on, I mutter under my breath, willing the lock to give way. Finally, I hear the telltale click. Success. Got it, I whisper, slipping into the private room and closing the door behind me. And then I stop short and suck in a breath. The glass case in the center of the room is shining beneath carefully angled spotlights that highlight the facets of the gem that takes pride of place. The rose star. I can't allow myself to falter, though. The diamond is within reach, but I'm far from safe. The real challenge has only just begun. Darting across the room, I reach the velvet ropes that cordon off the case from the rest of the room. It appears sealed from all sides, but I've seen the designs. There's an intricate locking mechanism beneath the rim at one edge. I'd ordered a similar lock from the manufacturer and spent weeks practicing opening it. Now those hours stand me in good stead as I feel along the bottom of the case for the familiar steel shape. Dropping to my knees, I get to work with my gleaming tools once more, exhaling a sigh of relief as I hear the cogs inside click into place. The door swings open, and I find myself breathless as I take the cool gem into my hand. God, it's beautiful. I'm lost for a moment, staring into the dazzle of pink as I admire the flawless stone. Which is goddamn stupid because I barely notice the nearby voices until it's almost too late. "You think you own me," a male voice snarls gruffly. Footsteps come closer and my heart leaps into my throat, making it difficult to breathe. I peer around the room, desperate to see a way out. There's nothing immediately obvious, aside from a window, which I'm certain will be secured. Shit. It's not about ownership, Victor. A smooth female voice responds. You owe me, damn it. 5 years. 5 years I've given you. Now you want to flush it all away? I bolt across the room and slip behind the drapes, sucking in a breath as I press myself against the cold glass and draw the drapes in front of me. I told you. It's nothing personal. Lydia has always had her suspicions, and now she's simply put her foot down. She'll ruin me if she makes this public. I feel my eyes widen as I recognize the male voice as our host for the evening. Victor Cartwright has invested a fortune in this event. His mining operations in Africa were the source of the diamond in the first place. Bullshit, Victor! The woman snaps back. You found someone else. Someone younger, prettier. She sneers. Well, if you think you can get away with that, you're dead wrong. Are you threatening me? Victor snarls. Threat? It's a promise, you bastard. You think Lydia could ruin you? I can— You bitch, he growls out. And then there's a horrified gasping sound. Victor, what? Her words are cut short. The woman chokes out. There's more noise, the sound of scuffling, and then some sort of a struggle. Victor seems to be grunting and growling under his breath, but the sounds coming from the woman are infinitely more horrifying. And I'm stuck here, frozen. There's nothing I can do to help her. I have no doubt I'll be next on the list if I step out of my hiding place. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Barely a couple of minutes later, the sounds subside. Then a thump. There's a moment in which I imagine Victor is composing himself, and then the sound of the door opening. Get in here, he says brusquely. I hold my breath as I sneak a terrified glimpse past a crack in the drapes to see into the room. A body lies sprawled out on the floor, hair splayed around a face that's wide-eyed, staring lifelessly up at the ceiling. Jesus. Oh, sweet Jesus. I clamp a hand over my mouth as I recognize Maya Tate, a socialite who's been linked to Cartwright on several society pages over the years. His mistress, according to the rumor mill. And he's killed her. God damn it, he's just killed her. Squeezing my eyes shut, I bite down on my lips to muffle any sound I might make as I hear him speaking to someone who's joined him in the room. Get rid of it, he says crisply to someone. I'm pretty sure it's one of the burly guards from outside the door, but I'm too terrified to check. There's a pause, and then, Sure thing, boss. What should we do with— Figure it out, you fool, Cartwright snaps back. Just make it tidy, and be sure there's nothing that can tie her to this place. You hear me? But what if someone sees? Another voice interrupts. The other guard. The pair were built like tanks. Brutal and terrifying. If someone sees, they die, Victor says. And then you'll be next. No mistakes. Got it? Got it, the guy says. Footsteps move quickly across the room, and then the door opens and closes. A lifetime ticks by before I realize I'm alone again. Well, not entirely alone. I'm locked in here with a corpse. A mix of nausea and claustrophobia threatens, but I fight it off. I need to act fast before they discover me and the stolen diamond. Pull it together, Scarlet. Trying to steady my nerves, I slip the diamond into my pocket and scan the room. My original escape plan should still hold firm. There's a door across the room, the one Victor and Maya had come through, and it should lead to a service hallway. It was going to be my avenue of escape in my original plan. It should still be safe to go down there. Either way, I have to get the hell out of here before they return. I dart across the room, praying that the goons don't come back while I'm exposed. Relief floods me as the service door opens easily, a second before I hear voices from outside. I slip out and shut the door behind me, gasping for air as I press my back against the wall and catch my breath. Scarlet, over here, Carl hisses from a shadowed alcove nearby. My ride. Thank fuck. Stay close, Carl warns as we navigate the labyrinth of hallways. We stick to the shadows, using our agile movements to evade detection. I can imagine the guards' footsteps behind us, getting closer every second. My shoulder blades twitch. Almost there. I know my way out, but I need Carl to get me to the getaway car. Quick, up the stairs, I urge Carl, taking them two at a time. My legs burn with exertion, but I refuse to slow down. We need to put as much distance between us and the guards as possible. "Scarlett, wait!" Carl gasps, panting for breath. "No!" I snap. "You can breathe later. We have to get the fuck out of here, now!" We burst through a door onto the roof, the cold night air stinging our faces. "Jump!" I command, leaping across the gap between buildings. Carl follows suit, his face etched with determination. Together, we race across rooftops, until Carl puts a hand on my arm, gasping as he points down to a fire escape nearby. "That's our stop." He manages to get out. With a quick nod, I swing down the ladder, half climbing, half sliding as I make my way down. It's only when I'm safely in the dark confines of the car and we're speeding away that cold realization dawns on me. My throat tightens, and I find myself struggling for air. "Fuck!" I gasp. How the hell could I have been so goddamn stupid? "What is it?" Carl slants a look my way before turning his attention back to the road. This is a disaster. A fucking disaster. "My equipment! I left it in the room!" I feel my skin prickle as pure panic surges through me. Carl's eyes widen in alarm. "What? Are you fucking kidding me, Scarlett? What kind of professional would—" He stops short as he sees my expression. "Can they trace it back to you?" he finally asks. "Absolutely," I mutter, cursing myself for being so careless. My mind races as I try to formulate a plan. Cartwright and his men will no doubt have their hands on my equipment soon, and it won't take them long to identify me. "We need to get it back," Carl insists, urgency lacing his words. "Too risky," I argue, my chest tightening with anxiety. "It's more than just the diamond." I weigh my words. "I saw Victor Cartwright kill someone back there." "What?" He barks back at me. The car veers for a second as he spins to look at me. "Jesus, Scarlett, what the fuck? Do you have any idea what—" "Hey, it's not like I'm the one who did it!" My heart hammers in my chest. This is a disaster. I need to get away before they trace my equipment back to me. "I'm leaving town tonight." "Scarlett, you can't just—" "Listen to me!" I cut him off, trying to maintain my composure. "They'll find my tools, and then they'll find me. I've got to go." He hesitates, studying my face for a moment before nodding grimly. "All right, what do you need?" "First, take me past my place. I need to get some gear." Carl gives a curt nod, understanding the urgency as he spins the wheel and veers the car down a side street and changes direction. By the time we pull up outside my apartment block, I've filled Carl in on my very rough emergency plans. I'll lay low until the heat is off, then move the stone and send the rest of the team their cut. There's no question that I'll do it. My father's reputation in the industry precedes me. My team knows I'll make good on my debt to them. "Give me 5, I say, as I slide out of the front seat and alight the vehicle. I can't take my own car because it'll be too easy to trace. Carl will drive me to the bus terminal, and I'll take the next trip out. Destination anywhere. I'm a bundle of nerves as I work quickly, gathering the essentials. Cash, passports, clothes, just enough to allow me to travel light. When I get back to the car, Carl is tapping nervously on the steering wheel. He floors it as soon as my butt hits the seat, and we zip through the late-night traffic. The trip passes in tense silence until he pulls up outside the terminal. "Scarlett," Carl says, gripping my arm as I gather my bag. "You don't have to do this alone. Me and the others, we'll probably die too if Cartwright finds out you're involved. Leave this to me, Carl. I'll figure it out." "Be safe," he murmurs, a hand on my shoulder. I nod once, then I'm out of the car and moving quickly through the sparse cluster of waiting passengers till I reach the ticket booth. I force myself to walk calmly, taking deep, steadying breaths. If the kid in the ticket booth finds it odd that I seem to have no idea where I'm going, he doesn't say anything. Maybe he gets this sort of request often. It's only as I stride up to the waiting bus that I finally allow myself to relax a little. There's no way I've been followed here. No way they could know where I am right now. I'm safe. For now. Next stop, I breathe, forcing my legs to carry me forward. Freedom. I just hope I survive the trip. Chapter 2. Scarlet. 2 weeks later. The bar, aptly named Bruiser's, stinks of stale cigarettes and booze. It's dimly lit, but by the faint light, I could make out the grime in the worn and faded carpet, as well as stains from years of spilled beers. The walls are covered with posters of classic rock bands and fading sports memorabilia. Tattered, the edges curling, I can barely make out what the original images were. It's just been over 2 weeks since my escape from Cartwright's party. 2 weeks during which I've been laying low with no contact with Carl and the team. 2 weeks of jumping from one grimy motel room to another. I'm going out of my mind. A couple of days ago, I decided to throw caution to the winds and head down for a drink at the local bar. When the sky didn't fall on my head, I took on the chance of coming out again. And now, here I am, reveling in the glorious ambiance. There's a mishmash of furniture, ranging from mismatched bar stools to rickety tables with battered chairs. None of it looks sturdy enough to hold the drinks that they're bearing, let alone the asses that seem to have grown roots there. The bar is droning with the low murmur of conversation and the occasional clink of glasses. An intermittent waft of smoke floats through the air and blends with the rest of the dull stench that seems ingrained here. I ignore it. I'm not here for the ambiance. I just need a drink to regain my sanity after being locked in a motel room for several days. And a place to lay low until I've got enough cash to get somewhere safe, far away from the thugs on my tail. Mexico is calling, and I need a way to get there. I'll stay just long enough to make some money, but not so long that anyone starts to recognize me. Although it seems there's fat chance of that happening. I've picked up a fan. "Hey, hun, good to see ya." The beaming face of the bartender swims into view. "That color looks so good on ya. Not a lot of redheads brave enough to wear pink. I know I'm not." She points at my magenta t-shirt, then ruefully holds up her own strawberry blonde braid. It's nothing like my vivid red curls. "The usual?" she asks. "Sure, thanks, Lena," I answer, keeping my tone neutral. I learned her name during my last visit. The woman seems hell-bent on making friends with me, but if I get too surly, it'll draw attention. Lena's still grinning at me as she pushes a frosty Budweiser across the counter. I nod and reach into my pocket to extract some cash, but she shakes her head. "I'll run you a tab." She winks. "Scarlet, right?" Damn it. I don't want a tab. I don't want anything I have to put my name to. But I give a small smile and then retreat to a seat at the dark end of the bar and pull out my phone. Scrolling through job postings has become a daily routine, and I'm no longer fussy about what I try my hand at. Maybe dog walking, maybe house cleaning, maybe something else entirely, as long as it gets me closer to freedom. Yeah, Scarlett Jones, professional dog walker in Presidio, Texas. My dream come true. That dream could still be within reach if I could just sell the hunk of ice I have stashed back at my motel room. But there's no way I'm moving a diamond like that. My only option is to wait to get in touch with the fat cat buyer I stole it for in the first place. Until then, I'll subsist on my savings and any other cash I can scrounge up, because I didn't get out of town with a big bundle of loot. An hour passes quickly as I scan through jobs, though none of them seem promising. I've been trying to stay off the grid and avoid any unwanted attention. But part of me feels that it's not going to last long. Seems like trouble always finds me, no matter where I go. See anything interesting? I glance up to see Lena lingering nearby. She's peering at my screen, and I set it face down on the counter in front of me. Just browsing, I mutter. Yeah, the job market around here's pretty limited, she says, leaning on the bar as if settling in for a chat. No chatting. No. That's okay, I say. I'm not really interested, just curious, you know? She nods but looks skeptical, then gives a pointed look at my glass. Need a refill? Not yet. I'm not here to get pissed, but sitting at a bar without a drink will look strange. I'll probably need another in 20, pacing myself. She nods. You need anything, you just holler, okay? I nod and immediately return my attention to my phone. There's blissful peace for a few minutes, and I take a sip of my drink and heave a sigh. Maybe if I get lucky, I can just leave and avoid any further attention. But it seems luck really isn't on my side today. Hey, babe. A voice cuts through my thoughts. I ignore it. I don't know anyone here aside from Lena, and that's already one too many. Babe. The voice is sharper now. You need a drink? That's when I notice them. A group of guys in biker leather staring at me like a piece of meat. I roll my eyes and try to ignore them, but not too obviously. I don't want to ruffle any feathers. Yo! One of them stands. Tall, broad-shouldered, good-looking in a Latin kind of way. Probably a player if you like that kind of thing. But his dark eyes are narrowed in a face marred by cruelty. Great. Just my type. Not. What? You think you're too good for us, baby girl? He calls. Fuck, they're persistent. I asked if you want a drink. His tone is testy. I see him start heading my way. My senses for trouble go alert. Fuck. My name's Hector, he says, leaning an elbow on the bar. Thanks, I don't need a drink. I finally respond, holding my bottle up. It's still half full with warm bud. I've been nursing it. I didn't come here to get wasted. I was just growing stir-crazy in my shitty motel room. I thought I could get out without drawing any attention. So much for that. That ain't a drink. The guy is at my side now. Bartender, he calls over his shoulder. Get the lady a screaming orgasm. Fuck it, make it multiple. Oh, great. A freaking comedian. Thanks, but no thanks. I keep my tone polite. The other assholes at the table are cracking jokes at their friend's lack of success with me. She don't like you, Hector, one yells. Then Kat calls. Show her your dick, another one calls. Yeah, because that'll convince me. Look, I'm just about to leave, I say calmly, putting my hand over my purse. Sure, with me, Hector leers. Thick-skinned as fuck. I've dealt with guys like this before, and I know how to handle them. Polite, but firm. Except Hector's breath is boozy. He sways as he puts a hand on the bar counter beside me. Lena hovers, her eyes narrowed on my unwanted suitor. We don't want no problems here, buddy, she says. I should feel relieved, but she's not much of a deterrent. When the others rise and start sauntering over, I fight down the urge to panic. God damn Damn it. I quickly run a mental check through the contents of my purse. I've got pepper spray and my Glock. But a shootout is going to draw more heat than I want to deal with. Much more. A meaty hand clamps over my shoulder, and I feel Hector's breath on my cheek as he lowers his mouth to my ear. You won't be so fucking prissy with my dick down your throat, baby girl. My face goes hot with rage. Motherfucker. I'm going to zap him with a stream of pepper spray before I kick him straight in the nuts. I don't get a chance. Because just as I'm about to reach into my purse and spray the idiot in the face, something blurs past me. Something so fast I barely see it. But what I do see is that Hector's eyes suddenly widen. His mouth drops open for a moment before he flies sideways away from me. Yeah, the idiot literally flies sideways. A heavy fist has just smacked into his jaw and taken him clean off his feet. The lady's not interested. A guttural voice snarls in a strange accent. In a flash, Hector's buddies violently surge forward in defense of their friend. It all happens in a fragment of a second. What the? I blurt, but my breath gets stuck in my throat. And then I see him. Tall, dark, as big as a freaking wall, the man emerges from nowhere. Moving like a panther, graceful and lethal in spite of his size, he starts taking out Hector's buddies like he's taking out trash. Holy shit. I'm too shocked to move as I watch the big guy knocking them all out with ease. He moves so fast, it almost seems like he's not really there. Just a whirl of lethal kicks and flying fists. And then, it's all over. Hector and his buddies are out in less than a minute. Lena is wide-eyed, clutching the bar. The rest of the patrons are staring in stunned silence. Recognizing defeat, Hector backs away, battered and bloody, with hate in his eyes. This isn't the end of this, he snarls. The rest of the guys are dragging their comrades out, as bloodied as their ringleader, some unconscious. No one looks dead, though. My rescuer surveys the occupants of the bar with a fierce expression. Everything in the room seems to freeze, as if time has stopped. People start looking pointedly in the opposite direction, afraid to be drawn into the fray. Jesus Christ. So much for not drawing attention. The man turns and strides toward me with purpose, his gaze locked on mine. As he gets closer, I can make out his features more clearly, and my breath catches in my throat for the second time. Aside from tousled dark hair, he still looks utterly composed. He's barely broken a sweat. And the man is goddamn beautiful. All chiseled features and glowering intensity. His jaw is steel and shadowed with stubble. His mouth is a hard line. And his eyes are dark molten gold flecked with anger and heat. Holy crap. Are you okay? His voice is a deep rumble, unusually accented with something familiar. Russian, maybe? I nod mutely, still not quite able to believe what just happened. Good. He nods too, then glances around at the destruction before turning back to me. Next time, maybe you'll think first before coming into a place dressed like that. What? Is he fucking kidding me? I glance down at my snug pink t-shirt, hip-hugging Levi's, and sneakers. Yeah, 'cause clearly I came here looking for a hookup. I snap. What a dick. Thanks, by the way. I jerk my head toward the carnage. But I could have handled that myself. The corner of his mouth flickers slightly. Yes? Yes. I fold my arms over my chest, then think better of it when his eyes shift down to where I've propped my boobs up inadvertently. Well, next time you are about to get gang raped by a band of pigs, I will leave you to deal with it, he says. Perhaps I will watch. I gasp. Watch? Who's the pig now? Show some respect for the man who saved you. He gets right in my face, and my senses ping on high alert. Before I realize what I'm doing, my arm swings up, about to deliver a stinging slap. I stop short as he catches my wrist in a grip like a steel band. Bastard. Though I really should remember that he did just help me out of a tight spot. Still, that doesn't give him the right to be an asshole. I spin expertly and slip out of his grasp with a skill I've honed since I was a kid. He stares down at me, cocks his head, and raises an eyebrow. Interesting, he says. Whatever, I say. But thanks, I concede. For, getting rid of them. I should be gracious. I know I should. But there's something about this man that just rubs me up the wrong way. Still, I can hold my own against jerks like that. That is so. He's smirking at me. Yes, that is so. I mimic his accent. I can match any man in this place, you included. He all-out laughs, flings his head back, and bellows with laughter. He really is a jerk. You want to fight me? He's still chuckling when he eventually stops laughing. I run an eye up and down him, which is a bad idea for 2 reasons. Firstly, on closer examination, I'm pretty sure he'd crush me like a bug. And secondly, holy shit, he's built like a god. Broad shoulders, tapering hips, long muscular thighs encased in black denim. I'd be all over him like a rash if I didn't want to kick his ass. Maybe not, I reply as I consider my options. What's your poison? I say before I could change my mind. I really shouldn't be getting acquainted with anyone, but a moment of weakness makes me brush my worries aside. It might be careless of me, but damn it, I'm not used to being locked in a motel room for so long. Poison, he frowns. You want to poison me? He's taunting me again. No, your drink. What do you like to drink? Ah, he says, understanding dawning. Vodka, that is my poison. Lena, I call over my shoulder. Get us a bottle of Stoli and a couple of shot glasses. She scuttles off and I turn back to the stranger. Take a seat. I nod at a pair of bar stools. He shakes his head wryly, chuckles, and then slides smoothly onto one. God, he's got a great ass. I'm still gonna kick it, though. I sit down next to the man. Lena is back and sets a bottle down, then a glass in front of each of us. I twist the lid off the bottle, throw it over my shoulder, and fill our glasses. 1, I say, then empty my glass. Jerk thinks he can make fun of me? I'll show him something. This is my game. My dad used to brag about it to all his friends. His little Scarlet with the hollow legs. By the time I was 21, I could drink anyone under a table. And I've had 5 years to become an expert. 1, he says, and empties his glass too. I fill them up again. 2, I say. I down the liquor and smack my lips. Lena's brown eyes are huge as she stares from me to jerk face and back again. 2, he echoes, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. It takes us less than 20 minutes to empty the bottle. without sharing a word of conversation aside from the countdown. "You get the next bottle," I tell him. "Jesus, Scarlet, what are you doing?" The man levels me with a steady stare, then reaches into his back pocket, extracts a wad of notes, and slaps them onto the counter. "Another," he says to Lena, who dashes off. We already gathered a small group of onlookers who seem to be placing bets on us now. Probably not great for my plans to stay anonymous. But I guess it's too late to worry about visibility at this point. This time, it's he who unscrews the bottle and throws the lid away. "One," he says. We empty our glasses in unison. I resist the urge to wipe my mouth, but make a show of licking my lips. I say. "That's so good." "Like mother's milk," he agrees. That accent is really quite something. He's watching my mouth as he speaks, and for some reason, it makes me go hot inside. And it's not the vodka. He fills our glasses. "Two!" someone calls from the crowd. Jerkface grins. I empty my glass. He does the same, fixing me with a level look. He's either hiding his reaction to the liquor, or he's as good at this game as I am. Although now that I have more than half a bottle of vodka under my belt, he's no longer just beautiful. He's goddamn breathtaking. Not only that, but I realize that somehow we're leaning in toward each other. When the crowd calls, "3!" I can feel his breath on my face. It's warm and fresh, in spite of the alcohol. Not like boozy Hector who just made my stomach turn. His eyes lock with mine, and I can see something flicker in those golden depths. Dark pupils dilate, and he flicks his tongue across his full lower lip. I want to do that. No, you don't. But I've been alone for so long. When I look into his eyes again, there's something unspoken there that echoes in my head. Or maybe not in my head. Maybe someplace much lower. I press my thighs together. 4! Someone shouts. We raise our glasses in unison, empty them, and set them down. Our lips are almost touching. I'm breathless. Without a word, he stands, towering over me, and reaches for my hand. My heart rate spikes, and I rise and take a step back to look into his eyes. Holy shit. Holy shit, I want him. But it's madness. Of course it is. I don't even know the man. Though the clenching in the pit of my belly assures me that there are some parts of me that would like to know him better. A whole lot better. Would it be so wrong? These weeks have been so damn lonely. Let's get out of here. His voice is husky. It ripples over me like a caress, and I shiver. Okay, I say, like I'm under a spell. My voice is equally husky. What the hell am I doing? Let's go, I hear myself say. And in spite of my better judgment, I don't resist when he threads his fingers through mine. Then I find myself breathless with anticipation as I realize what's about to come next. And God help me, I don't want to fight it. Chapter 3. Scarlet. Our breaths are ragged as we make our way along the dimly lit corridor. I barely notice the trip from the bar to the seedy motel I'm booked into, although the night air seems to have grown sharper. Here, I say hoarsely, fumbling for my key, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I try to unlock the door. He already has my shirt untucked from the top of my jeans. His hands run over the expanse of flesh beneath my ribcage, fingertips slightly rough against my bare skin. I shove the door open, and we stumble in. The room is nothing fancy, but it's clean enough. The walls are faded beige with peeling wallpaper in the corners. A small table sits under the window, holding a chipped ceramic ashtray and an empty bottle of cheap whiskey I'd picked up earlier. "Nice," he says, glancing around the room with a smirk. "Thanks, I decorated it myself," I reply sarcastically, rolling my eyes. But it doesn't matter. We're not here for the decor or the ambiance. We're here for each other, at least for tonight. For a moment, we stand, staring silently at each other in the blinking neon light that flashes through the thin drapes. The dim light casts shadows across his face, making him appear both beautiful and dangerous. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest, the tension between us growing with each passing moment. Then he strides forward and slides his hand behind my neck, drawing me up toward him, his lips glancing across mine, then closing over them. The force of his kiss sweeps me off my feet. I'm suddenly giddy in a way that goes far beyond vodka. And then he peels my shirt up my torso and over my arms. His fingertips graze my skin as he slides the strap of my bra down, exposing my breast. "God," I choke out when he dips his head and takes a nipple into his mouth. Teeth graze my sensitive flesh with the tiniest hint of a threat to sink in, and I arch my back, tangling my fingers into his thick hair. His hands slide lower, running over the tops of my hips before slipping down, curving around to cup my ass. He lifts me off the ground and carries me over to the bed as if I weigh nothing more than a feather. We fall onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs, our mouths still fused together in a kiss that borders on brutal. "Fuck," I groan, when our lips finally part. I'm panting, skin tingling wherever his fingertips trail. Maybe it's the long weeks alone, or the fact that I've been existing on adrenaline. But the man's touch feels like it's charged with electricity. We explore each other hungrily, our desire escalating with every passing second until it feels like I'm about to burst from the anticipation alone. "Lie back," he commands in a Russian accent that makes my knees go weak, then slides down my body, pushing down my jeans as he goes, and kneels between my legs. Somehow, my sneakers are gone and my jeans slide off my feet. A moment later, he's sliding between my splayed thighs. His lips glide along my inner thigh, stubble grazing the sensitive skin. And he's amazing. His tongue continues its swift moves until I'm shaking with pleasure and clawing at the sheets beneath me. "I want you," I groan, need building to an intensity that's almost unbearable. And then everything else melts away as his fingers slide past the elastic of my panties and trail along my wet slit. Holy crap, it's definitely been too long. "Yes," I moan, my voice hoarse with desire. His eyes are intense on my face as he seeks out my clit. His thumb swirls little circles over it as he begins pumping his fingers in and out of me. My thigh muscles strain as I push my hips up to meet him. "Like that? Yes, like that," I urge as he draws me closer and closer to the brink. I don't know how he does it. I've never met the man before, and yet already he seems to know where all my buttons are. A deep thrust of his fingers sends me straight over the edge, and I let out a raw moan as wave after wave of pleasure rocks through me, spinning me off into an abyss of bliss. Holy crap! When did I become so vocal? He's watching me when I finally open my eyes and stare up at him. And now I realize that he's still fully dressed, while I'm naked aside from my soaked panties. I half sit, tugging at the buttons of his navy button-down shirt, sending some flying. The orgasm he just gave me is barely the tip of the iceberg. I have no doubt of it, and I want the rest. Slowly, he chuckles as I pull at his clothes. Standing, he shrugs out of the shirt, then toes off his shoes as I work frantically at the zipper of his pants. When I get them over his hips and pull his briefs down with them, I'm rewarded with a thick shaft of throbbing flesh that's more than worth the effort. Holy shit, I blurt, then feel my cheeks go warm. I'm going to choke on this freaking thing. I glance up at him from below my lashes. Wow, I say, feeling like an idiot. It's not like I'm a virgin or anything, but god damn it, this is far beyond what I expected. He gives a careless shrug as if he's used to being complimented on his more than impressive endowment. I don't get a chance to think about it, because he tangles his hand into my hair to hold my head steady as he grazes the velvety tip across my face. I extend my tongue and flick across the warm flesh. Clean and musky. It's going to be a pleasure to take this man into my mouth. So I do. A throaty groan rumbles overhead as I curl my tongue around his shaft. The hand in my hair urges me on as I bob down to take his length in. There's no way I'll get it all in, but that doesn't mean I don't give it my best shot. In moments, he's growling incomprehensible words of encouragement, and I can feel him getting closer. But before he can shoot his load off, he's pulled my face free and released his cock from the wet haven of my mouth. I have other plans, he says hoarsely, as he pushes me back onto the mattress. He slowly lowers himself on top of me, and I can feel the heat radiating between us. Holy crap, I want this man. I want him inside me. This is definitely more than just the vodka. My breathing intensifies as his lips find their way along my neck and shoulder. When he hitches my knees over the crook of his elbows, I arch my back and let him spread my thighs wide. The thick knob of his cock is pressed against my gaping slit, and I'm anxious to feel him fill me, my core tightening in anticipation. I don't have to wait long. One deep thrust has me crying out as my flesh spreads to take him. Oh, God, I choke out, eyes watering from the sensation. He pauses a second as if he, too, is trying to gather his wits. It's mind-blowing. And then he begins to move. Slow at first, his hips rotating and then pulsing in short, punchy thrusts that seem designed to hit all the right spots. I'm babbling with pleasure as he whispers words in my ear that sound like encouragement. It's not like I need it. In seconds, I'm bucking against him. Fuck. Oh, fuck, I half shout. My nails rake down his back, and I'm sure I'm going to leave marks. But he doesn't seem to care. Neither do I. All I can think of is chasing the sweet sensation that pitches up and then ebbs with every increasingly savage thrust. He's battering into me like a ram when the pleasure reaches a fever pitch. Yes, I cry out. Oh my God, yes. I lurch up so violently, I'm almost afraid I'm going to dislodge him. But the man's like a fucking steam train. Brow furrowed, he squeezes his eyes shut and holds my hips steady as he buries himself deep before he finally explodes. I swear I can feel the pulsing heat of him gushing inside me as he shudders, growls, and then grunts out a string of what I'm now certain is Russian. Our explosions of pleasure shatter the silence around us, ringing out into the night. I can hear myself moaning so loudly that I'm probably disturbing my motel neighbors. I don't give a damn. I'll never have to look them in the eye. With each thrust, I am swept further away until there is nothing but us in this moment. Ecstatic, exhilarated, and alive. Shit. Holy fucking shit. I finally pant out when he's gone still and slumps over me. I wind my arms around his neck, drawing his face into the curve of my throat as I try to figure out where my mind went. We lie spent, limbs intertwined, breathing hard, and I'm left reeling. I don't even know the man's name, and yet he's just given me more pleasure than I've ever experienced. We lie there for what feels like ages before he pulls away from me and looks into my eyes. "What's your name?" he murmurs softly. My throat feels dry as I lie. "Sarah, what about you?" He smiles a sly grin as if he knows I'm lying and traces his finger along my jawline in a way that inconceivably has more tingles building. "That can wait for another time," he says. Another time? Hell no, I can't see this man again. Although maybe he means after the next bout of sex, because as he presses against me, I feel his cock hardening again. Oh my God, again? My eyes go wide in an instant. "Again," he says against my mouth. He's not joking. He kisses me slowly this time, savoring each moment as his hands run along my body. His touch is smooth and slow, his fingers tracing circles around my nipples before sliding down my belly. Holy shit. I barely finish bucking against him 3 times in a row, and I can already feel my pussy growing warm. His lips move from mine to the side of my neck, sending shivers down my spine as he sucks and licks me there. With each movement, I grow more aroused and needy. His fingers slide into me as his tongue teases first one nipple and the next, drawing them into tight peaks. I arch up against him as tremors rack through every inch of me, and all thought escapes me except one. It's been too long since I've felt this way. Yes, like that, I groan as he brushes his thumb against the throbbing nub of my clit. I can feel myself climbing closer and closer to the edge before it finally hits me like a wave crashing down around us. I cry out as I reach my peak, clinging to him tightly as he continues moving his fingers inside me. Oh my God, I exhale as I finally come down. His eyes are on my face, watching me with an intensity that has my cheeks burning. Thanks, I manage to say, feeling like an idiot yet again. What is it about this man that leaves me so off balance? "I'm not done," he says, rolling onto me and pressing my thighs wide with his own. He slides easily into my soaked pussy and takes his time drawing the sensations out, teasing at first, and then building up to a steady rhythm that sends each of us soaring higher and higher until we're both trembling with pleasure. His hands are everywhere, kneading my breasts while he thrusts against me in a way that has every nerve ending inside me alive with sensation. His lips find mine again as he whispers something against them. And even though I have no idea what he's saying, the words send shudders through me, as if he's commanding more pleasure to swirl. I come apart like a rocket re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. I don't know how many orgasms I had this evening, but this one is no less earth-shattering. I'm sure I'm little more than a woman-shaped pool of jello by the time I come down again. God, you're good at that. I smile against his skin. I'm good at everything, he says simply. Jeez, arrogant much? But somehow I sense he's not kidding. And if he does anything else as well as he fucks, the man must be godlike. As we lay there, still tangled in each other's arms, the silence settles around us. It's a pleasant quiet that I haven't experienced in a long time. In spite of all the years I've learned to keep my guard up, to protect myself, I feel sleep begin to descend. I fight it off. I begin to say. Shh. His hand trails soothingly up and down my spine, his movements smooth and graceful. Sleep, he says. The word feels like a command that overshadows anything my instincts want to tell me about not being vulnerable around this stranger. My eyelids flutter shut. My breathing slows as I drift closer to sleep. His warmth envelops me, and in this moment, I allow myself to forget the danger lurking. Wrapped in our own little world, I feel a sense of security I haven't known for far too long. Hours later, the flashing neon makes way for the rising sun, and I blink blearily as I stretch out beneath the sheets and then roll onto my back on the bed. I'm alone in it. He's gone. Even though I knew deep down that this might happen, it still feels like a blow. The sheets beside me are cold and I can't help but reach out, trying to find any lingering trace of his presence. But there's nothing, aside from his scent. Our scent. Damn, I mutter under my breath, sitting up and running a hand through my tousled hair. The room looks exactly as it did before. The small wooden dresser with the broken drawer, the worn carpet, and the peeling wallpaper that's seen better days. It's like he was never here. Fuck. Maybe I got too drunk and it was all a dream? A strange emptiness fills my chest as I drag myself out of bed and pad over to the window. I peer out at the early morning light, wondering if he has already disappeared into the shadows, leaving me behind without a second thought. Stupid, I chastise myself, suddenly feeling foolish for letting my guard down like this. What was I thinking, getting so intimate with a random stranger? I'm not exactly in a position to be taking risks. Yet, despite the danger, I can't shake off the warmth of last night's memories. It's not warmth, stupid. You just haven't been laid in too long. I shake my head, determined to push these thoughts away. I need to focus on what's important, staying alive and getting out of the mess I've found myself in. As much as I want to cling to the fantasy of the stranger and his touch, I have to face reality. Never again, I whisper to myself, which should be easy, because I have no doubt that I've seen the last of him.
Chapter 4. Anton. The opulence of my mountain estate is almost suffocating. It's hardly surprising. I've been stuck here way too long. Nikolai sits on the thick rug in the living room, chattering happily as he plays with the toy car I got him for his last birthday. In spite of his contentment, I feel a pang of guilt. The boy needs company. No kid his age should be playing alone. But finding him friends would be impossible. It's not like I can put him in daycare. He'd be an easy target for anyone from my past. I lean back on the plush velvet sofa, the daily newspaper resting on my lap. It's not keeping me occupied. News from the small town nearby is hardly riveting. Cake sales and school sports dominate the headlines. Some kid's hockey match seems to be food for the front page. It's all so tedious, which is exactly why I came here. Tedious and safe for Nikolai. The wide fireplace crackles with life, casting flickering shadows across the burnished wood floor. It's probably one of the largest ranch houses in the area. A risk, considering I want to stay hidden. But there were some luxuries I just couldn't part with. Vroom! Nikolai's voice cuts through the silence, and I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. I watch a curl of his thick hair fall into his eyes as he focuses intently on his play. But my mind remains unsettled, unable to focus on the words written on the pages before me. Last night's encounter with the woman from the bar keeps invading my thoughts. I've never been one to indulge in one-night stands, or any kind of intimacy. Certainly not since Katya. But there was something about her, a pull I couldn't resist, and I'm sure she felt the same. Papa? Nikolai calls to me, drawing me back to the present. Da, Nico. I respond, forcing myself to brush aside the intrusive images of tangled limbs and heated whispers. Can we go outside and play later? He asks, his gold-flecked eyes mirroring my own, shining with excitement. Of course, Malouche, I reply, smiling at him. We'll spend time together outside once we've eaten. It's easy to say this now, when my world revolves around him and our life together. There was once a time when I missed too much time with him. In a way, this new world has had its share of blessings. If only it felt like I was doing enough for him. Being enough. But that would be impossible. I can never nurture him the way a woman could. Cool, he exclaims, returning his attention to the miniature vehicle speeding across the rug. As I turn back to my paper, I wish I could share his carefree spirit. But the weight of my past clings to me like a shroud. Even now, it still threatens to smother the fragile peace we've managed to build. And with last night's indiscretion burning at the edges of my conscience, I worry that the darkness may be creeping closer once more. Enough, I mutter under my breath, regaining control over my thoughts. I need to be strong for Nikolai, to protect him from the demons that haunt us. And I need to banish the memory of that woman's touch, her scent, and the taste of her lips. These are not things that belong in my world anymore. Are you sad, Papa? Nikolai's voice breaks into my thoughts. What, Nico? I frown, confused for a moment. You were quiet. Are you thinking about Mama? His expression is earnest, concern wreathing his features. Guilt fills me. Not just at causing him to worry, but at the question he's asking. Mama. He asks about her less and less, but I sense it's not because he's forgotten. It's because I go cold when he mentions her. I just wish I could reassure him that it's not aimed at him, is the remorse I feel when I think of Katya. I hesitate, searching for the right words. How do I tell him the truth without revealing too much? I think of her often, Nico, I say, because it's true.
Tell me about her again,
he urges, setting his car aside and scooting closer. Your mama was beautiful, Nikolai. I think of the thick waves of her hair, so much like his dark curls. Beautiful and gentle and kind. Too good for the world I lived in. Too good for me. But I can't tell him that now.
Was she happy?
He asks, his face growing troubled.
Did I make her sad?
Oh, son, you filled her with joy. You were the light of her life. I'm sure you still are when she looks down at you. Fuck. How this still causes pain.
Will she come back soon?
He asks, and it breaks me a little. As hard as I try, there's no way I can fill this void. It's not in my nature. Mama has gone to be with God, Nico. He called her to be with him, I say, although it's been a long time since I believed in such things.
Can't God let her come home now?
His eyes are so damn earnest.
I miss her.
Mama had an accident, Nikolai. She's not with us anymore. Fuck. I don't know how to put the concept across. His 5-year-old mind can't seem to grasp the idea of death. Unlike me, I know it all too well. And it seems ironic that it should be so fucking painful when I know I've dealt out more than my share of it. His brows knit together as he processes this.
Was it the bad men who made the accident, Papa? Is that why we move around so much in case they come after us again?
His perceptiveness startles me. Not often do we have conversations like this. Only 5 years old, and he seems to understand so much of what's happening around him. We move because of who I was, because of what happened to your mama. We must keep moving. It's not safe to stay in one place too long. My voice is steady. Don't worry about the bad men. I will always keep you safe.
Are you a bad man too, Papa?
Fuck. I swallow hard. Because I am. But not to this child. Maybe for him, though. I'd kill 1,000 times and more to keep him from harm. Some might think so, Malouche, I tell him. But only those who deserve it.
Because they are bad?
Yes, Nikolai. Because they are bad. Anyone who tried to hurt you would be very bad. And then they would be very sorry. My voice hardens. I feel regret when his eyes go wide.
Would you kill them, Papa?
I take a breath. That's not for you to worry about now, Nico. All that matters is you are safe.
Can't we be safe back home?
He looks down, and it kills me to know how much has been taken from him. Uprooted from his world because of the greed of the men I once worked for. Fucking animals. I've done bad things in my life. But what they had asked... Never. Perhaps we will go back someday, Malouche. I say gently, knowing I'm probably lying.
I wish we could.
He sighs.
I wish Mama could come back.
I wish that too, Nikolai. I reach forward and ruffle his hair. But for now, it must be enough that I love you. and that I will take care of you, yes? He hesitates before nodding.
Yes, Papa. You'll take care of me.
I smile softly as he goes back to his playing, and I pray that I can keep my promise, because those who are hunting us won't stop until they've painted our world with our own blood. Or theirs, if I have a say in it.
Chapter 5. Scarlet. My fingers graze the rough motel sheets as I gather my clothes. They seem to be scattered in every corner of the room. The scent of last night's passion still lingers in the air, sparking vivid memories of a nameless man who made me feel more alive than I ever have before. Stupid, I mutter under my breath, berating myself for letting my guard down like that. But as I pick up my crumbled jeans, something far worse dawns on me. Shit! No rubbers! I stare around, scrubbing a hand over my face. There are no condom wrappers among the discarded clothing. Not a single one. Damn it! I curse, furious at myself for being so careless. Damn it, Scarlet, what is wrong with you? How can you be so irresponsible? 1,000 thoughts race through my head. Pregnancy, disease, a life tied to a stranger whose face I can barely remember. Not that I'd ever contemplate that. Get it together, Scarlet, I mutter to myself. You know how to fix this? Just go and fix it. I rush through the sputtering shower, rinsing away the memory of his touch, then quickly get dressed. I'm already calculating the fastest route to the nearest pharmacy. With shaky hands, I grab my purse and check its contents. My stash of cash is growing pitifully slim. A couple of months ago, I'd never have believed I'd be wondering if my budget could stretch to a morning after pill. But every dollar counts when you're living life on the run. I've considered accessing my accounts, but the risk of the transactions being traced is just too high. Cartwright has enough clout to have a finger in every pie, and I'm sure he'll have delved into my financial records by now. Every calculated move I've made so far could be undone with one slip-up. Damn it, I growl, frustration bubbling over. My fingers twitch towards the small velvet pouch hidden deep within my bag. The diamond. But I know there's no way I can sell it. It's my only leverage. My last resort. As soon as the heat is off, I'm getting back in touch with my buyer. Until then, if I don't find a job, I'll live lean. Before I can agonize further, a knock on the door startles me. My heart leaps in my chest, fear prickling down my spine. Nobody should know where I am, aside from the stranger from last night, if he even remembers. Scarlet? Lena's voice filters through the door, her Texan accent unmistakable. It's me, Lena! Shit, I mutter. Did I mention the motel during one of our brief conversations? More stupidity. I'm starting to get careless. I hesitate, then unlock the door and crack it open just enough to see her. Hey, Lena. I force a smile, trying to hide my anxiety. What brings you here? Thought you might need some company, she replies, concern etched on her face. Mind if I come in? Sure, I say, stepping back to let her enter. As she walks in, I remind myself that this woman has been nothing but kind to me. But trust doesn't come easily, not for someone with my past. I was worried about you after you left last night, she says as she glances around the room. A strawberry blonde eyebrow lifts over wide brown eyes, but she doesn't say anything about the state of the place. That guy was, She trails off, It's okay, I'm fine, I reassure her. Just, a steamy hookup? I don't say it. I'm fine, I repeat. Glad to hear it, she says. We girls gotta stick together, Thanks, Lena, I say, genuinely touched by her gesture. I appreciate it. Of course, darling, she replies with a smile that reaches her eyes. That's what friends are for. Sure, I say. We're hardly friends, but now that she's here, I'm aware of how alone I've been. Would you like to sit down? Have something to drink? I snap a look around the room. I don't have anything to offer aside from some pretty awful instant coffee I picked up when I got here. My cheap bottle of whiskey seems completely inappropriate right now. No, I can't stay long. She stops and starts digging into her bag. I remembered you were looking at job ads yesterday. I found this one. Thought you might be interested. She hands me a newspaper clipping, her fingers brushing against mine. My eyes quickly scan the advertisement and then widen as I read. Live-in nanny wanted for a 5-year-old boy. Comfortable accommodations, I read out. Holy shit! $3,000 a week? My heart skips a beat. The salary alone is far more than what I had been considering. Is this for real? I ask, glancing up at her. She gives a shrug. Can't see why it wouldn't be, hon, she says. I'd have applied already if Bruisers didn't keep me so busy. You won't believe what I make in tips there when I wear a tank top. Besides, I got a little one of my own at home, so my hands are full, she adds, surprising me. But yours aren't, right? Thanks, Lena, I say. This could be perfect. I fold the paper carefully, tucking it away in my pocket. And a live-in position could only be better than here. Right? Lena chuckles, glancing around the cramped room. Even my place is a mansion compared to this motel. No offense, she adds. I shrug. It's not like I'm attached to the place. So, you'll give them a call? I'll give it some thought, I say casually, because I'm not sure I want even Lena to know what my next steps might be. Inside, though, my mind races, calculating the risks, assessing the possibilities. Is it too good to be true? Or is it the lifeline I desperately need? You deserve better than this, Scarlett, Lena says, her gaze sincere. I don't know how she's drawn that conclusion since she barely knows me, but I give a tight smile. She turns to the door. Anyhow, I'd better be heading on over to Bruisers. It'll be open in time soon. Thanks for thinking of me, I say as she heads out, leaving me alone in the motel room. As the door clicks shut, I can't help but feel a strange mix of relief and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, I retrieve the advertisement from my pocket. The sun slants through dirty blinds, casting long shadows across the worn motel carpet. I chew on my thumbnail, eyeing the job ad thoughtfully. A live-in nanny. Comfortable accommodations. $3,000 a week. It's tempting, but what's the catch? Not allowing myself to think further, I pull out my burner and dial the number. Hello. A curt voice answers, snapping me out of my thoughts. Hi, I'm calling about the nanny position, I say, forcing confidence into my voice. There's something familiar about the man's tone, but I brush it off, focusing on the task at hand. And you are? I hesitate for a moment, but I decide it's best to use my real name. Scarlett. Scarlett Jones? I say. I'm great with kids. Looked after a ton of them. It's a bald-faced lie, but I'm hoping the pickings around here are slim. Good, he says, seeming to take my answer at face value. Where are you? He asks, leaving me a little unbalanced. What? My driver will collect you. Oh, right, sure. The Lone Star Motel off Main Street. I tell him. Do I already have an interview? Don't overthink it. You need this. Tomorrow afternoon. 4 sharp. Don't be late. The man on the phone says abruptly. His tone is cold and clipped, leaving no room for questions. Okay, I manage to reply, even though something in his voice takes me off guard. It's an odd familiarity that makes my pulse race, though I can't quite place it. Good. And with that, he hangs up, before I've even had a chance to ask who the hell I'm speaking to. Rude, I mumble, tossing the phone aside. But despite his brusque manner, my gut tells me this is my way out, my chance at a new beginning. $3,000 a week, I remind myself as I slip into my coat, pocketing the crumpled ad. If only I could place that nagging feeling, the eerie sense of déjà vu that clings to me like a shadow. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about that voice, something that feels dangerously familiar. I decide it's best to shake it off and focus on more urgent matters. I need to find the local pharmacy. Chapter 6. Scarlet. Cold air bites my cheeks as I wait outside the rundown motel. The weight of my duffel bag cuts into my shoulder, and my pulse races like a hummingbird's wings. This is it, the answer to my prayers. I hope. I cast furtive glances at passing cars, searching for the car that's supposed to pick me up. My heart skips a beat each time a vehicle approaches, only to resume its frantic pace when they pass by. And then, there it is. A sleek black SUV finally rolls to a stop beside me. The tinted window lowers, revealing the face of an aloof driver. Rugged features are topped by short-cropped brown hair. He's broad and tough-looking, but I guess I can't hold that against him. $3,000 a week. He nods politely. Miss Jones. Scarlet. I correct him automatically, keeping my voice low and steady. You're here for me, right? Of course, he responds, his face expressionless. He climbs out, opens the door, and I slide into the back seat. Please, make yourself comfortable. The silence inside the car is oppressive. The driver doesn't ask any questions or offer any information, simply staring straight ahead as we leave the city behind. I watch the scenery change from gritty urban landscape to lush countryside, trying to shove down the uneasy feeling in my gut. Where are we going? I ask, unable to take the quiet any longer. Mr. Ulianov's estate, the driver replies, without revealing any useful detail about where that might be. Mr. Ulianov? I ask. Anton Ulianov, yes, he responds. We'll be there shortly. Right. Ulianov. So that's the name. Foreign. Maybe some overseas bigwig seeking the American dream. I bite back a wry grin, my fingers tangled together in my lap. For a moment, I let myself imagine what might await me at the estate. A fresh start? A place to hide from the past that claws at my heels? But I can't shake the feeling that something's not right. The driver remains silent, and I wish he'd say something. Anything. The tension in the car is palpable, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Almost there, the driver announces, his voice cutting through my spiraling thoughts. I nod, trying to steady my breathing. As we pull through a pair of towering wooden gates manned by a team of grim-faced security guards, anticipation and dread wrestle inside of me. What if this only brings more danger into my life? What if Cartwright found out where I'm hiding and I just caught the bait? I brush the thoughts aside and force myself to focus on the present. I've been totally off the grid. Without a word of contact from me, even Carl and the others have no idea where I am. It would be a tall order for Cartwright's men to have tracked me down. The car turns onto a long driveway, and the estate comes into view. I suck in a breath at the sprawling 2-story homestead that looms before us. It's beautiful. The stone of the walls seem to have been sourced from the surrounding mountains, so the building blends in perfectly with the natural scenery of rolling hills and towering peaks. Ivy winds its way up the walls and around dozens of windows that gleam in the sunlight. A picturesque garden spans out in front, with vibrant, multicolored flower beds, tall trees, and fragrant, manicured shrubs. There's a copse of trees that brackets one side of the gardens, providing a natural screen from the road we came in on, which feels like 1,000 miles away now. The place is freaking huge. I press a button on the door panel to open the window and get a better view, trying not to let my mouth hang open. I'm met by a breath of freshly cut grass and blooming flowers. We drive into a central courtyard around a shimmering pond that's as big as a freaking lake, then pull up beneath a high-pitched portico that's vast enough for us to drive through. Everything is lit by gleaming gold lights that warm the stone of the building and glitter off the windows. Holy shit. There's definitely a crap ton of cash here. It's a far cry from the squalor I've been living in these past weeks. Here we are, the driver says, as he brings the SUV to a stop. Mr. Ulianov will meet you inside. Thank you, I say, as I step out of the car and head up to the towering entrance. I inhale a deep breath and straighten my shoulders, adjusting my bag over my shoulder. But I don't knock, because the heavy, intricately carved door swings open before I get a chance. And as the door opens, a tall figure comes into view. He stands in the doorway, backlit by the warm glow of the estate's interior. Cold, dark eyes meet mine, and I feel the blood drain from my face. I feel my eyes fly wide and my body stiffen as I stare into the face of the man in front of me. I sway for a second, before managing to get my wits about me. I only barely manage it, though. Oh my fuck. Ms. Jones, Anton Ulianov says, his voice devoid of emotion. Recognition washes over me like a tidal wave. It's him, the man from the other night. Drunk hookup, mind-blowing sex, no protection? Fuck. Mr. Ulianov? I try to maintain my composure. He hasn't even shown a flicker of recognition. But he has to be dumbfounded. Surely. Come in. He steps aside, gesturing for me to enter, and my mind races as I cross the threshold. What now? What the hell do I do now? This way, he says, leading me through the opulent foyer. The clipped tone of his Russian accent sends shivers down my spine. Stop it. Stop thinking about him naked. Tell me, Miss Jones, what qualifications do you have to take care of a child? He asks. Is he kidding? Well, I fidget with the strap of my bag, struggling to find the right words. I've done, a first aid course, I say, which is true. You never know when you'll be dealing with a stabbing or a gunshot wound in my line of work. And I have plenty of schooling experience. My own schooling, which I was dismal at. Plus, I've looked after tons of kids. That's a total lie. But I'm starting to think it really doesn't matter. There's no way I can work for this man. Experience is important, he says, stopping at a set of double doors. But so is trust. Can I trust you, Miss Jones? I force myself to meet his gaze, trying to ignore the heat that courses through my veins as I stare into his eyes. Of course. I am nothing if not trustworthy. Unless I'm robbing you blind, that is. Fuck, I have to get out of here. Good. He pushes a pair of broad doors open, revealing a lavish living room filled with expensive furnishings. Sit down, please. We have much to discuss. My heart races as I take a seat on the plush sofa, watching as he settles into an armchair across from me. The air between us crackles. I can't shake the feeling that we're both walking on eggshells. Would you like something to drink? His voice is cool and detached, but it has to be an attempt to mask the unease he's feeling. Yeah, have a drink. Thank him for his time. Get the hell out of here. Water will be fine, thank you. My own voice quivers slightly, betraying my nerves. He nods once and crosses the room to pour me a glass. As he moves, I can't help but take in every detail of his striking appearance. Even in the cold light of day, he's hot enough to stop traffic. Anton Ulianov is a tall man, his broad shoulders and lean frame giving him an air of imposing strength. His dark hair is cropped short, framing a face with high cheekbones, full lips, and a strong jawline. It's a face that is at once strikingly beautiful and unquestionably masculine. But it's his eyes that hold me captive. Golden flecks dance within pools of midnight, two bottomless wells of mystery that seem to see straight through me. I swallow hard. As he hands me the water, my mind flashes back to those hands exploring me. Of our night together. Memories of mind-numbing pleasure flood my senses, leaving me dizzy with desire. I take a shaky sip, trying to calm my racing heart. It won't do to let him see how much he affects me. Thank you, I murmur, setting the glass down carefully. Let's get to the point, Miss Jones. His words are clipped and precise. I go stiff as I wait for him to mention what happened between us. He doesn't. I am willing to offer you a generous salary and benefits package, along with housing and other amenities. In return, I expect nothing less than complete dedication to the care and well-being of my son. Nikolai is a sensitive child, and he has been through too much. Something flickers across his face as he says it. The first sign of real expression I've seen since I arrived. We'll start with a trial period, he continues, though I'm already shaking my head. If all goes well, we can discuss a more permanent arrangement. He eyes me curiously. I think this may be a mistake, Mr. Ulianov, I say, sticking to formalities. Seems the safest option right now. What? He says, tilting his head slightly. Surely he can't be surprised. I stand abruptly, clutching at my bag like a lifeline. You can't really be considering this. I finally drop the pretense of civility. This is too fucking much. I mean, not after... After what? He raises an eyebrow. I don't respond. After I fucked you senseless, Sarah? Oh my God. My face rushes hot in a second, and I'm back to my very first impression of the man. He's clearly an asshole. Well, there's that, I suppose, I say sharply. What I really want to do is deliver a sharp slap to his smug face. You cannot look beyond that, he asks. Are you serious? I snap. Is this about the money? He asks. We can negotiate if that's what you want. It's not about the damn money, you ass! My palms are sweaty, and I wipe them on my jeans as I speak. We have history. It wouldn't be professional. You are a strong believer in professionalism. Dear God, he's a jerk. I shake my head as I stare at him. Then I'm on my feet and heading for the wide doorway. Footsteps ring behind me. I ignore them. I can't do this, I mutter, a second before his hand closes around my upper arm. I'm jerked to a halt. Please, don't make this harder than it needs to be, I say quickly. I'm grateful for your offer, but I can't accept it. I stare up into his face. It's a dangerous face, no doubt about that. Dangerous and yet undeniably attractive. But I know that I've made the right decision. I can't stay here. Not with him. Not in this place. I need to get as far away as possible before it's too late. Goodbye, Mr. Ulianov, I say firmly, glaring down at where his hand continues to hold my arm, hoping he'll get the point. I can't work for you. Not now, not ever. Now please, let me go.
Chapter 7. Anton. Fuck. The woman in front of me is maddening. Impossible. And yet, she's making my cock throb. But I can't cave into lust now. It had almost overwhelmed me when I first saw her on my doorstep. But they won't let her become a distraction. The tension in the room is thick, almost suffocating. And Scarlett's refusal has become a problem. A big one. She's seen too much of me. She met me the other night rather intimately, and now she knows where I live. I didn't expect her to reject the offer. All this threatens my control over my fragile situation. I clench my jaw, barely containing my frustration. Ms. Jones, I begin. My son needs a nanny. I believe you are exactly the person I am looking for.
That's ridiculous,
she scoffs, her rich crimson hair falling into her deep brown eyes.
You barely know about my skills, which are practically non-existent, to be honest.
She studies me for a moment, her gaze piercing. I can see she is not easily intimidated. Another reason I want her here. But I can see her suspicion growing, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly.
There has to be more to it,
she says.
This is more than a nanny position. Admit it. Was the other night a trial run?
Her eyes are wide. There is nothing more, I say coldly, though my cock disagrees. I need you here as a caregiver, that is all.
I'm not convinced. Are you looking for a nanny or a playmate?
She sticks her jaw out at me, eyes flashing. A playmate? I snap. I can't deny the appeal, but I'll be fucked if I'll admit it. This is about my son, nothing else. I have no intention of laying a hand on you, I say, my voice unwavering.
Then why so much money?
She asks, her suspicion increasing.
Why would you offer such a high rate for a nanny's position?
Does it matter? I gesture around the room. I can afford it.
That's pretty clear, but still, something's off. I'm not here to be a nanny with benefits,
she scoffs, clearly not letting go of this line of thought. Who could blame her? I'm struggling with it too. I told you, it is not that. Fuck, I don't know why I'm tolerating this. But Yad! I dash a hand through my hair. She's not going to cooperate. This is going to complicate things.
So what is it then? And what's with all the secrecy? On the way over, the guy driving barely said 3 words to me.
She scrutinizes me in a way that I don't like.
Who the hell are you? What are you hiding?
That's none of your concern.
It would be if I was working here, but I'm not, so it doesn't matter. Find someone else,
she says, twisting her arm free from my grasp. I'm tempted to grip her tighter, but that would probably bruise her. Somehow I don't think this woman would care. I'm suddenly reminded of the way she'd challenged me. That fucking drinking competition. It was one step away from being adolescent, but I couldn't resist. I'm sure my son will respond well to you, I press. Nikolai is brilliant. He's only 5 years old and is already skilled in languages and art. He's a caring child. I pause, my voice softening. He needs someone who can nurture him, protect him.
Sounds like a special kid,
Scarlett admits, crossing her arms defensively.
That doesn't change anything. I need to leave.
Frustration bubbles up inside me once more. This has gone too far, and her ridiculous fighting only hardens my resolve. I'm not letting her leave. She'll be perfect for this job. No, you don't. This job is perfect for you. It pays well and you'll have your own living quarters. It's certainly better than where you're living now. Her eyes narrow at my words. I'm not sure if it's in embarrassment at the reminder of what we shared, or if she's offended by what I'm implying. Her living arrangements are pitiful.
Look, as I said, I appreciate your offer,
she says,
but it's not that simple.
Everything is simple. I disagree. Her eyes dart around the room as if searching for an escape route.
I'm out of here.
She turns back to the door. My hand shoots out, grasping her wrist again, before she can take another step toward the door. She halts, her eyes wide and filled with a mix of fury and fear. The heat of her skin radiates through my fingers, sending a shiver up my spine. I know that our attraction is undeniable. Her flushed cheeks, her rapid breaths. But this isn't about that. It's about what she's seen and what she knows. She knows where I live. That's not an option. I stare down into her face. You have seen my home. You know about my child. I shake my head. You are not leaving.
I don't think you're hearing me. Perhaps,
she begins, eyes rebellious. There's no perhaps, I say. You will stay.
I don't know who the hell you think you are, but
I'm Anton Ulianov, I say smoothly. And you will die before I let you leave.
Chapter 8. Scarlet. Are you fucking kidding me? I blurt, then realize that's probably not the smartest thing to say to the man who just threatened my life. I mean, you can't just keep me here. I tug at my wrist, realizing it's now in a vice. There's no way I'm getting away from him. But that doesn't mean I won't try. Watch me, he replies, his voice smooth. Then his breath hisses out when I aim a fast knee to his groin. He steps out of reach an instant before my knee connects. That's not nice, he says. And then before I realize what he's planning, he swoops down, hauls me over his shoulder, and starts striding back into the house. Holy shit! What the hell are you doing? I squawk. I'm breathless, partly from shock and partly from being mildly winded at being tossed onto the broad expanse of his shoulder. Put me down, you bastard! Quiet. He says nothing else, ignoring me as I thrash about and curse a blue streak. My flailing fists and kicking feet barely earn a moment of his attention. He heads down a hallway and stops at a door. "Welcome's your new living quarters," he says, as he kicks open the door and deposits me on the floor. For a moment, I'm speechless. With pale blue walls, mahogany floors, and a huge bed dominating one wall, the room is ridiculously lovely. But even as I take all this in, dread unfurls within me like a dark flower opening to the sun. The only windows I can see are barred, and there's only one exit, the one through which my captor has just dragged me. This is no luxurious suite. It's an inescapable cage. And at any minute, I imagine Cartwright stepping out from the shadows and holding a gun to my head. "Oh my God," I choke out, fighting back terror. "What is this about? Who sent you?" "What?" he frowns. "Nobody sent me. I'm giving you time to settle in. Your comfort is important," he replies, completely missing the point. It doesn't convince me. If he's working for Cartwright, why doesn't he just say so? Am I getting it wrong? My comfort? I stare at him in disbelief, because none of this is making any sense. "Of course," he confirms, as if he didn't just manhandle me into a plush jail cell. "Sure," I snort. "While you lock me up, why not make sure I'm comfortable?" I sneer the last word. Doesn't seem to bother him. He leans back against the doorframe, arms folded across his massive chest. "Let's discuss your duties." Duties? You must be out of your mind. I can't believe he's still speaking so calmly. "You are expected to take care of my son and attend to his every need," he continues. "You will be given a schedule, and you will stick to it." This is fucking impossible, I huff, though there's no mistaking the threat in his voice, and I have no doubt he'll make good on it. "Discretion and loyalty are paramount in this household," he begins, emphasizing each word like a hammer striking an anvil. "You will be responsible for my son Nikolai's well-being and education, but you must also remember that our lives are private. Do you understand?" "No!" I yell. "Let me the fuck out of here!" When he doesn't move a muscle, I spin around and survey the room again, this time with an eye to getting the hell away. "It's secure," he says nonchalantly when I finally face him again. "The house has a state-of-the-art security system. If you set a foot outside, I will know of it." He cocks his head. "And then you will have my security team to contend with, which would be better than dealing with me." I'm breathless with rage, and more than a little terror. He's lounging casually against the door, but everything about the man's bearing tells me he's not someone to be toyed with. Jesus, what the hell have I gotten myself into? "I'm sure you understand," he says, as if I hadn't just spun around like a caged animal looking for a way out, as if he hadn't just threatened me physically. "Whatever," I mutter. "Doesn't matter what I think anyhow." "Finally, something we agree on," he says maddeningly, then continues. "You should know that there are certain aspects of my life that are complicated, matters that may be difficult to comprehend or accept." Tell me something new. I roll my eyes, though I'm strangely intrigued. What kind of secrets could he harbor? Bad ones, I'm certain of it. "Your primary focus is Nikolai. His happiness and safety are my greatest concerns. Fall short, and there will be consequences." Fantastic. Now there are consequences. I cross my arms over my chest, mimicking his posture. He pays absolutely no attention to my sarcasm, which makes me want to slap him. How did this guy go from world's greatest hookup to psychotic abductor in just 2 days? Can't be possible. Ted Bundy managed it. Oh my God. I swallow hard. So then, Anton says, ignoring me completely. You will perform your duties with complete dedication and professionalism. Complete dedication and professionalism, I echo. Is that all? I ask, my annoyance slipping through. I didn't exactly volunteer for this position, you know. It's true. Your circumstances have placed you here, but it would be best for you to adapt. Right. I roll my eyes again. No choice but to stay here with a man who's practically a stranger. Hardly a stranger, Scarlet. My name on his lips makes my skin tingle. He stares me down, his eyes meeting mine with a simmering intensity. For a moment, I'm reminded of the heat that had passed between us not long ago. But just as quickly, he looks away, his face impassive. Now, if we are done discussing your dissatisfaction, there are a few more details to clarify. Fine, I snap, trying to ignore the flutter in my chest at the memory of his touch. I assure you that if you follow the rules, you will be safe here. Sounds legit? Not? Sure, I say. The rules are simple, he continues. Firstly, you do not attempt to leave. Fine, I lie. As soon as I get half a chance, I'm scaling a wall and I'm out of here, security team or not. Secondly, your living quarters are off limits to Nikolai, he states firmly. He must respect your privacy as you will respect ours. Also, there are areas of the house where you are not permitted without my express permission. Such as? I challenge, my curiosity piqued. Such as my bedroom and my study, he responds tersely, his jaw tightening. Your focus should remain on Nikolai, not on exploring the estate. Trust me, I have no interest in exploring your bedroom, I mutter. Although I must admit, the forbidden zones only ignite my interest in this man's secrets. Finally, if you need anything, tell me at once. I will see that you have all you want. I want to get out of here, I grumble, unable to shake my lingering resentment at being forced into this arrangement. But I'm guessing that's not going to happen. It is not, he says. It is not, I mimic under my breath. He ignores me. Of course he does. The man's a stone wall. Then we are clear, Anton declares, his gaze locking onto mine once more. The charged moment hangs heavy in the air, our mutual attraction undeniable, yet restrained by the madness of our situation. Crystal, I grit out, glaring at him. Good, he nods, breaking eye contact and turning to leave. Dinner will be brought to you. I will return in the morning with Nikolai. Use this time to settle in. As the door closes behind him and locks, I'm left fuming in my luxurious new prison. As soon as I'm left alone, I bolt around the room, examining windows and doors. And just as he said, there's no way out. The windows are barred, and the only other door leads into a windowless bathroom. Beautiful, like the rest of it, but equally inescapable. Shit. I'm locked in here. A shiver runs down my spine, and I wonder if this man might be more dangerous than the ones I'm running from. Is it possible that by seeking safety here, I've thrown myself into a den of wolves? I pause, staring at the ornate mirror above the fireplace, taking in my reflection. My rich auburn hair frames my face, deep brown eyes searching for answers. Could I have made a grave mistake? Snap out of it, Scarlet, I whisper to myself, shaking my head. You've survived worse than this. But have I? How can I tell when I don't even know what or who I'm up against? As I think about the secrets hidden behind those off-limits doors, my curiosity battles my fear. What does this man have to hide? And what might he do if I were to find out? Either way, I must prepare myself for the task at hand, navigating the treacherous waters of Anton Ulianov's world, and the fastest way to escape it.
Chapter 9. Anton. The clock in the hallway chimes as I return. It's been 12 hours since she arrived. 12 hours that I've had this woman beneath my roof. And it's been intolerable. I barely slept last night thinking of her in that bed. Those soft, sweet curves so near. Stop it, asshole. I tell myself every time the thought comes. This is about Nikolai. He needs company and someone to take care of him. And Scarlet is perfect for that role. I knew it the moment she entered my house. I knock once on the door, then turn the key in the lock. Remember now, you are to be polite at all times, I remind my son, and keep our history to yourself. Do you understand? He nods at me, his expression serious. I push the door open to find Scarlet staring out of the barred window. She spins around as we enter. Her face is mutinous, but her expression shifts as she sees my son. I know the resemblance to me is uncanny. He has my eyes. Scarlet, meet Nikolai, I tell her, leading him toward her by the hand. Nikolai, this is Miss Scarlet. She will be taking care of you. Hello, Nikolai. Her smile is warm. It doesn't extend to me. Zdravstvucie. He greets her shyly, gripping my hand tighter. Is that Russian? She asks. Da, says Nikolai, smiling back at her. I ruffle his hair. Nikolai is fluent in both English and Russian. His French is coming along too. Very impressive, she says, as if genuinely intrigued by my child's intelligence. Thank you, Nikolai mumbles, his eyes darting around the room, seemingly taking everything in. She hasn't brought much with her, apart from a battered duffel bag, but still, she's made an impression on the place. She fills it. Fuck, I'd like to fill her. I'm trying not to eye her hungrily, but it's not easy. It's been too long since I had a woman in my bed. And Scarlet isn't just any woman. The memory of her scent is mingling with the reality of her presence. Lush and ripe. She makes me think of sunshine and roses. And what else have you been learning? She asks him, shooting a glance at me. I've told her that she'll be expected to tutor him as well, so it makes sense that she'll want to know this. Many things, Miss Scarlet, he murmurs. Papa has been teaching me history, and my numbers and letters. Nikolai has started to write, I say, realizing that my voice is colored with pride. Who could blame me? My son is bright. That's very smart, Nikolai. Scarlet nods as if she means it. And do you like to draw? Da, я люблю рисовать, Nikolai says. I squeeze his shoulder gently. English, Nico. The sooner he becomes fluent, the sooner he'll blend into the world we've escaped to. I turn back to Scarlet. Yes, Nico likes drawing. I translate for her. Come, let us take you to his study. He can show you his things there. He looks up at her curiously as she reaches for his hand. I pause, waiting to see how he handles it. Surprised when he slips his fingers into hers. It warms me. It's been too long since my child connected with anyone but me. It's this way, he says, leading to the hallway. I fall in step behind them, watching as he tips his small dark head up to talk to her.
Papa and I come here every morning,
he tells her.
And your papa doesn't plan to join you here anymore?
She asks, casting a look over her shoulder at me. When I can, but my business dealings have become complicated. I respond. It's none of her business. I will have less time to spend with Nikolai. I don't like it, but I have no option. I can't sit here like a trapped animal. But that is a matter for another day. I indicate the door ahead of us. Here is where you will help Nico with his studies, I say as I push the door open. The place is not like the rest of the house. I wanted this place to be comfortable for him. A child's room. Not that I've had much experience in such things. My own childhood was brief. My path was carefully plotted to turn me into the man I became. A killer. I want more for my son.
This is lovely,
Scarlett says, looking around the bright, spacious room. There's a wide work desk in the center that's cluttered with books and art equipment. Nikolai has a very good eye. I realize I'm boasting again. What father wouldn't? She raises an eyebrow at me before turning back to Nico.
Can you show me what you've been working on, little man?
She asks, gesturing toward the drawings scattered across the table.
Okay.
He nods, carefully selecting one and holding it up for her to see. The drawing is incredibly detailed, showing a level of skill beyond his years. At least, I'm certain that it is. He's an Ulianov, after all.
Wow, this is amazing, Nikolai,
she says.
Have you always been into drawing?
Da, he answers, then glances at me.
I like to draw things from my dreams.
Your dreams? She repeats.
That's amazing, Nico.
He smiles shyly, picking up a page and passing it to her.
Is this an angel?
She asks, examining the sweeps of gold on the paper. He looks at me.
Yes, an angel,
he responds. An angel with dark hair. I've never discouraged him from drawing pictures of his mother. It eases my guilt at sharing so little about her with him.
Your dreams tell stories,
Scarlett remarks as she examines the drawing as if it's a true work of art. To me, it is.
That's really special, Nikolai. Thank you, Miss Scarlett.
He nods solemnly, then glances at me as if looking for approval. I nod back at him and wink. He's doing well. You will come back here after breakfast, I tell her. You and Nikolai can go over some of his lessons, and later I will show you around the grounds.
The grounds?
She slants a look at me.
Aren't you worried I might
run off? I counter. I wouldn't advise it.
Why not?
Her eyes narrow. Because I love the thrill of the hunt. My voice is low and dangerous. And maybe something more.
Hunt,
she scoffs. Her tone is rebellious once more. She's obviously been on her best behavior for my son, which is good. It needs to stay that way. Nico's brow has furrowed as he looks from her to me.
Hunt, Papa?
He asks.
You mean like rabbits?
Perhaps, son. I don't look at him as I speak. Perhaps I'll hunt a little rabbit. Nico pouts.
Remember what you taught me about hunting, Papa. If you catch something, you have to eat it.
Oh, I'll eat it all right. Satisfaction swirls as I see Scarlett's face burn red. She turns away abruptly, and I could swear I hear her mutter something under her breath. Sounds like Dick. I chuckle. But enough of that. I change the subject. We must eat. Nikolai, let's show Miss Scarlett to the breakfast room. He reaches for her hand again, seeming oblivious to the tense undercurrent between his new nanny and me.
Come, he says. We can eat together every morning from now on. He continues to chatter as we make our way through the hallway. Already, I can see his little face brightening. I don't care what Scarlett feels about being here with me and Nico. This is going to work out well.
Chapter 10. Scarlett. It's been a whole week since I got stuck in this place. I've resigned myself to being here for the foreseeable future. I can't find a single way out. Is it really that bad, though? I scoff at the thought. Of course it's that bad. The fact that I've kept my interactions with Anton to a minimum doesn't mean I don't feel his presence looming all the time. But now, I'm allowing myself to relax a little. If I'm honest with myself, it's good to feel safe here. If I can't get out, that means Cartwright's guys can't get in. Unless Anton Ulianov is one of Cartwright's guys. But so far, nothing I've seen has pointed to that. He doesn't seem to be the type to go to this much trouble keeping me here while waiting for that psycho to arrive. I brush the thought aside and focus on the task at hand. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the room as I sit with Nikolai at the small table, a puzzle spread out before us. His nimble fingers work quickly, determination in his eyes. I must say, the kid is pretty darn cute. I can't help but feel proud of the progress he's making. Scarlett, where does this piece go? He asks, holding up a jagged fragment. Let's see, I say, scanning the picture on the box. It looks like it belongs to the tree over here. You're right! He beams, slotting the piece into place. I smile back, warmth spreading through my chest. But deep down, doubt gnaws at me. What am I doing taking care of a child? My life as a burglar required cunning and stealth, not nurturing and patience. How am I supposed to take care of this kid when I've barely ever had to take care of a pet rock? I stare longingly out the window, frowning as a pair of heavily armed guards patrol by. I still haven't been able to figure out their rotation schedule. It's as if they deliberately keep their movements inconsistent, which they probably do. Damn it. Is everything okay, Miss Scarlett? Nikolai's voice pulls me from my thoughts. His concerned gaze bores into me, as if trying to uncover my secrets. Of course, kiddo, I reply hastily, forcing a smile. Just thinking about where to put the rest of these pieces. Okay. He seems satisfied, returning his attention to the puzzle. I glance at the closed door, wondering when Anton will return. Hopefully never. But part of me doesn't want that at all. I can't deny that I find myself holding my breath whenever he's in the room with us. Almost done, Nikolai exclaims, snapping the final pieces into place. Great job, I cheer, clapping my hands. Miss Scarlett, he says, suddenly serious. Why are you different from the other nannies? Different? I feign innocence. What do you mean? How many nannies have you had, Nico? I smile as I deflect the question. Not many. There was only one I can remember, and she was boring. He lowers his voice. I chuckle. I guess your papa just didn't look hard enough. Hard enough for what? A voice says from the doorway. I immediately suck in a breath. Anton's broad shape casts a shadow into the room. I never saw you there, I stammer. Clearly not, he says mildly, then walks into the room. What have you got there, Nico? He asks his son. We did a puzzle, my little charge says, displaying his handiwork proudly. Anton nods with approval, though I sense he's observing me. A hint of something I can't quite place crosses his face. Something like jealousy? Is he jealous of the time I'm spending with his kid? That's nuts. Anton says, the words rich and fluid in a way that makes me clench my thighs together. Holy crap. Who knew that Russian could sound so hot? Nikolai grins at him before teasingly replying, Remember, we're supposed to speak English for Miss Scarlet. He grins at me, and my face breaks into a smile. Papa says he thinks I'm doing very well, Miss Scarlet. He translates. I incline my head. Maybe because I'm not one of those boring nannies. I wink, and he giggles. Anton watches the exchange silently for a moment before speaking. Well, enough of that, he says gruffly, breaking the tension. It's nearly time for dinner, Nico. The little boy takes my hand and leads me out of the room, a mischievous grin on his face. Come, Papa, he calls over his shoulder. I catch a glimpse of Anton as we pass him. His jaw is tense. I almost feel guilty for usurping his role in Nico's life, even if only temporarily. But he's the one who wanted me here, goddammit. In the kitchen, Nico chatters away while I take out dinner plates for us. There's a meal in the warmer ready for us to eat. I learned the day after my arrival that Luca, the driver who brought me here, seems to double as a cook, among other things. Though I doubt I'll ever know what they are. The man is pretty much mute. There also seems to be someone who cleans around us, though I've yet to see anyone else. I'll put it down to magic elves for now. But I'm guessing Anton doesn't like a lot of people around. There's definitely something up with this man. I won't be joining you, he says, as I'm about to take out a plate for him. I ate earlier. I have work to do tonight. I see Nico's face fall, but it brightens slightly when his father ruffles his hair, then reaches for an apple in a nearby fruit basket. I'll make it up to you, Nico, he says. Strong white teeth bite into the plump fruit, and my mouth dries as I find myself staring at his lips. When I glance up, his eyes are coolly amused. Damn it, Scarlet, stop eyeballing the man. This is for you, he says, handing me a thick envelope. Payment as agreed. I want to scowl. I never agreed to any of this. But I take the envelope, opening it. There's a little more for the inconvenience, he says. Inconvenience? That's rich. I make a show of counting it out, hiding my surprise at the extra $1,000 he's added. $4,000. Holy crap. At this rate, I'll be out of here in a month. If he lets me, that is. Great. See you later then, I say casually. I wave as if dismissing him, and then turn back to where I'm dishing up our meal. Uvidimся перед сном, Nico, he says, the words making my stomach flip-flop again. I have no idea what he just said, but I wish it wasn't so freaking sexy. Yes, Papa, Nico responds. See you at bedtime. And remember, English around Miss Scarlet. Duh, Nico, Anton calls out, his footsteps fading down the hallway. It's only when he's out of earshot that I allow myself to breathe again. For God's sake, I really need to pull myself together. He's my boss, after all. Or captor, more like. Soon enough, the boy and I are both digging into our plates with gusto. Nikolai chatters with the eagerness of a happy young child. Delicious, he proclaims after a mouthful, then reaches for a hunk of bread. I laugh at his enthusiasm. Yeah, it's great, I agree, examining the contents of my plate. The stew is hearty and tasty, and I'm guessing it's Russian. But then again, I've never really educated my palate. Miss Scarlet? Nico looks up from his plate with eyes that are serious all of a sudden. Can you stay forever? My heart skips a beat as I look back at him. What the hell do I say to that? I smile at Nico and reply, as long as I can. Honestly, I don't know how else to respond. I know it's not possible for me to stay here permanently, but I can't just say that to him like that. He seems so small and hopeful. It makes my chest tighten. The kid deserves better than a makeshift nanny who's secretly a professional burglar. I don't even know why Anton insists on keeping me here. It's not like there's anyone I'd tell about where he's staying. There has to be something else. Nico, I say gently, why do you think your father brought me here? He pauses mid-bite and looks up at me with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment of consideration, he says, I think Papa brought you here because he needs help. I let out a breath of surprise. That wasn't what I was expecting to hear. What kind of help does he need? I ask curiously. Well, Nico replies slowly. He needs someone to look after me while he's working, and someone who could make me happy. You're not happy? I ask. I am now, he says brightly. But not before? He shakes his head. My mama was... He stops short. Yes? I press, holding my breath. This is the closest he's come to mentioning the woman who was conspicuous by her absence. I'm pretty sure she's no longer in the picture. Unless she's out of town and Anton Ulianov is the type to add cheating bastard to his resume. Somehow I doubt that. Nikolai's lips pinch together, and I sense that whatever he was about to tell me has been locked in a vault. Nothing, he says. I think I'm done. Thank you. He pushes his plate away, and I realize that the conversation is over. Even so young, the kid's a lot like his dad. I'll take you to bed, I tell him as I clear our plates. It's probably for the best. I'm exhausted, and I'd rather not risk having to bump into Anton again. But I'm starting to think it's inevitable.
Chapter 11. Anton. My jaw is set as I stride down the dimly lit corridor. There's been too much on my mind, not least of which is the crimson-haired beauty who seems to be everywhere I turn. I'm so distracted as I'm walking that I barely notice the door to her bedroom opening as I'm about to pass it. Anton! Scarlet yelps, rushing out of her bedroom wearing only a towel. Fuck. Her rich red hair sticks to her damp skin, framing her deep brown eyes. Holy shit, she's like a fucking vision. A vision that's making my cock go hard. Scarlet, I replied tersely, clenching my fists at my side. The air between us crackles with tension, an electric charge that threatens to explode any second. It's a charge that I know I have to ignore because as much as I'm attracted to this woman, it would be foolish to give in to the urge. She's taking care of my child, and so far she's doing a pretty good job at it. Stay away from her, asshole. Complications are the last thing I need in my life. I have enough of them. She's clearly also unsettled by our sudden encounter, but in a second, her expression shifts. Sorry, she says coolly. I didn't expect to run into you. There's something wrong with the shower. Wrong with the shower, I repeat, struggling to maintain eye contact when the swell of her tits are on display. Yes, she nods, gripping the edges of her towel tightly.
The water keeps going hot and cold. I almost scalded myself. I'll have Luca look at it tomorrow. I respond. Thanks, she replies. The uncomfortable silence stretches between us as I try to focus on anything but her curves beneath the towel. You should get dressed, I say gruffly, realizing my voice is strained. She glances down. You mean this isn't appropriate shower attire? Her words are a challenge. It's not hallway attire, I reply. What if you run into Nikolai or Luca? Nikolai's in bed, she snaps. And I've never seen Luca around here at night. So who were you looking for then? I ask, cocking my head. Looking for? Her brow furrows. To help you with the shower. Oh, She stumbles over the words, clearly caught unprepared. I step closer in spite of myself. Were you looking for me, Scarlet? I murmur. She was looking for me, all right. What the fuck are you doing, Ulianov? In your dreams, she snaps, but her cheeks have gone pink. I step closer still, until there are mere inches between us. I think you were. I breathe out. And that was foolish. Foolish? She squeaks. She's fussing with the top of the towel as if trying to hold it in place. Everything in me wants to rip it away from her. Yes, very foolish. Fuck, she smells good. And running into her with nothing but a towel around her is like the perfect storm. Before I can stop myself, I realize that I'm about to kiss her. God damn it, this was exactly what I told myself not to do. Why the fuck shouldn't I? My lips cover hers in a move that is more of an act of possession than passion. I can feel her hesitation for a moment before her mouth grants access. And then she's clinging to the front of my shirt. My tongue sweeps her lips and then tangles with hers, deepening the kiss. Her hands passionately move to my neck and into my hair as I press her body against mine. She's so warm and giving in my arms that I can't help but growl into the kiss. I'm painfully aware of every curve of her body melding against me as we explore each other's mouths. At last, I tug at the towel and feel her trembling beneath my touch as it slips from her and pools at her feet. Красивая. I groan against her mouth as I fill my palms with the lush mounds of her tits. Exploring her bare body with my hands, I'm overcome with a heat fueled by lust and something darker, more primal. As I brush my fingers against her nipples and pinch them lightly, she moans in pleasure. My fingers move up to trace circles around the swell of her breasts, and I feel her body arch into me in response. Her skin is soft and warm, her nipples hard as I caress her. Her breath is coming fast now, and I can feel the heat radiating off of her body as our tongues continue to tangle together. Fuck, this woman is delicious. I slide one hand down her belly, grazing her curves before slipping between her legs. She's already soaking wet with want. I slide a finger inside of her, feeling her muscles spasm around me, and she moans into my mouth. Fuck, she groans hoarsely. My other hand moves up the length of her back and around to the nape of her neck, holding her more firmly. She presses herself against me, clinging to me like a lifeline. I break the kiss, my mouth traveling along the curves of her neck and collarbone as I find the nub of her clit. Oh, God, yes, she chokes out. I can feel her shivering beneath my touch, driving me to want more, to want something that I can't have. I shouldn't. But maybe, just this once. Using the weight of my body, I press her back against the wall.
my hands holding her as I unzip my pants and free my throbbing cock. She looks up at me with a hunger that I can't resist. "Anton, she begins, licking her lips. I silence her with my mouth as I grab her hips, lifting her up so that our bodies come together in one powerful thrust. She cries out in pleasure, and I grind harder into her, my body taking what it needs from hers. She's hot and wet, her core muscles clenching around me with a force that makes my eyes roll back. "Блядь, ты такой тугой," I choke out as she tightens around me. I feel like a goddamn teenage boy as I fight to hold off a climax that's rushing up at a startling speed. "Anton, please," she gasps. Her back arching, she hooks her legs around my waist and grinds back against me. Our movements become more frenzied and desperate as we both reach for something beyond the physical pleasure of our bodies pressed together. My hands grip her hips tightly as I drive myself deeper into her softness, locked together as the intensity increases with each thrust until we are both gasping for breath. I grit my teeth as I feel my balls pull up and my cock throb in a way that warns me I'm not going to be able to wait any longer. "Сейчас," I growl, burying myself deep and feeling the first shudder in the pit of my gut. Her fingers tangle into my hair as her head drops back, and she makes a low keening sound in the back of her throat. She exhales, then goes stiff before she starts bucking hard against me. The wild shaking of her thighs and the spasming of her pussy is enough to take me over the edge, and then I'm spilling into her. The heat between us is almost unbearable, and I find myself not wanting to let go until finally my breathing begins to steady. I drop my face into the curve of her neck, her skin damp and fragrant against my lips. Jesus, she's so sweet. So fucking sweet. And this is so fucking wrong. Enough. I breathe, tearing myself away from her. The sudden emptiness in the space between us is deafening, and I'm left reeling, painfully aware of how fucked up I'm making things. Her hands drop down as I step away from her, straighten my pants and zip up. Her breathing is labored, and she stares at me with a mixture of shock and desire in her eyes. "What are you doing?" she breathes out. I simply stare at her for a moment before responding. "What does it look like?" She blinks slowly, still trying to process what just happened between us. "Anton," she whispers, her voice thick with disappointment and need. She sucks in a breath when I bend down, but I don't touch her again. I reach for the towel, hold it between my thumb and forefinger, and hand it back to her. "Cover yourself," I tell her brusquely. If I look down at her naked body now, I might not be able to stop myself. I don't understand." Her voice is husky. There's a strange flash of vulnerability in her eyes as she secures the towel around her chest. I ignore it. This was a mistake. I keep my answer brief. I step back knowing that if I stay any closer to her, I won't be able to stop myself from taking her again. "Excuse me?" She scoffs. My cock's already pressing against my zipper, but I won't allow that to sway me again. This entire encounter feels too intimate for comfort. "You should go back to your room," I tell her. Her lip curls. "Why? Are you afraid?" She taunts. "I'm not discussing this," I say, my voice cold and steady. "Good night, Scarlett." I turn to walk away before I do something I regret. "Maybe you're just scared of what's going on here between us," she calls out, the disappointment in her voice echoing through the corridor. "There is nothing going on between us," I reply without looking at her as I walk. I keep my voice steady and authoritative. I'm not getting involved with you. There is nothing for you here.
Is that so? She challenges. You think I want something I can't have?
That's exactly what I think. My words are clipped and harsh.
Well, guess what? I already had it. And maybe I wasn't impressed.
Jesus, she's feisty. I'm not about to lose my cool again. But who said I can't tease her a little? I stop and glance back over my shoulder. Maybe I just wasn't impressed with what you had to offer. I smirk.
You think you can bowl me over with one quick fuck?
She sneers. 2, I say.
What?
I said 2, I repeat. We fucked twice. Her eyes grow turbulent.
Screw you, she mutters. You're right. This was a mistake. All of it was.
Duh. I agree, folding my arms over my chest. She's still naked under that towel, damn it.
Duh,
she says, mimicking my accent mockingly.
Always so convinced of your own prowess.
Only when it's warranted, I shoot back, irritation simmering beneath the surface.
Keep telling yourself that, Anton.
Fuck, she's intolerable. And this game is nothing short of childish. Then why do I like it so much? She stays silent as she glares at me. The air between us is heavy with tension, but not in an unpleasant way. In a passionate way that makes my skin burn for more of her touch. Finally, she speaks up.
I'm going to bed,
she says firmly, though there's a slight tremor to her voice that betrays how affected she was by what we shared moments ago. Good, I say. Finally doing what I told you. She scowls at me, puffing out an exasperated breath. I do the same, but I'm not letting her see that she's getting to me. Finally, she turns and stalks back to her room, slamming the door behind her. I stand there for a minute, lost in thought. No matter how much I want her, I can't allow this to go any further. I won't. I have to think about Nikolai. With the Bratva on our backs, our life is already a twisted maze. I'm not about to let Scarlet complicate things further. She's a distraction, and distractions get people killed.
Chapter 12. Scarlet. Nikolai watches with interest as I set out an assortment of tools on the work table in his study room. For a change, we don't have Anton looming in the background, and I must admit, I'm enjoying the boy's company. Not to mention that after that moment of insanity in the hallway, I can't look the man in the eye without wanting the earth to swallow me. Meanwhile, he's behaving as if nothing ever happened. God, he's a bastard. What are we doing today, Scarlet? Nico eyes the tidy black velvet pouch with interest. It's not my toolkit of choice, but right now, since that's in the hands of a band of murderous thugs, I'll have to make do with my backup kit. Today, we try something different. I wink at him. Today, I'll teach you how to pick a lock and create a makeshift rope out of sheets. It's always good to have some extra skills up your sleeve. He blinks at me in confusion. Pick a lock? Sheets? He asks. What for? Well, you never know when you might need to get out of a tight spot, I tell him. God knows I've been in that situation more than once. Present circumstances included. Want it be cool to do something other than puzzles for a change? He nods eagerly, and I smile at his excitement. But there's a nagging feeling that I'm crossing a line. Tough. These are good skills. I remember how much I loved moments like these with my dad, and it spurs me past my misgivings. All right, first things first, I say, pulling a tension wrench and a hook pick from the pouch. These are your tools for picking locks. The wrench applies pressure, while the pick moves the pins inside the lock. Pins? He says. There are pins in a lock? He looks confused. Different kinds of pins, I tell him. But don't worry about that now, just watch. Nikolai watches intently as I demonstrate on the door to the room, carefully explaining each step. His small hands mimic my movements, determined to master the skill. Got it, he exclaims after several attempts, successfully unlocking the door. Excellent job, Nico, I praise him, ruffling his hair. We try it several more times, and I have to admit, the kid has a knack for it. A tiny sense of pride swirls. I'll be a champion at this. He grins up at me as he picks the lock again. Without a doubt. Now let's move on to making our rope. I move along to the next phase of the lesson. Cool! His eyes are shining as he watches me. I grab a pile of sheets I've brought in from the linen closet and begin folding them into long strips. You'll want to tie these together tight in a string of knots, like this. My fingers deftly weave the fabric together, creating a sturdy rope. With enough practice, you can use this to climb out of a second-story window. Or even higher if you're making a hasty getaway from the cops. Except I don't add that last part. Wow, Nikolai breathes, following along as best as he can with his small fingers. But why would you want to climb out of a window? His brow furrows. To play hide and seek? I suggest. Is that what you did when you were a kid? He asks. Sure, I reply. It's not true. I'd been following in my father's footsteps before I could realize that what I was doing was a crime. It occurs to me that my childhood may have been pretty unorthodox. My mom skipped town when I was barely a toddler, and Pop stepped in as caregiver. He did his best. I turn back to the job at hand. Keep practicing, kiddo, and you'll be unstoppable, I encourage, watching him work diligently. He raises his head and grins up at me. You're the best nanny ever, he beams, his excitement contagious. What are we going to do next? You'll find out when you're done with the rope, I reply. But trust me, you'll love it. As we continue our unconventional lesson, I can't help but feel a tinge of guilt. Teaching Nikolai these skills is odd, but there's no denying the bond we've formed. It's a bond that scares me a little because I know I'll have to leave before long. Then what? You move on, Scarlett. That's what. The kid's got a father. He'll be fine. I think I'm done, Nico says, holding the sheets up. That looks pretty good. I examine his handiwork. It's actually not half bad. I check the knots, testing the strength of them. Yep, I think this will do. Okay. His tone is cautious. It's pretty clear he's not used to changes in his routine here. Now, watch me, I tell him, glancing around the room. There's a heavy armoire beside the window. This one is the only room that doesn't have bars on its windows, so it suits me perfectly. First, we tie this here, I tell him, looping one end of the rope around the sturdy leg of the armoire. Then you check beneath the window to make sure it's all clear. I shove the window open, and we both peer outside. We're going down there? His eyes are huge. Just me today, kiddo. I wink at him as I swing my leg over the ledge. Now watch closely, okay? You have to get a good grip, and then you loop the rope around one leg, like so. I nod down at where I've hooked myself securely. Why do you do that? He asks. So you don't plummet to your death, I say beneath my breath. What? So you don't fall, Nico, I say more clearly. Okay, now what you do is slide a little bit at a time. The knots give you grip. Cool, he says eagerly. Remember, quick and quiet, I tell him as I disappear through the window. I slide a couple of feet down and look up at him. He's staring at me in amazement. And suddenly, I feel like Wonder Woman. I slip down another foot, dangling between the first and second floors. What's going on here? A deep voice snaps sharply. Shit. Busted. Scarlet. Anton's voice cuts through the air. What the hell are you doing down there? Hanging? I call back. Which is true because right now I'm just dangling in the air. I look up and find myself staring into his face. I can feel my cheeks flush, but I force myself to look away. It's only been a few days since our little incident in the hallway, but there's no way I can simply forget it, even though he's clearly made of tougher stuff. Because he's a bastard, I remind myself. Get back in here, he snaps. You're not in a circus. All right, take a chill pill, I mutter, hauling myself back up. My arms burn. I'm out of practice. As I clamber back over the window ledge, he runs an eye over me, then reaches a hand out to pull me in. Reluctantly, I take it. Warm and strong, it makes my skin burn. But if he has any other questions about what I was doing out there, he keeps them to himself. He turns to his son instead. Had a good time today? Anton asks Nikolai, his voice gentle but guarded. He's always that way around me, though I suspect he's that way around most people. Probably more so around people he randomly fucks. God, I'm such an idiot. Da, Papa, Nikolai beams. Miss Scarlet taught me cool things. Did she now? Anton says as he frowns around the room. There's no sign of our usual puzzles or workbooks. I picked a lock, Nikolai blurts. Crap. My heart skips a beat, wondering if Anton will be angry about the unconventional lessons. But instead, he crouches down next to his son, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I see. Well, as long as you're happy and learning, that's what matters, he says, squeezing Nikolai's shoulder affectionately. For real? I taught the kid a criminal skill and the guy thinks it's okay? There's definitely something different about this family's background. Just like mine, I guess. Come on, Nikolai. Let's get you cleaned up for dinner, Anton says. As they leave, my eyes follow Anton's retreating form, and I wonder how much longer I can be around this man without self-combusting. Or worse, developing feelings for the asshole. The thought makes me grit my teeth. Don't let your guard down. But as Anton's laughter echoes from inside the house, intertwining with Nikolai's giggles, I can't help but fear that it's already too late. Because despite our differences, I can't deny our attraction. Yes, we might be getting on each other's nerves, but I can't deny that I'm holding my breath every time he's around. Nobody has affected me this way before, and I fear it just may be my downfall.
Chapter 13. Anton. Night has fallen, and I'm doing my best to clear my head of the events of the day. Events that have left me wondering. Lock-picking? Scaling buildings? What the hell kind of woman have I brought into our world? A sudden ringing cuts through the silence of the room, snapping me out of my thoughts. I pick up the phone, glancing at its screen to see an unknown number. I feel my jaw clench. Duh, I answer, keeping my voice steady. Anton. The voice on the other end replies, a familiar tone that makes me grit my teeth. It's Ivan. How did you get this number? I bark. I'd been sure this burner line would be secure. It's not important, Ivan says. I'm calling to warn you. Speak, I say, my jaw clenched. Your past, it's catching up to you. The Bratva isn't happy you left. They're coming for you. Shirt was me. Is this why you called? I already knew this, Murak, I say, feeling my temper rise. He should know better. It's why I'm on the run, after all. Listen, Bratok, he continues. I heard talk among the men. My grip on the phone tightens. What kind of talk? Volkov has a lead, he says. My blood runs cold. Volkov isn't a man to fuck with. And if he has a lead on me and Nikolai, that means he's not far from finding us. But what kind of lead could he be talking about? My mind instinctively snaps to the flame-haired woman who's turning my world upside down. Could she be? No, that makes absolutely no sense. The threat would come from within the organization, I have no doubt of it. And Scarlet shows no signs that she has any involvement, despite her unorthodox skills. I turn my attention back to Ivan. Lead? I demand. Did you? I've done nothing, Prietel, he says. You have my loyalty. You know this. Of course I fucking know this. I saved the man's ass more than once. But there are others who, well, you know you made enemies, Anton. Again, that's no surprise to me. So, they're coming. I sigh, though I'd expected it to happen, sooner or later. Revenge is like this, Ivan confirms, his voice tense. You were their best. You took out their enemies and made them powerful. But when you left, you took away their special weapon. They don't take betrayal lightly. You know this. Blyar, I curse under my breath. I knew this day would come, but I'd hoped for more time. Time to figure out how to protect Nikolai from the dark world I left behind. Be careful, old friend, Ivan warns, genuine concern in his voice. Watch your back. Spasiba, I reply, my voice strained. Ivan and I may have been friends once, but trust doesn't come easy in our line of work. Goodbye, he says. I pray we will speak again. I don't, I mutter, not liking the fact that he got in touch in the first place. I end the call without another word. I'm left with a heavy feeling in my chest. So, they're coming. The fuckers. I always knew this day would come after I abandoned them, but I was hoping for more time. All I wanted was something better for my family, especially after learning what Volkov and the Bratva were getting into. It's not like they were innocent to begin with, and I wasn't exactly an angel either. After all, I was their right-hand man, taking out their enemies for them. I've done bad things, and spilled more blood than I can remember. But when I learned that they expected me to delve into their sick world of trafficking, there are some things a man should never do. I just didn't know it would threaten my son and cost me my wife. And now they're on their way to me. The ghosts of my past are once again coming to haunt me. I rub my temples, trying to push away the memories that threaten to consume me. I glance around my living room, the place where I've tried to build a new life. Enough, I tell myself, gritting my teeth. I can't afford to wallow in my regrets now. There's too much at stake. I have Nikolai to think about. And then there's Scarlet. Bullshit. She's not my concern. I shake my head, trying to clear it of thoughts of her fiery red hair and those haunting brown eyes. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I must be prepared for whatever Volkov and the Bratva might throw my way. My mind races as I consider my options. I could run yet again, but that would only be delaying the inevitable. Volkov isn't going to stop. They'll find me, eventually, and they won't hesitate to use those I care about to get to me. No. It's time to face this head-on. Stay the path, I remind myself. You survived them once, you can do it again. I sink into a nearby chair, prop my chin on my steepled fingers, and ponder on this development. I made up my mind. There'll be no running this time. It's just not in my nature. Last time I did it for Nikolai, but I can't do it anymore. I won't. This time, I fight back, and I'll make sure it won't be pretty. Darkness envelops the room, leaving me feeling suffocated. The hours crawl by, the silence only broken by my thoughts. A jumbled mess right now. Sleep escapes me tonight. It seems my past won't let me rest. I throw off the covers and pad silently to the kitchen, my feet silent on the bare floor. A mix of anger and anxiety coils in my gut, an unwelcome companion. I reach for the bottle of vodka in the drinks cabinet, fingers wrapping around the cool glass as I pour myself a generous serving. The chilled liquid swirls in the tumbler as I bring it to my lips. Fuck it, I mutter under my breath, swallowing the fiery liquor. It burns my throat, but it's a welcome distraction from the thoughts that plague me. Her image is etched into my mind. My wife, my love, my everything, gone in the blink of an eye. I can still see her face so clearly, her delicate features, her soft smile, and those eyes that could pierce through even the darkest corners of my soul. She was my anchor in this turbulent sea, and when she died, I felt the weight of it. Lubimaya, I whisper her endearment. Forgive me. My chest tightens at the memory of our last moments together as a family. The blood, the screams, the pain, it all comes rushing back, drowning me in guilt. If only I had been stronger, faster, more vigilant. Maybe she would still be here. Maybe Nikolai would still have a mother. Move forward, damn it. I don't have the luxury of time for regret. Dwelling on what-ifs is a dangerous game, one I cannot afford to play right now, or ever. I take another swig of the vodka. The warmth spreads through my chest, dulling the sharp edges of my memories for the moment. Fight and survive. That's what's important. Fight and survive has become my mantra, echoing through my mind with every turn we've taken from danger. It's what Katya would have wanted. For me to live, to protect our son, to get him far away from the Bratva. That's exactly why I must face whatever comes head on. For her, for Nikolai, and for a chance at redemption. I will stand against them and fight. I finished my drink and set down the empty glass with newfound determination. The kitchen is silent. The only sound is my own harsh breathing. I stare down at the counter tightly, trying to ground myself, when suddenly the door swings open. Scarlet barges in, wearing little more than a clinging satin robe, flaming hair falling loose around her shoulders. "Anton!"
She looks startled to find me. Hardly surprising, since I rarely leave my room at night, probably to avoid confrontations just like this one. I couldn't sleep. Came down for some milk. Her brow furrows over those chocolate brown eyes. Is everything all right? I'm fine, I snap, my anger flaring. I have no need for your concern. I feel too raw right now, and I don't want her anywhere near me. Scarlett, however, isn't so easily put off. Her eyes narrow as she steps further into the kitchen. You know, Anton, sometimes it helps to talk things out. She retorts, her voice low and even. I can handle whatever it is you're dealing with. I'm not some fragile flower that'll wilt at the first sign of trouble. Is she for real? I don't talk things out, Scarlett. I mutter, trying to keep my eyes off her lush curves. Fuck, at this rate, I might need another drink. I eye the bottle on the counter. Impulsively, I refill my glass. But what if you... she begins. No, I snap, my frustration boiling over. With all that's happened, I'm not in the mood for her sass on top of it. Just go back to your room and forget you saw me. Excuse me? She snaps back. You can't just order me around like that. I'm your boss. I can do what I want. I sound surly. I don't care. But if anything, it seems to antagonize her. She stalks up to me, setting her hands on her hips. From the way the satin swirls around her, it's clear there's nothing beneath that robe. Fuck. Keep your dick in your pants, Ulianov. Especially now. It's after hours. You can't tell me what to do in my own time. She huffs. I grind my teeth. She's so goddamned impossible. But the satin of her nightdress is clinging to her tits in a way that's becoming distracting. And I can't allow that now. I must stay sharp. Fine, I grit out, my eyes flicking between her gaze and the curves of her body. Do what you want. I take a deep pull of my vodka, grateful for the burn now. Gee, thank you. Her voice drips with sarcasm. She moves past me to the fridge, and I can't help but watch as she bends down to retrieve a carton of milk. The scent of her fills the air. I find myself breathing it in, a heady mix of roses and that sunshine scent I've come to associate with her. Want some? Scarlett says, nodding at the milk carton. Looking at you, you might need this more than I do. I'm good. I point at my glass. I really wish she would leave. Or I could go. Screw that. This is my fucking house. Take your milk and go back to your room. I growl, not wanting her to be around my troubled thoughts any longer. She's insufferable, but still. There's something about her that keeps pulling at me with a force that's hard to resist. It takes every ounce of willpower I have to keep my dick strapped and not take her right here, right now. No, she says, taking a sip from the glass. Her eyes never leave mine as she drinks. The challenge is unmistakable. I won't rise to it. I raise my glass too, not breaking eye contact as we indulge in this ridiculous, childish battle of wills. I'm not afraid of you, you know, she finally says, jutting her jaw out. I've dealt with worse. Worse, I growl, losing my last ounce of patience with her. I'll show you worse. Before I can think on it further, I've wrapped a hand around her wrist and pulled her roughly toward me. Are you kidding me? She snaps. Shut up. I snap as she slams into my body. The glass slips out of her hand and clatters onto the counter, miraculously not breaking. But milk splashes everywhere, as I lower my head and claim her mouth. Her lips are creamy with milk, plump and succulent beneath my own. For a moment she melts against me, her soft curves pliant against my hard lines. Fuck, she's delicious. My hands rove over, exploring territory I've already made my own twice, and toyed with since then. It's familiar in a way that shouldn't feel so right. So why does it feel so right? I cup a pert breast and run my lips along her jawline to her earlobe, tangling my fingers in her thick curls to tilt her head back. A breathless groan ripples up her throat, and I'm rock hard in an instant. I press up hard toward her mound, and she makes a mewling sound that turns into a guttural groan as I slide my hand between us and part the front of the robe. Just as I thought. She's naked beneath it, and her thighs part instinctively as my hand slides between them. My fingers find the soft patch of fur over her pussy, and then delve deeper along the slick line of her slit. "Fuck, Anton," she groans as my thumb circles in a tantalizing pattern over her clit. She's trembling now, body taut, as I move my lips to the hollow of her neck and suck softly. A deep moan escapes from between her lips, and she arches into me. I can feel the heat radiating from her, and it's driving me wild. But this time I don't succumb to it. This is not the time. I suddenly pull away and take a step back. She looks shocked for a moment, before fury takes over and she snaps out of it. "What are you doing?" she demands breathlessly. I shrug nonchalantly, determined to keep my cool demeanor, despite how close I am to taking her and fucking her senseless. I can't allow myself to get tangled up in a woman right now, not when the Bratva is closing in, endangering the life of my only son. "What do you think?" I say, reaching for my glass and taking a casual sip from it. "You bastard," she blurts, her cheeks are flaming. "I just came for some milk." "Yeah, right," I say bitterly, my own anger flaring up. "Just like when you came to tell me that the shower is broken, with nothing but a towel wrapped around you." "Seriously? As if you didn't try to seduce me," she retorts. "Besides, I wouldn't be in this house if you hadn't forced me." "So what's keeping you here now?" I ask, folding my arms over my chest. She stares at me for a second. "See? There's the door." I jerk my head in that direction. "Go if you want." "What?" She seems dumbfounded. "What the fuck are you doing, Dolboyeb?" Maybe it's better if she leaves. If the Bratva knows where we are, I'm putting her in danger too. I have no right. And I don't need another person to look after. Fuck. I might regret this. "You heard me. I'm not stopping you." I reach a hand to where I've left my vodka. She flinches at the movement. "But you said—" "I know what I said." I take a sip of my drink, eyeing her calmly. I swallow the liquid. "I've changed my mind." She doesn't look convinced. "You don't strike me as the type to change your mind." "Don't I?" I cock my head, running an eye over her heaving chest, and then back to her face. Maybe I'm trying something new. "I don't trust you." She sticks her chin out, her eyes defiant. "Suit yourself." I empty my glass and set it down. When I straighten, she draws back, as if I'm about to grab her again. I'm not. I've had enough of this shit. "Leave or stay. It's your choice. For now." "For now?" "You go tonight, or you don't go at all. and that's the end of it. I meet her eyes. What's the catch? She doesn't trust me. I don't blame her, but that doesn't mean I have to spend my days playing Mr. Nice Guy. If you stay, I don't want to hear any more bitching about being held here against your will. If you go, you keep your mouth shut about what you've seen here. You forget any of this ever existed. One word, and I will find out. And then, I will end you. Her eyes flicker. They're harsh words, but they're necessary. I can't put my son at risk if she has loose lips. Fine, she says coldly. I'll think about it. But in the meantime? In the meantime, what? In the meantime, keep your hands to yourself. I can see the challenge in her eyes, as if daring me to try again. I'm not going to. Though I'm left intrigued by the realization that she might be the first woman who doesn't find me irresistible. There's something exhilarating about the challenge she presents, and something forbidden. But I can't risk it. Not right now. Stay out of my way, Scarlet, I reply, my voice hardening. You first, she says, and I can feel the heat of her anger. It mirrors my own. Between Ivan's call and her fucking games, I've had just about all I can take of this day. It will be my pleasure, I retort. We glare at each other for a second, until she suddenly breaks eye contact. I've had enough of this shit, she says, echoing my own thoughts. Touching me, telling me to leave. You're just fucking with me. I shrug yet again, neither confirming nor denying it. She sets her glass down abruptly. I'm going to bed, she says sharply. Good girl, I drawl as she stalks toward the doorway. Fuck, you're such an ass, she mutters. I'm pretty sure she can hear me chuckle as she storms off down the hallway. Part of me wants to chase after her, to claim what she so openly offered me. God damn it, I mutter, clenching my fists at my sides. My past is closing in on me, threatening to shatter the fragile peace I've built here for Nikolai. And now this fucking woman is unsettling that peace too. But who can blame her? After all, I was the one who made her stay against her will. Maybe it is best if she leaves. Maybe in the morning, I'll find her room empty. And I won't go after her.
Chapter 14. Scarlet. I stride away from the kitchen feeling completely unsettled. That was not supposed to happen. Yet still, I can't stop thinking about how his lips felt against mine, how his touch made me burn. The whole battle of wills between us is ridiculous, childish, yet why the hell does it feel so right? He said you could leave, I tell myself as I head into my bedroom and shut the door behind me. Bullshit. He was toying with you. Or was he? God, the man's so damned impossible. I can't get a read on him. And this fucking connection we seem to have is going to do my head in. I can't let him touch me again. Easier said than done, when I melt whenever he's near me. Like I lose control over my body. Shit. Fuck. Shit. I'm still agitated as I slide into bed and pull the covers over me. The shadows stretch across the room, and I keep getting the uncomfortable feeling that I'm being watched. I squint up at the ceiling and try to make out shapes in the darkness. It wouldn't surprise me if there were cameras up there. Anton seems the type to have a high-tech security system in place. But in my bedroom? "Hey, are you watching me?" I say into the silence. For Pete's sake, Scarlett, why would he be watching you? 'Cause maybe it was all a test. All that talk of me being free to go. Maybe he's waiting to see if I pack my bags and run so he can grab me the minute I walk out the door. And then what? Perhaps another of those spankings? That really should not appeal as much as it does. Maybe worse, Scarlett. The man's dangerous. I pull a pillow over my head and squeeze my eyes shut. It doesn't work, and I toss and turn until the sun starts to come up. Finally, I drift off into a fitful sleep, then wake up a couple of hours later, feeling groggy and nauseous. My mouth is chalky. Serves you right for drinking milk in the middle of the night, I chastise myself as I get up and trudge to the bathroom adjoining my bedroom. I splash my face and grimace at my reflection. My eyes are shadowed and my skin looks sallow. "You look like death warmed over," I tell my reflection. My stomach lurches and I have to grip the edge of the counter to keep from doubling over as a wave of nausea floods me. What the hell? Where did this come from? There's a tentative knock at the door and I straighten, wiping the water from my face with a towel. "Miss Scarlett, are you awake?" Nikolai's voice comes through the door. I clear my throat. "Yes, I'm up. May I come in?" "I'd rather you didn't," I say. I'm in no state to deal with anyone right now. The door opens anyway, and Nikolai peers inside. "You look sick," he says. His brow creases with concern. "I'm fine," I insist, pulling my robe more firmly around myself as I make my way back to my bed and slump onto it. I reach for my covers again. God, I feel pitiful. Nikolai shakes his head and comes closer, crouching beside me. "Are you sure you're okay, Scarlett?" His little face darkens. "It's just a bug or something, kiddo. Seriously, there's nothing to worry about." "But what if you die?" he whispers. My heart lurches. I'm not going to die, Nikolai. Of course he'd expect the worst. He never says it, but I'm pretty sure he's accustomed to loss. "Nikolai, what are you doing in here?" A gravelly voice intrudes. "You're not permitted in Miss Scarlett's private quarters. We have discussed this." Trust Anton to pop up out of the woodwork right now? "It's not a problem," I reassure him. "Nico just came in to see why I wasn't up yet." "Miss Scarlett is sick, Papa," Nico says. His face is earnest. "You're ill?" Anton looks at me. Oh, brother. "I'm fine," I say curtly. "Just slept badly." I regret my words when his eyebrow raises, and a flood of memories rushes back. "I just need to shower and dress, and I'll join you for breakfast." Ugh, breakfast. It's the last thing I want right now. His eyes rove over my face. "No, you stay in bed. You look terrible." Wow, rude much? "Gee, thanks," I mutter, pulling the covers up higher. "Seriously, I just need a few minutes to get ready, and I'll come down to take care of Nikolai." "You're in no condition to take care of anyone. Sleep. I'll have something sent up to your room for you to eat later." But nothing," he interrupts me. "Stay in your room. Rest." Why does he make concern sound like some kind of order? "Come, Nikolai," he adds, turning to the door. He shuts it behind them, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. That was actually caring, in a weird Ulianov way. I flop back onto the bed with a groan. So much for avoiding Anton today. My stomach roils again, and I swallow back bile. What is wrong with me? I never get sick, and I refuse to believe it's because I've let that damned man unsettle me so much. The memory of Anton's lips on my throat flashes into my mind, and my heart pounds. No, I won't think about that. About him. About how my skin tingled for hours after. How much I wanted him to do it again. I bury my face in the pillow, willing the thoughts away. It's clear that the man is dangerous, in more ways than one. That's exactly why I can't afford to let my guard down around him. But for now, as much as I hate to admit, he may have been right. It's probably a good idea to get some sleep. The sunlight streams through the windows when I wake, and I feel surprisingly better. The nausea is gone, replaced by a gnawing hunger. Checking the bedside table, I find a plate of sandwiches waiting for me. I wonder how they got there. The thought of Anton coming into my room while I was sleeping leaves me unsettled. Nevertheless, I wolf them down, feeling strength return to my limbs. Right, time to face the day. After a quick shower, I find Nikolai in the library, sorting through a puzzle. He looks up at me with a grin, dumping the pieces onto the table. Want to help? Relief floods me at the sight of him. At least here is something uncomplicated. Someone who doesn't make my heart race or my instincts scream danger. I smile, pulling up a chair. I'd love to. We work in silence for a while, sorting pieces by color and pattern. It's soothing, methodical work. My mind settles and calms once more. After some time, I clear my throat, choosing my words carefully. Nikolai, can I ask you a question? A personal one? His brow furrows as he considers. I'm not supposed to talk about us, he whispers. Smart boy. I wonder again at how different he seems from other children his age. But it's me you're talking to, remember? The best nanny in the world? Besides, haven't we gotten to know each other really well already? I know you like puzzles, and your favorite ice cream is chocolate, and that the scar on your knee is from falling out of a tree. I smile in encouragement. My curiosity has finally consumed me. He mulls this over for a minute. I guess you're right. He shoots a look at the door. What do you want to know? He asks. How long have you lived here? Not long, he says. Since before Christmas, I think. Yeah? I say. That would make it about 5 months. I love Christmas, don't you? He smiles and nods. Where were you before? I don't remember. We moved around lots, but Papa says we're going to stay here a while. Have you been moving for long? He shrugs. I think so. I was little when we left home. Home? So there was a time when there was some sort of stability in his life. Do you know where home was? He shakes his head, then glances up at me. Do you? I hold his gaze. No, I'm sorry, but I don't. We return to the puzzle, but my mind races. There are pieces of a different sort missing here. Nikolai? I say after a while. Where's your mama? I regret the question immediately. His eyes are huge and dark in his pinched little face. His small hands go still, hovering over a puzzle piece. She went to heaven to be with God, he whispers. Fuck. She's dead. Oh, sweetie. I don't know what to say. Papa says she's not coming back, he goes on. I asked God to let her visit, but I don't think he was listening. I swallow hard. I'm sorry to hear that. My heart aches for this little boy and the mother he will never know. Did your papa tell you why? He shakes his head. Papa does not like to talk about it. It makes him sad. Of course. A strange swirl of emotion builds inside me. I realize he's probably grieving too, but how could Anton keep such important details from his own son? Nikolai deserves to know the truth about his own mother. I reach out and squeeze the boy's hand. I'm sure your mama loves you very much, even from heaven. Do you think so? His eyes are wide and hopeful. I know so. I smile at him, willing confidence into my voice. All mothers love their children. She would want you to be happy. I don't know where I'm getting this from, since my own mother couldn't find it in herself to stick around for me. Papa says she was always beautiful and kind, like an angel. Nikolai's voice grows wistful. I wish I could remember her. I wish you could too. I blink back the sting of tears, cursing Anton again for the life he's given this child. Why the hell has he forced his son into this world? There are dark secrets here, and I'm almost afraid to uncover them. Whatever happened to Anton's wife, I know it couldn't have been good.
Chapter 15. Anton. A storm rages outside. Heavy rain patters against the window panes of my study, and I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The dark clouds seem like an omen, as if they know what's coming for me. For us. Boss, Lucas says as he knocks on the door before stepping into the room. His tall frame takes up space but somehow still manages to blend into the shadows. We need to talk. I know. I reply, leaning back in my leather chair, fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrests. Ivan's call was unexpected. I told him briefly about what happened, and though Luca hadn't spoken up at the time, I knew this conversation is bound to happen. Volkov is getting closer, Luca states bluntly, his stoic face betraying no emotion. You know he will stop at nothing to find you. Us, I correct him, thinking of Nikolai, who is the real reason I've gone through such great lengths to stay hidden from the Bratva. Duh. Luca nods, understanding. He approaches the desk, setting out a sheet of paper covered in his neat, precise handwriting. It's a list of names, addresses, details that are not unknown to me. We could start with these, boss. I can ask around. We might be able to find out where Volkov will strike next. Risky, I murmur, my gaze fixed on the intricate web of connections he's plotted out on the page. But necessary. The more we know, the better prepared we are. Luca agrees. Черт возьми, I curse under my breath. There's no way we can do this without exposing ourselves. We'll be discreet, Luca says. Thorough, yet cautious. Согласованный, I agree. My mind racing with possibilities and potential pitfalls. There is no room for error, not when the stakes are this high. We must act fast, Luca. Every moment we waste draws Volkov closer. Give me a day, Luca says, his eyes hard and determined. I'll find us a lead. A day it is, I agree, taking a deep breath as I try to quell the anxiety that twists inside my muscles. It's been 3 years since I left that life behind, and I'm not sure how I feel about going back. But if anyone is cut out for the task of getting us the information we need, it's the man standing before me. Trust me on this, boss. Luka reassures me. I know how dangerous Volkov is. I won't let my guard down. I nod and heave out a breath, settling back in my chair. He remains standing across the desk, dark eyes fixed on my face. What is it? I ask. The dim glow of the desk lamp casts long shadows across the room as I trace my fingers over the documents spread out before me. My mind races, attempting to figure out my next move. The air is heavy with tension, weighing down on me like a storm cloud. Luka hesitates, as if considering his next words carefully. Emotions war across his face, which is entirely out of character. Finally, he takes a breath and launches in. The woman, he says, his tone unexpectedly gentle. I've noticed a change in you since she arrived. Scarlet. I raise an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What change? Your attitude, your focus, he explains, his gaze never wavering. She has an effect on you. Impossible, I scoff, attempting to brush off his observation. The mere mention of her name ignites a fire in me, but I refuse to let it show. You cannot deny what has been happening since Scarlet arrived, Luka insists. It's the closest to insubordination I've ever experienced with the man. This must be weighing on him. He stands straight, arms crossed over his chest, looking every bit the stoic protector he's always been. Scarlet is irrelevant to our investigation, I snap, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Her presence here has no bearing on our efforts to stay hidden from Volkov. Is that so? Luka narrows his eyes. Because when she's around, you are distracted. He approaches the desk, leaning forward to emphasize his point. Anton, he continues, the fact that he's addressing me by name, making his words hang heavier. I've known you for years. I've seen the way you look at her, the way you speak to her. It's different. You can't deny that. Luka, I warn him, my voice cold and unwavering. Now is not the time. We have more pressing matters to attend to. And this situation with her is temporary, for Nikolai's good. She'll be gone soon enough. Even as I say it, I wonder if I'm lying to myself. I don't want her going anywhere. The silent admission shocks me, and I'm left speechless for a moment. Of course, Luka concedes, but there's something in his eyes that tells me this conversation isn't over. Just be careful, Anton. Don't let her presence cloud your judgment. Not when we're so close to facing the devil on our tail. Your concerns are noted, I reply curtly, but they are unfounded. Scarlet is not our enemy. Did I say she was the enemy? His voice is uncharacteristically soft, and I stare at him as he offers a rare, knowing smile. Enough, I bark, my growing frustration evident in the tone of my voice. We need to focus on the Bratva and Volkov. All right, Luka finally relents, his expression turning serious once more. Just remember, I am here if you want to talk about anything. I stare at him in astonishment. For nearly 2 decades, the man I've worked with has been a human brick wall, in more ways than one. And now he's offering me relationship advice. Wants to talk? What the fuck has he been doing while we've been on the run? Binging Dr. Phil? That won't be necessary, I respond, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling that seems to have settled over me. Let's get back to the matter at hand. We have work to do. Agreed, Lucas says, nodding firmly. I'll reach out to my contacts and see what I can find. Good. Keep me informed. Got it, boss. All signs of the concerned friend I'd just seen vanish just as quickly as they appeared. With that, Luca turns and leaves the study, his footsteps echoing through the silent room. As he makes his way down the hall, I'm left sitting there, my mind racing with thoughts of Nikolai, Scarlet, Volkov, and the threat that seems to loom over us like a dark cloud. Blyad, I growl under my breath, forcing my thoughts back to the task at hand. You have more important things to worry about than an inconvenient attraction. My fingers drum against the polished wood of my desk as I stare at Luca's notes, searching for patterns or weaknesses we can exploit. She's just the way to occupy Nikolai for a while, I tell myself, trying to push her face from my mind. Nothing more. But even as I say it, I know deep down that Luca has a point. Something has shifted since she arrived. She has wormed her way into our lives, and now, I fear, our hearts. It would be foolish to ignore the effect she has on me, or on Nikolai. But acting on those feelings, that could prove fatal. Shit, I mutter, running a hand through my hair in frustration. The line between desire and danger has never been more blurred, and I can't help but feel that I'm walking a tightrope without a safety net. It's with that unsettling feeling that I hear footsteps approaching. Looking up and expecting to see Luca again, I'm surprised when I see Scarlet instead. She hesitates in the doorway, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossing her face before she speaks. What is it? I ask, keeping my expression neutral. Anton, She presses plump lips together, making my cock pay attention. Fuck. I wanted to let you know that Nikolai seems to be doing well, but I'm worried about him. I think he could use some company his own age. I study her for a moment, surprised by the genuine concern in her voice. It warms something inside me, the realization that she cares for my son's welfare. And as much as I try to fight it, I can't deny that Scarlet is growing on me in more ways than one. Thank you for telling me, I say, my voice steady and measured. I appreciate your concern, but that is impossible. Impossible, she says. But he's just a little boy, Anton. He can't spend his days like this. It's not healthy. I want to be annoyed with her. Damn it, I am annoyed with her. Because she's right, god damn it. There's no other way, I tell her. For now, this is our world. Your world? She cocks her head. I can sense 1,000 questions whirling beneath the surface. Questions I won't answer. Can't answer. You have my final word on this, Scarlet, I say. Do your best to keep him happy. It's why you're here. She looks at me for several long moments, then finally nods. Fine, she huffs. I just wish you'd let him be a normal kid. I know what it's like to grow up like... She trails off, leaving me curious about the world she grew up in. He's a great kid, okay? I just want what's best for him. As much as I want to tell her to mind her own business, I can't. What she just said has moved me more than I expected. Thank you, I say eventually, surprised that I mean it, It's important that he have people who care for him. Will that be all? Scarlett nods, but there's a lingering uncertainty in her eyes. As she turns to leave, I find myself wanting to reach out, to ask her to stay and tell me about the son who seems to be opening up to her more every day. But I don't. Instead, I watch her walk away, my heart heavy with unspoken words and unacknowledged feelings. Fuck. This truly complicates things. It was fine when I could think of her as an unwilling guest in my home, someone who had been dragged into our lives by circumstance. But now, she seems to be fitting into the household, becoming an integral part of our existence. I convince myself that it's more important than ever to keep my guard up around her. I can't let myself feel things for another woman again. The danger I'd bring into her world would be unbearable. The danger I'd bring into her world would mean death.
Chapter 16. Scarlett. It's raining out, Nikolai grumbles, pressing his nose against the window. What shall we play, Scarlett? He glances over his shoulder at where we've stacked boxes of games and art equipment. Can you teach me about locks again? I consider this for a moment, wondering if that would be wise. The last time I did that, I ended up dangling outside the window when pulled in by his father. Probably a bad idea. Anton's gone to his study for the day, with strict instructions not to bother him. But still, I don't relish the idea of a run-in with him over my teaching methods. I have a better idea, kiddo. How about a game of hide-and-seek? Hide-and-seek? He frowns at me. What, you're telling me you don't know how to play it? I tease. Well, his little shoulders rise in a shrug. Not very well. Papa isn't very good at games. Yeah, he's good at other games. All the more reason for us to play, I say brightly. This house is big enough to get lost in for hours. His face brightens. That's true, and I know some really good hiding places, he says. See, you might be able to keep me hunting for hours. I grin as I say it, considering where he might hide. The hallway down from Nico's room is lined with doors leading to linen closets and guest suites, though I imagine he'll be more creative. The kid's smart. Nikolai dashes off with a laugh, and I wait until his footsteps fade before making my way upstairs. Coming, ready or not, I call out. There are muffled giggles filtering from nearby. Nikolai, where are you? I call out in a sing-song tone. There's silence this time. I make my way along the hall, opening doors and peering in. I wonder if he's down in the kitchen, I yell, hoping to prompt another giggle. Still nothing. In fact, it's suddenly so quiet, I'm wondering if he's actually left the house. I open more doors, and then I stop. I'm standing in front of Anton's bedroom. Crap. I hesitate with my hand on the doorknob. He'd expressly forbidden me from entering his bedroom. Forbidden, huh? Screw that. I push the door open and step inside, then take in a sharp breath. The aroma of sandalwood and spice fills my senses in a wave. I run my fingers along the edge of his dresser, imagining his strong hands gripping my hips as he thrusts into me from behind. My heart races at the thought. What is this man doing to me? Anton's bedroom is even more Spartan than I expected, though the enormous bed dominates the space. My gaze lingers on it, heat flaring in my cheeks. I tear my eyes away, sweeping my attention elsewhere. Anywhere but there. Shaking off the memories, I turn to study the photos on his dresser. One in particular catches my eye. Anton with a beautiful woman cradling a newborn in her arms. His wife, I assume. And that must be Nikolai. Though there are no other photos of them together. Curious. The next photo stops me cold. Anton stands with a group of men, all bearing a striking resemblance to one another with their dark, hard gazes and air of barely restrained violence. They look familiar somehow. Where have I seen them before? I rack my brain, but the memory eludes me. Whoever they are, they're clearly nothing short of danger. I frown harder, grasping at the tendrils of something. And then it hits me. Fuck! Holy fuck! That's Sergei Volkov! The man's the head of the freaking Russian mafia. There was a time he was all over the news. He even made it to Interpol's top wanted list, but they never actually managed to catch up with him. Holy shit! And he just stands there, with an arm over Anton's shoulder as if they're old frat buddies. My heart is suddenly all the way up in my throat. I swallow hard as I consider the implications of this. If Anton is in league with this devil, it's no wonder his security is airtight. Even a petty thief like me knows better than to mess around with guys like him. I'm a small fish in that big pool, except now I'm swimming with a shark. Oh my God. What the hell am I involved with? Before I can ponder it further, the floorboards creak behind me. I freeze, ice trickling down my spine. Please let that be Nikolai. Find anything interesting? Anton's rumbling voice stops my heart in my chest. I clap a hand over my mouth to stifle a small scream as I whirl around to find him leaning against the doorframe. His eyes hold an ominous glint as he takes in my flushed cheeks and tousled hair. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Anton, I didn't expect you to be here, I stammer, trying to regain my composure. Nikolai and I were just playing hide-and-seek. Ah, yes, Nikolai. Anton's voice is smooth as silk, but there's an undercurrent of danger in his tone. He takes a step toward me, his tall frame filling the room with his presence. I've sent him for a walk with Luca. Fuck. He must have expected to find me here and prepared for a confrontation. Or a fucking killing. Oh my God. That's nice. Shit. What kind of a response is that? Look, I never meant to come in here, I blurt. It was just part of the game. Is that so? Anton raises an eyebrow, his gaze never leaving mine as he steps forward and circles me like a predator stalking its prey. So, what have you discovered while snooping around? I swallow hard, knowing I'm treading on dangerous ground. But I can't let him see my fear. I need to show him that I'm not easily intimidated. I didn't come here to snoop, Anton. I swear Nikolai and I were just playing. It's not entirely a lie. We definitely started this out as a game. In my bedroom. He doesn't look convinced. I told you it was off limits, remember? Well, I fumble for words. Shit. Okay, fine. I finally huff. There's no sense in avoiding the inevitable. If he's going to kill me, there's no way I'm stopping him. I was just looking for some answers, I admit. It may have started as a game, but the minute I opened that door, I knew I was walking a fine line. Answers, He comes to a stop in front of me. His scent surrounds me, making it difficult to think straight.
Tell me, Scarlet, what kind of answers did you think you'd find here?
My pulse races as I meet his intense gaze. There's so much I want to ask him. About his past, his connections, the danger that seems to follow him. But I know he'll never give me the truth. Not willingly. It doesn't matter, I say with a shrug. I was just curious, that's all.
Curious?
He takes another step toward me, his eyes gleaming.
Or perhaps you were hoping to find something else?
Damn, he's arrogant. But a blush creeps into my cheeks at his insinuation, because I can't completely deny it. I open my mouth to protest, but before I can speak, he closes the distance between us and captures my lips in a searing kiss. Any resistance I had melts away as I'm swept up in the heat and passion of his embrace. He backs me up against the wall, pinning me in place with his body as his hands roam over me, as if he has every right to. I moan into his mouth, my own hands tangling in his hair to pull him closer. By the time he releases me, we're both breathing hard.
Is this what you came for?
He rasps.
Another taste of what you can't have.
No, I whisper. But we both know it's a lie. I came here seeking the thrill of the chase, the excitement of discovery. But most of all, I came for him. A smug smile curves his lips.
You're a terrible liar, Zyka.
He leans in, his breath hot against my ear.
You want me.
It's a statement, not a question. My heart pounds wildly in my chest. I know I should deny it, put distance between us before I get in too deep. But the truth slips out before I can stop it. Yes. The single word is all the invitation he needs. With his palm against my chest, he shoves me backward until my butt connects with the dresser. Anton! I choke out as he spins me around and presses me forward until my cheek is flush against the cool surface.
Quiet,
he barks, his hand curling around my wrist and holding it into the small of my back. I'm too startled to react, and too damn hot to want him to stop, even though everything inside me is screaming that this is dangerous. I can feel his arousal against my back, and I know I have him just as much as he has me. With his free hand, he yanks at the waistband of my pants and tugs them down my ass to my thighs. I groan as the cool air brushes my skin, followed by the warm touch of his hand. When he traces his fingers down the crack of my ass until he reaches my slit, I moan low in my throat.
Do you like that?
His voice is low and husky in my ear. My breath hitches at the sound of it, and a wave of pleasure crashes over me. Oh, God, I gasp. He moves his hand deeper, fingers probing and delving until I'm bobbing my hips up without thinking. I jerk when he reaches my clit and traces circles around it, each touch sending a spark of pleasure through me until I'm trembling with anticipation.
You're dripping for me,
he growls in approval as he slides 2 fingers inside me. He adds a third, moving them faster now as he presses against that sweet spot deep inside me. My eyes squeeze shut as I surrender to the sensations coursing through my body, unable to contain the moans rising from within me. Jesus, Anton, please, I husk out, aching for the release he keeps promising and then holding back.
Such a needy little creature,
he says into my ear. I'm lost in sensation by then, lost in him. All I can do is nod helplessly in agreement as wave after wave of pleasure roll through my body. And then, without warning, he stops. I groan in frustration until a second later, a stinging slap lands on the soft flesh of my ass. "Anton!" I bleat, trying to jerk up. His hand holding my wrists keeps me firmly pinned down as another blow meets my tingling skin. "What the fuck?" I blurt. "Be still," he snaps at me, delivering another sharp slap. I yelp and kick out, but he pushes his knee between mine and spreads my thighs wide. "Are you fucking spanking me?" I half yell, which is a ridiculous thing to say because clearly that's exactly what he's doing. The next slap lands on the hypersensitive flesh of my pussy, and I choke out a tiny shriek. "Anton, you bastard!" I twist and writhe in his grip until his fingers seek out my clit again, and suddenly I'm a puddle of mush. "You want me to stop?" he says mockingly. Oh, dear God. I barely recognize my own voice as he keeps up his maddening rubbing, until he spanks me again and my cheeks burn as I realize that the sensations are starting to mingle. The heat spreading through my skin is melding with the blinding pleasure he's drawing from me, until I can't tell one from the other. By the time I hear the metallic sound of his zipper, I'm ready to beg him to take me. Thankfully, I don't need to. He thrusts into me to the hilt with such force it knocks my breath from me. "Fuck!" I choke out. "Oh my... fuck!" He releases his hold on my wrist and grips my hip to hold me steady as he rams into me like a man possessed. When his hand rains down on my ass again, I find myself raising onto my toes and babbling mindlessly as I seek out the hot pleasure of it. "Yes," thrust. "Anton," thrust. "Oh God," thrust. "Yes," I cry out in both ecstasy and pain as he slams into me harder and faster. He barks something out in Russian that sounds almost animalistic, and then starts to whisper words of passion into my ear. The combination of his rough thrusts, the sharp slaps on my ass, and the harsh growl of his voice are too much for me to handle. I'm coming apart at the seams, screaming his name and clutching at the edge of the dresser as wave after wave of pleasure crash over me. Several mind-bending orgasms later, I feel him shudder against me as his own climax hits him hard. With one final powerful thrust, he empties himself inside me with a guttural shout of pleasure that sends me spinning over the edge once more. By the time I get my breath back, he's pulled out of me, and I hear the rustle of his pants as he rights himself. I can't move, though. I'm still lying limply over the dresser with my ass in the air as I try to get my wits about me. My face is damp with sweat, tendrils of my hair clinging to my skin. He tucks my pants up over my hips, and then his hand roams up my back. His touch makes me moan, and I want to turn around and purr against his chest like a contented cat. A spanked, contented cat. Holy shit, that was something else. I inhale deeply, feeling his fingers stroke my hair in a way that's almost tender. I shut my eyes, sinking into the moment, waiting for him to lift me gently and hold me against him. He doesn't. Of course he freaking doesn't. Instead, his hand slides up my neck, fingers curling around my throat. Fingers that grip my airway. No. God, no. Anton, I gasp as his grip tightens. Fuck. Oh my fuck. My God, he's going to kill me. The sex was just a diversion. He's going to freaking kill me and bury me in the woods. There won't be a soul who'll come looking for me. Oh, God. Oh, God.
You what?
He says against my ear, the words fluttering over my skin.
You think you can get away with digging around in my life just because you make my cock hard?
No. Please. I hate pleading, but I don't know how to respond any other way. That's not what this is, I choke out.
Isn't it, Zyka?
He murmurs. His voice makes me shudder, despite the menace in it.
Tell me then. Tell me what this is.
His hand eases off my throat, and then I'm being turned around to face him, held firmly by my upper arm. I stare up into his face, wondering if this is what a mouse feels like as an eagle descends from the sky to sink its talons into it. I swallow hard, scrambling for words.
The truth, Scarlet.
His voice is low in the silence of the room.
Or I'll have to punish you again.
A perverse thrill races through me at his words. I know he's dangerous, that I should fight him somehow. But I can't. Not just because I know I'd never win, but because I don't fucking want to. God, what the hell is wrong with me? It's just nuts. I must be some kind of sexual adrenaline junkie or something. I wanted to know more about you, I finally admit softly. Who you really are. The photos. I slant a glance at the images I'd been looking at. You and Nikolai. From before. And those men.
Ah.
His lips curve.
So you've discovered my dirty little secrets.
I don't understand. I frown up at him. What does it all mean? For a moment, he's silent, eyes searching my face. Then he releases me, turning away with a sigh. I sag so abruptly that my knees almost collapse. It's all I can do to keep myself standing.
It's in the past, where it belongs.
The moment is filled with so many unspoken words, emotions bubbling beneath the surface. I can't figure out what happened between us, but I'm left shaken, wanting to reach for him in a way that makes no sense to me. The past never stays buried forever. I step closer, stretching a hand out to touch him. He tenses but doesn't pull away. Anton, you can tell me. I want to know about you. He laughs harshly.
You say that now. But if you knew the truth,
he shakes his head,
you would run as fast as you could in the other direction.
He's right. I should be running. I should. Try me, I challenge softly instead, because I need to get my head examined. He turns around, pinning me in place with his intense gaze.
If you knew,
he chuckles darkly.
If you knew, I would have to kill you, Zyka.
The blood drains from my face, because in an instant I know he's speaking the truth. No doubt. I stay silent as I back away. He doesn't stop me as I reach for the door. I only realize that I'm running when I reach the end of the hall and find that I'm breathless.
Chapter 17. Anton. It's midnight. The room is stifling, the walls closing in around me as I pace. How could I have been so careless, so weak? I should have gotten rid of her, I tell myself, even though I know that was never an option. But instead, what did I do? I practically admitted I was a made man. Then I fucked her. And then I let her go. I should have chained her in her room. Should have... Blyad, you're getting soft, I mutter under my breath. A sound comes from the hall outside. I freeze, straining to listen. Silence. Then another soft groan of wood. My jaw clenches as I catch the faint sound of footsteps. There's only one thing this could be at this time of night. God damn it. She's trying to escape. I thought we'd cleared this shit up. She had her chance. She didn't take it. It's not an option anymore. I lunge for the door and fling it open. A flash of crimson hair vanishes around the corner, bare feet slapping on the floorboards as she realizes I've spotted her. Scarlet, I snarl, breaking into a run. She's fast, but I'm faster. My fingers close around her arm and yank her back against me. Her breath leaves her in a frightened gasp. Where the fuck do you think you're going? I bark. Anywhere but here. I don't care about what's outside. I'll take my chances. Her words are defiant, but there's fear in her eyes. This afternoon rattled her. You have no idea what you're up against, I warn. I have a pretty good idea, she snaps. You can't keep me here forever, she hisses, writhing in my grasp. I can do as I please. I drag her back toward my room, fury burning hot in my veins. She struggles against me the whole way, cursing and clawing at my hands. I slam the door behind us and shove her up against the wall, pinning her there with my body. When will you learn? I growl, grabbing her chin and forcing her to meet my gaze. Defiant eyes glare up at me, rage, and something else simmering beneath their surface. I'll never stop fighting you, she snarls. The words ignite something primal inside me. My grip on her tightens as I crush my mouth to hers in a bruising kiss. She jerks against me, but I feel the moment her resistance crumbles. A soft moan vibrates in her throat. I break the kiss, panting. You're going nowhere, Scarlet. The sooner you accept that, the easier this will be for you. Go to hell, she spits, but there's no venom in her tone. I can feel the pounding of her heart against my chest, the heat radiating from her body. You want this, I say, watching defiance and need warring in her eyes. In your fucking dreams, she grinds back. I chuckle darkly. You want this as much as I do, I murmur, trailing my lips down her neck. She shudders, a faint whimper escaping her. No, she gasps, but her hands are fisting in my shirt, pulling me closer. Liar, I growl, lifting her off her feet. Her legs wrap around my waist as I carry her to the bed, desire burning away the last shreds of my control. I toss her onto the bed, following her down to cage her beneath me. Her eyes blaze up at me, pupils blown wide with need. Get off me, she demands, but there's no force to it. I don't think so. I capture her wrists and pin them above her head, grinding my hips into hers. She arches up to meet me with a gasp. Please, she whispers. I don't know if she's pleading for me to stop or begging for more, and I don't care. All I want is to lose myself in her, to forget everything but the sweet heat of her body and the sounds of her cries. I crush my mouth to hers again, swallowing her moans as I slide a hand between us, past the waistband of her pants and beneath her lace panties. She's soaked, and I groan in satisfaction. You're wet, I growl against her lips. Screw you, she protests, but she doesn't resist as I tear her clingy sweatpants down her legs and spread her thighs open with my knees.
Her panties are barely a challenge as I rip them away. I plunge 2 fingers into her depths, and her back bows off the bed as she cries out. "Yes," I hiss, curling my fingers inside her. She shudders, helpless to resist as I drive her closer and closer to the edge. Her nails dig into my shoulder when I fasten my lips around one nipple, teasing the sensitive bud through the soft fabric of her shirt. My thumb works her clit as I keep thrusting my fingers into her heat. "Oh, fuck," she grits out, a hand tangling into my hair. "Fuck, I'm going to—" She stops short as I pull my fingers out of her. Dazed, dark eyes stare up at me blankly for a moment, and then turn furious as I smirk at her. "You bastard," she chokes. I shake my head. "Bastard?" I ask, as I begin to slowly taunt her again. "Is that what you think?" Her thigh muscles shudder as her hips bob up to seek my fingers again. "Your pussy's so needy," I say, as I slide up her body and graze my mouth over hers. "Fuck you," she groans, her teeth catching my bottom lip. There's enough pressure there to draw blood, but her mouth snaps open as I slide a 3rd finger in and splay her slit wide. "Shit!" Her breath is hot on my face. "Get used to being spread open for me, Zyka," I tell her. "The next thing inside you won't be my fingers." Lust is making my voice hoarse, but I won't succumb to the temptation to take her just yet. I promised her consequences, and it's time she feels the weight of those words. I keep up a swirling rhythm on her clit, keeping time with the deep thrusts of my fingers as I keep her pinned down with my forearm across her chest. She's squeezed her eyes shut, but I keep my gaze locked on her face, watching the play of pleasure across it. Plump lips pout and then quiver as she sucks in air, gasping for breath. Small white teeth nip at her soft bottom lip, and a pink flush colors her cheeks. She's getting close again, so I stop. "Oh, God, you asshole," she whimpers, but there's less fight in her now. Her body strains toward me when I press my thumb against her clit again. "Please," she whispers. "Please what?" I ask. I haven't spread her open again, but when I glance down, I can see she's still wide for me. "Such a hungry little cunt, Zyka," I taunt. "Do you want me to fill it?" "God, yes," she pleads. "And then will you behave?" I growl. I trace a fingertip along the dripping seam of her pussy. "Yes, damn you, I'll stay out of your room," she groans. "That's not what I said." I dip a finger deeper, stopping at my first knuckle. She pushes her hips up and I draw back. I'm still tracing circles on her clit, though. She mules as I pick up the pace. "Will you behave?" I repeat. "Will you do as you're told?" Yes, I'll fucking behave." Her chest is heaving, and I use my free hand to yank her shirt up, exposing her ripe tits. The lace of her bra doesn't disguise pink, puckered nipples, and I dip my head down and nip one between my teeth. "God, oh fuck," she gasps. I swear I'll behave. God, please." I lift my head, staring into her flushed face. "Good girl." I chuckle a moment before I push my fingers back into her and hook them into a spot that has her back arching off the bed. "Fuck!" she cries out. Oh, fuck!" Her hand closes into my hair, pulling almost painfully hard as she bucks her hips up. I watch as pleasure contorts her face into a picture of ecstasy. She's fucking beautiful when she comes, and I revel in drawing it out of her. Moments later, she's still panting and shuddering against me. I don't give her a chance to recover, withdrawing my fingers only to free myself from my pants and thrust into her with one sharp stroke.
Anton! She clenches around me, still trembling from her release. Look at me, I command, tangling a hand in her hair. I need to see the truth in her eyes, even if she can't bring herself to say the words. Wild eyes meet mine, and in them I see surrender. I see need. She wants this. She wants me. I rock into her, hard and deep, chasing the tension coiling in my gut. Her nails bite into my shoulders, her teeth finding the cord of muscle in my neck to muffle the cries I wring from her with every thrust. It's madness, this hunger I have for her. A sickness that's infected my blood and bones. When I spill into her, it's with a hoarse shout and light bursting behind my eyes. I stay there, braced above her, waiting for the dizzying pleasure to ebb. She turns her face into my throat, her breath warm against my skin. I feel the tremor that runs through her, the one she tries to hide. I shift to the side, dragging her with me so we lie facing one another. She watches me warily through half-lidded eyes, like a wild thing, expecting attack. You enjoyed that, I say, tracing a finger down her cheek. A flush stains her face, but she lifts her chin. So did you? I chuckle at her defiance. She has no idea how tightly she's wound me. We have an agreement, I remind her. You will not try to escape again. She stiffens in my arms, gaze sliding away. This was a mistake. I catch her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. A mistake you will not make again. That's not what I mean, she mutters, stiffening against me. What just happened? She shakes her head. Let me go, Anton. She tries to pull away, but I tighten my hold. You seem to forget your place here, Scarlet. I twist a handful of her hair, bearing the long line of her throat. You will do as I say. Do you understand? I feel the tremor of panic run through her, the wild beat of her pulse under my lips. She pushes at my chest. Why can't you just leave me alone? She whimpers. Because you continue to defy me. I growl against her mouth. You will learn, I say. You will learn exactly who is in charge here. I kiss her then, a brutal claiming that leaves her breathless. When I release her, she turns her face away, eyes bright with anger and tears she refuses to shed. Guilt wars with desire, but in the end, desire wins out. I trail a hand down her side, feeling her tremble under my touch. Look at me, Scarlet. She shakes her head, jaw clenched. I cup her breast, rolling the nipple between my fingers until she gasps. Look at me, I repeat. Her eyes flash open, meeting mine. I see anger there, and fear, but also desire, a mirror of the hunger raging inside me. That's it, I murmur, sliding a hand between her thighs where I've just spilled my seed. I groan at the feel of her immediate response. There's something between us, you and I. My own words surprise me as I say them. I'm not, she protests, even as she arches into my touch with a moan. There's nothing, she husks out. Liar, I hiss, thrusting my fingers inside her once more. She cries out, inner muscles clenching around my fingers. Needing more, still not sated. I move them slowly, teasing her, watching her face as she responds immediately. I bring my fingers to her mouth, making her taste our mingled juices. Her eyes darken, cheeks flushing. You see, I ask softly, you cannot escape this. You cannot escape me. Scarlet may hate me. She may wish to escape my grasp. But her body recognizes what it wants right now. If she defies me again, it'll be because she wants more of this. Fuck. I hope she defies me. I release her, and she scrambles off the bed, grabbing her discarded clothing and clutching it to her chest like a shield. "You're wrong," she says hoarsely. "This means nothing. I won't stay here, Anton. I won't be your prisoner." "For $3,000 a week, you will be," I speak softly. "But I'm sure you'll fuck me for free." I chuckle. Rage turns her cheeks red, but I don't care. There's truth in my words. "We'll see about that," she mutters, stalking to the door, her every movement radiating fury and pride. I watch her, unable to tear my gaze away from the tantalizing sway of her hips. Even in her anger, she's captivating. "Remember, Scarlet," I say, my voice low and dangerous. "If you try to leave again, I won't be so gentle with you next time." She pauses at the threshold, her hand gripping the doorknob tightly. She doesn't look back, but I can feel the tension in her body. "You don't scare me, Anton. Don't mistake compliance for submission." With those final words, she slips out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I'm left torn between the desire to chase her and the need to maintain control. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I have to keep her here, to protect Nikolai, to protect our safety. That's what I keep telling myself. And it's true, goddammit. I'm sure it is.
Chapter 18. Scarlet. 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since I blew my chance to get away from Anton. 2 weeks since I learned about his dark secrets and surrendered myself to him. 2 weeks of feeling like a trapped bird with clipped wings in a gilded cage. I haven't tried to escape since. There's no point. Anton would find me, and God only knows what his next idea of punishment might be. I don't allow myself to think I might enjoy it. It's just smarter not to make waves. Besides, he's paying me generously, and I need the money. Victor Cartwright's men are still out there, waiting for their chance to take my life. All I need is one small mistake, and it's all over. At least within these cold stone walls, I have some semblance of safety. And eventually, when I've saved enough, some hope of a fresh start. I wake up suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest as nausea rises in my throat yet again. The room is spinning around me, and for a moment I'm disoriented, unsure of what woke me. My phone is ringing insistently on my bedside table. Without thinking, I fumble for it, peering blearily at the screen. 7 a.m. Who would be calling me at 7 a.m.? Fuck, what if it's Cartwright? What if he found out where I'm hiding and he's coming after me? Unless my fat cat buyer has found a way to contact me. Maybe I can finally ditch the piece of rock hiding in my purse and dash off to Mexico. I don't give myself the chance to ponder over it more. I brush the anxiety swirling in my gut aside and press answer before I can change my mind. "Hello?" My voice sounds groggy.
"Scarlet,"
a deep, menacing voice says on the other end of the line. My heart jolts and I'm instantly alert, sitting up in my bed.
did I wake you?"
The voice chuckles darkly, and I feel a shiver run down my spine. "Who is this?" I demand, trying to sound strong and in control. But my hands tremble as I grip the phone tightly, dread curling inside me like a snake. "That's not important. What matters is that I've found you," the voice says. I feel the blood drain from my face. "Found me?" I look around the room in a panic, as if someone is about to peel out of the shadows. "Get a grip. He's trying to mess with your head." "It's only a matter of time," he says, confirming my suspicions that this call is designed purely to intimidate me, to flush me out of hiding. Still, the fact that he found my number. "What the fuck do you want?" I snarl. "What do you think I want, Scarlett Jones?" The voice is silken. "Scarlett Jones, who took something that didn't belong to her, and conveniently left a tidy little bundle of incriminating evidence at the crime scene." My throat tightens with terror, but I force myself to keep breathing. "Cartwright?" I snap, though it seems unlikely that the man would do his own dirty work. The way I remember it, the crime wasn't one I committed. There's silence for a moment, and I half expect him to hang up. "I'm coming for you, Scarlett." There's another dark chuckle that has my blood running cold. Even though I'm telling myself this is just a scare tactic, I can't fight down the rising panic. They're closing in on me. Sweet Jesus. I don't get a chance to reply. He ends the call abruptly, leaving my mind racing. Whether it was Cartwright or one of his thugs, the fact remains. They're closing in on me. I can't afford to ignore this. God damn it! I toss the phone onto the bed, sitting up slowly and rubbing my temples to ease the pounding in my head. The nausea is worse now. Nausea. Constant queasiness every morning. And not only when I get threatening calls. I realize with a sinking feeling that it's not from fear or stress. I've never felt like this before, though I've heard about it. What woman hasn't? The signs are all too familiar. The dizziness, the queasiness. My period is late. I clench my jaw, doing the math in my head. It's been over a month since that first night with Anton when I let my guard down for one foolish moment. The timing's about right. I swallow hard when the realization dawns on me. Shit. I should have known better. Should have anticipated that the stupid morning after pill wouldn't be foolproof. Nothing's ever 100% effective, I guess. But I can't afford a child in a life like mine. Not now. Not ever. Groaning, I swing my legs off the bed and stare down at my small burner phone, which feels like it's staring back at me accusingly. I have to get rid of it. These things can be traced. I've known that from the start. It's why I haven't dared reach out to any of my old crew through all of this. But the thought of being anywhere without some kind of lifeline didn't sit well with me. Fat lot of good that did me. I didn't use it to get out of this mess, and now it's led Cartwright's bastards to me anyhow. And not just me. Nikolai. What if they come back here to kill me and he gets caught in the crossfire? The kid's so damn innocent. And after all that he's been through, I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to him because of me. No. Anton would never allow anything to happen to his son. Whatever I might feel about the man, I don't doubt that he's more than capable of defending his own. Would he defend me, too? I scoff as I shrug away the thought. There's no loyalty between us. I'm just the nanny. The nanny he fucks. Well, not anymore, damn it. The last time was just that. The last time. I huff out of breath, still staring at the phone. Before I can think twice, I grab the thing and smash it on the floor, watching as the screen shatters. The light fades away, and I stare blankly at the dead device for a moment. Is that enough? I wish I knew more about these things, but I'm pretty sure that if I flush it, there'll be no chance it'll ever send any sort of signal again. You'll probably block the damn pipes, you idiot, I tell myself. Tough. I head to the bathroom, dump the remains of the phone in the toilet, and flush repeatedly. Somehow, the small thing disappears in a swirl of water. I stare for what feels like a lifetime, waiting for it to bob back up. It doesn't. Heaving out of breath, I turn and sit on the seat, dropping my face into my hands as I take a much-needed pee. This is a freaking disaster. I've never been the kind of woman to let her guard down so easily. And now, to be facing this? I inhale, then exhale deeply as my mind races, trying to figure out what to do next. I need a new phone, for sure, but just as importantly, I need to get my hands on a pregnancy test. I won't allow myself to panic until I have a clear answer to this thing. Trouble is, how the hell am I going to get hold of one? It's not like I could put it on the list of supplies that Luca picks up in town each week. And there's no way in hell that Anton's going to let me off the property. I have to figure a way out of here, though. Even if I don't use it as an opportunity to escape, I can't sit around here waiting to find out if my life's about to turn upside down. Reaching for a wad of toilet tissue, I wipe, stand, and flush. If that doesn't get rid of the damned phone, I don't know what will. With my luck, the stupid drain will block, and I'll be stuck trying to come up with reasons for how it got there. But that's the least of my worries now. I have to get to town. I need to know what I'm dealing with here. I need to know if I'm carrying Anton Ulianov's baby.
Chapter 19. Anton. My footsteps ring out on the polished floor of my study.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Más tío regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti, no me jodas. ¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol,
Luego.
debajo del árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
As I pace back and forth, feeling like a caged beast. I clench my hands at my sides, knuckles white, aching to wrap around the throats of the men who threatened my son. Men who once feared me. If they know what's good for them, they still do. I run a hand through my hair and exhale sharply. And then, there's Scarlet. Her image fills my mind, red hair spilling over pale shoulders. Deep, dark eyes, gazing up at me with equal parts challenge and desire. The woman is trouble. An irresistible sort of trouble. Nikolai adores her, and I am drawn to her in a way I haven't been to anyone since his mother. But I can't afford the distraction. Not now, when there are wolves at the door, howling for revenge.
Papa?
Nikolai peeks into the study, clutching his stuffed bear.
Can I have a snack? We haven't had dinner yet, so Miss Scarlet said I should check with you.
I force a smile and crouch down to his level, ruffling his hair. Of course, Milosh. My brave boy, so unaware of the dangers that lurk. When he darts off to the kitchen, I return to my pacing. I have to protect him, have to eliminate the threats. But how? Without revealing the beast inside. The killer I've tried so hard to bury. I pause by the window, watching as shadows dance across the mountainside. It's only a matter of time before the shadows grow longer and seep into our world, staining everything I've tried to create here. In my old life, I would have worked the tension out by smashing my fists against a boxing bag, or better yet, going up against a skilled sparring partner. No such luxury here. Luca won't face up to me, and the security contractors he hired to patrol the property are not an option. The last thing I want is to have stories spreading about the animal who lives here, namely me. I keep staring out the window, eyes finally stopping on a mound of uncut wood that's piled high on the other side of the rolling lawns. That should do it. Heading out of the house, I make my way across the garden. Scarlet will be occupying Nikolai right now, so I'll be able to take some time alone to work through my frustrations. There's an axe wedged on a sturdy log. I rip it free and heft it in my palms. The weight of it is satisfying, and I swing it through the air several times to get a feel for it. The blade gleams as it cuts through the air, and I feel a smile for him. Cold steel. It's something I know, something familiar. I grip the axe tightly and begin to chop. The force of each swing reverberates through my arms as I split log after log, pieces of wood flying away from me. Wiping my brow with the back of my hand, I unbutton my shirt and peel it off. It clings to the light sheen of perspiration that's beginning to build on my skin. Dropping it aside, I resume the steady swinging of the axe. The rhythmic thud of axe meeting wood fills the air, but it does little to quiet my thoughts. The danger that looms over us from my past has always been a burden I've carried alone. But now Scarlet is here, and I'm torn between wanting her close and keeping her at arm's length. I pause to examine my handiwork, realizing I've piled a mound of split wood that's almost waist high. We'll be burning that shit for a month at the rate I'm going. But rather that than quietly go out of my mind. I need to make a plan. Ivan's words keep ringing through my head. "They're coming for you," he'd said. Well, fuck that. I'll rain hell down on them before they do. Whoever has learned where I am, he'll be the first one I'm taking out. After that, I'll send some messages, just to make sure they get the memo. Stay the fuck away. The axe swings yet again, cracking down with a satisfying rhythm as wood splits and splinters around me. My muscles burn, sweat dripping down my back, but still, the tension inside me simmers. I'm coiled too tight, like a viper ready to strike. A flicker of movement catches my eye, and I look up sharply to see Scarlet standing framed by two tall trees. She's wearing a snug white sweater that does very little to hide her luscious fuck tits. It's paired with a flared navy skirt that skims her knees and leaves her calves bare. Jesus, she's got great legs. Scarlet's gaze travels the length of my bare torso, a slow perusal that makes my blood run hot. I know I should tell her to go back inside, to stay away from me. But the words don't come. My blood feels like fire in my veins. Exertion, adrenaline, the pressure, the decisions I must make. And now, her. I'm a simmering pressure cooker of rage and frustration, and some kind of hunger. She stares at me speechlessly, licking her lips. Deep brown eyes flicker down my damp chest again, and she swallows. I glance down too, then stare back at her. A slow smile beginning to form.
Scarlet. The axe splits the log in two with a crack that echoes through the forest. My heart stutters at the sight of Anton, shirtless and glistening with sweat. Muscles flex and strain under tanned skin as he lifts another log into place. Heat pools low in my belly, thighs clenching at the memory of those powerful hips pinning me in place. I lick my lips, imagining the taste of salt on my tongue as it traces the lines of his abs. Fuck, I need to get a grip. I'm becoming a hungry nympho. I clear my throat, and Anton's gaze locks with mine, eyes glowing. A slow, wicked smile spreads across his face, and he straightens, rolling his shoulders. Like what you see, Zyka. My cheeks burn, but I lift my chin, meeting his smoldering look with a defiant one of my own. I was just wondering who would win in a fight, that axe or your ridiculous ego. Laughter rumbles in his chest as he prowls closer, tossing the axe aside. Is that a challenge? Adrenaline and arousal crash together inside me as Anton stops mere inches away, heat rolling off his body. I can feel the hard press of his arousal against my belly and fight back a gasp. Holy crap. This man is going to be the death of me. Maybe, I breathe, tilting my head up to look at him. Lips brush the sensitive skin of my neck, and I shudder, hands coming up to grip his biceps. Careful what you wish for, Zyka. His voice is a low growl against my ear. I never back down from a challenge. I swallow hard, desire and irritation warring within me. He infuriates me as much as he arouses me. I need to go into town today, I say, squeezing his arms in warning when his teeth graze my neck. Why the hell am I letting him do this? Maybe it's a good way to butter him up? Anton stills, then pulls back to study me. His eyes are hooded. Why? I lick my lips, watching his gaze follow the movement. I need a new phone. Mine broke yesterday, and I have some business to take care of. Business? Anton's eyes narrow, suspicion flickering in their depths. My stomach churns with guilt, but I keep my expression neutral. Nothing that concerns you, I say coolly. Anton's jaw clenches, the muscle feathering. Everything you do concerns me, Scarlet. His hands slide down to grip my hips, fingers flexing against my skin. Tell me what this business is. Irritation spikes, and I shove against his chest, relishing the firmness of muscle and heat under my palms. I don't answer to you, Anton. His eyes blaze. Yes, you do. I take care of things here. Bastard. I can take care of myself, I scoff, shaking off his hands. Anger wars with desire, my heart pounding as I step out of his reach. Scarlet, he says, his voice gruff. Why are we still fighting the same war? I feel my resentment surge. It's been weeks that I've been here. You can't seriously think this can go on forever. Listen, Anton. I try to reason with him. I've cooperated with you, played your ridiculous game, but I've had enough. Do you honestly think you can keep me locked up for eternity? Yes, he says simply. Holy shit. This man is impossible. Well, you can't, I snap back. I need to get to town. It's important.
If you need a new phone, Luca will arrange it.
He rocks back on his heels and crosses his arms over his chest. His bare, sweat-slicked chest. I feel my mouth go dry and snap my eyes away. That won't... No, I need to go in myself, I counter. The scent of fresh perspiration and rampant testosterone are making me giddy. But there's no way I'm going to let him get to me again. Hold it together, Scarlett.
No.
His answer is as simple as before, and just as maddening. Why the fuck not? I rail. It's not like I'm going to go bolting off or anything.
Really?
He raises an eyebrow.
Why should I believe that?
Because I need the money, that's why. I'm growing increasingly frustrated. Who else would be crazy enough to fork out $3,000 a week for a damned nanny?
That's not a convincing argument,
he says. For God's sake. Look, how about I leave my stuff behind? I try to negotiate. My passport, that should do it, right? You'll be sure that I'll come back if I give that to you.
No,
he says again. I want to stomp my foot. God, he's infuriating. What then? I press. What can I do to change your mind?
Nothing.
He shakes his head. His arms are still crossed. Thick, sinewy arms. There's a swirl of dark ink that highlights one huge bicep. It trails over his chest and twirls up to just below his throat. I'm pretty sure I've seen it before, but I was probably too mad with lust to pay much attention. I'm paying attention now. Stop it, Scarlett. I rip my eyes away. You can't keep me prisoner here, I insist for what feels like the 1,000th time.
I'm not keeping you prisoner.
His tone is maddeningly reasonable.
You've chosen the sensible option to stay.
Because you threatened to punish me if I tried to leave. How is that a choice? He shrugs.
That sounds like a you problem.
Fuck, I want to hit him. I draw a deep breath and try to stay calm. Please let me get a phone. I need to call my family. If they can't reach me, they'll worry.
You have no need of a phone here.
I do. Desperation and anger war inside me. You can't cut me off from the entire world. For a moment, he says nothing, just watches me with those damned gold-flecked eyes as if trying to see inside my head. And then he reaches for me again. His hand curls around my wrist and he tugs me against him. I don't know why I don't resist. I truly don't. I've clearly lost my mind. And it goes completely out the window when his face descends and he brushes his lips over mine. Please, I whisper, my voice trembling with a mixture of desire and frustration. I need to feel connected to the outside world. I can't stay here without any way to reach my family. Worse yet, I can't stay here wondering if I'm carrying his child. If he's listening, he gives no sign of it. His mouth closes over mine and takes my breath away. My hands splay against his chest and I melt against him, torn between wanting to push him away and pulling him closer. He groans against my mouth, but I tear my lips from his with an effort. Damn it, Anton, stop trying to distract me.
It's working though, isn't it?
He chuckles and the sound melts me more effectively than when he'd been doling out threats. Realizing that I'm succumbing again, I try to tug my wrist from his grip, but he holds firm. And then, eyes locked with mine, he slides his hand over my hip and down my thigh. I suck in a breath as he tugs my skirt up. When his fingers stroke over my bare flesh, my core tightens. "Anton, please," I whisper, my voice strained. "We can't do this."
"Why not?"
His voice is low and rough, sending shivers down my spine. I shudder as his hand slides up the soft flesh of my inner thigh, stopping as it reaches the satin over my mound. "God," I choke out. His fingers curl into the edge of my panties, tugging them aside. I gasp as he strokes a finger over my slick folds, circling my entrance.
"You're wet for me,"
he murmurs. I clench my jaw, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reply. But when he slides 2 fingers inside me, I can't hold back a moan.
"Tell me you don't love this,"
he says, his voice tight with lust. I shake my head mutely, even as my hips rock towards his hand, seeking more pressure, more friction. He exhales harshly.
"Must you always defy me?"
He crooks his fingers, stroking over the sensitive spot inside me, and bright pleasure erupts in my core. "Must you always control everything?" I bite back, my voice trembling as his fingers continue their torturous dance inside me.
"Control is necessary in my world,"
he says, leaning closer, his breath hot against my ear. It's yet another hint at the secrets that he keeps, the secrets that should terrify me. On some level, they do. He pulls his fingers out of me, leaving me feeling empty and bereft. Before I can protest, he kisses me fiercely, his tongue demanding entrance into my mouth. When he slides his hands around to cup my ass, I suck in a breath as he hefts me up and hooks my knees over his hips. I can feel the heat of his cock pressing against me, and it makes me groan with desire. Against my better judgment, I twine my arms around his neck, feeling him take 2 broad strides, and then there's the rough surface of a tree trunk at my back. I gasp as he trails his lips down my throat, pressing his hips forward to grind his cock against me. I'm consumed with need once more. Why, damn it? I've promised myself 1,000 times that I won't yield to this man again. I can't help myself. I eagerly reach down to unbutton his jeans, extract his hard cock, and line it up against the slit of my pussy.
"Я хочу тебя,"
he groans, before thrusting his hips forward. I gasp at the sudden sensation of being filled, and then moan as he starts to move in and out of me. His rough hands grip tightly onto my hips as he picks up speed, driving himself harder into me with each thrust. "Yes!" I gasp out as we move in a frenzy of lips and hands and panting breath. I can feel every inch of him sliding inside me, pushing deep enough to take my breath away. But I love every second of it. Despite fighting him at every turn, I'm starting to get the measure of the man now, and it's as if our bodies were made for each other. Every nerve ending in my body feels as if it's on fire with the pleasure coursing through my veins. I wrap one hand around his neck while using the other to grab onto his back as I match him thrust for thrust, desperate for more of him. He leans forward so that our chests press together with each plunge, sending shivers through my body as I feel every ripple of muscle under his skin. Fuck, he's strong. Strong and so damned beautiful it almost hurts to look at him. His lips find mine in between breaths, and I kiss him hungrily as we move together faster and faster toward a climax that I know is going to blow my mind.
Come with me,
he says against my mouth, as I feel a telltale swirl in the pit of my belly that promises I'm close. Oh, God, I groan low in my throat. In spite of the bruising grip of his hands, in spite of the rough bark of the tree at my back, in spite of the chill in the air, I'm Miss Scarlet, a small voice calls out. Oh no, I choke. Shit, it's Nikolai. I go stiff in an instant. Anton's head snaps up as he pulls out of me and lets me slide to the floor. The emptiness he leaves makes me want to weep, but there's no time for it. I hastily tug my skirt down as Anton adjusts his pants. Miss Scarlet, are you out here? Nikolai calls out again. I run a hand over my hair to smooth it, sneaking a quick look at Anton, who's eyeing me coolly. Here, Nico, I call back, my voice hoarse. I'm down here talking to your papa.
Talking,
Anton murmurs, his eyes burning into mine with a knowing smirk. I glare at him, but he just chuckles under his breath, turning his attention back to the logs as Nikolai comes running around the corner. Miss Scarlet! The young boy skids to a halt beside me, panting slightly. Papa, I've been looking for you too.
Nico, what can we do for you?
Anton asks his son, wiping the sweat from his brow with his bunched-up shirt. Nikolai looks between us, his bright eyes curious. Lucas said that dinner will be ready soon.
Ah,
Anton says, glancing at me as he answers.
That sounds good. I could eat,
he adds as he looks at me. The subtext is unmistakable, but I ignore it. Thanks, kiddo, I say, wishing my voice wasn't so husky. Let's head on up.
I don't think we finished our conversation,
Anton counters. I glare at him. No, I think we've said all that needs to be said. I disagree. His eyes flicker for a moment before I turn on my heels, grab Nico's hand, and walk back to the house.
Chapter 20. Anton. The cold air is bracing as I walk through the manicured gardens. Driven by an insatiable need to be certain there are no holes in our security measures, I check everything, to the last detail. The sprawling ranch house looms in the distance like a fortress, standing tall and unwavering against the darkening sky. I sweep a careful eye over the high walls that encircle our haven, examining the security cameras perched atop every corner, their unblinking eyes capturing everything that happens on this property. Their silent vigilance is a reminder of the dangers that lurk just beyond these barriers, dangers that are getting closer every minute. The armed guards patrolling the vast expanse of lawns are a testament to the lengths I'm willing to go for the sake of safety. Clad in black uniforms, their faces impassive and alert, they move like shadows, each step measured and precise. "Good morning, sir," one says curtly as a pair pass me by. I nod silently in greeting as I stride along the pathway after I've run a look over their immaculate uniforms, weapons held at the ready. They know the gravity of their duty, and they're being paid top dollar to do it. As I make my way along the gravel path, my breath fogs in front of me, and I feel the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. There's no room for error, not when the stakes are so high. I pause for a moment, scrutinizing the placement of each camera, ensuring that their line of sight is unobstructed. I make a mental note to have them checked and serviced more frequently. The smallest detail could be the difference between life and death. "Mr. Ulianov!" A guard approaches me. "We've implemented the additional security measures you requested." "Show me," I command, my tone clipped and brusque. He leads me towards the perimeter, pointing out the newly installed sensors and motion detectors, all discreetly hidden among the foliage. "Good," I say, nodding in approval as he turns to return to his post. All seems in order. Yet still, my heart clenches at the thought of the people I'm protecting. Nikolai, so young and innocent. And Scarlett. I can't let her come to harm. Blyad. The realization hits me like a kick to the gut. I felt a responsibility to keep her safe since I was the one who dragged her into this world of shadows and danger. But it's suddenly dawning on me that it's become more than that. The thought of anything happening to her makes my throat tighten, which is bullshit. There's no way that I could care about this woman beyond the physical hunger she's been feeding. No way, damn it. Or is there? The weight of my responsibilities hangs heavy on my shoulders, but it's the thoughts of Scarlett that stir a fire inside me. Face it, Dolboyab. You can't deny the pull she has over you. It's like there's an unseen force that draws me closer and closer to her. I'm reeling at the enormity of it all, when footsteps draw near. "Boss," Luca calls out to me as he approaches. "I have news." I exhale rapidly, relieved for this distraction from my unwelcome thoughts. It's about fucking time. Even though I'm certain that whatever he tells me is going to add more trouble to our world. "What is it?" I ask, bracing for what's to come. "I dug something up," he says. "My contacts from the old neighborhood have come through with information." "Speak," I demand, my voice a low growl. "There's been movement among the old crew we used to work with. Word on the street is that some of our old comrades are the ones coming after us." I feel my jaw clench. They say there's no honor among thieves. Or killers. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised that the men we once worked with would turn on us with such ease. Cash. The universal lubricant. Grease a man's palm and most will forget old loyalties and sell you out without batting an eye. "This isn't going away, boss. We need to go in." Luca has fallen into step beside me, and I feel his eyes on me, even without turning to look at him. I nod in agreement. The best defense is a good offense. It's better to eliminate a threat before it can take root and grow into something uncontrollable. All right. I pause, my thoughts drifting back to Scarlett for a brief moment before I dash them away. Time to face the beast. "Duh," Luca replies, his loyalty unwavering. "We go back?" "We go back," I confirm. It's time. Though I cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding. I must face these motherfuckers head-on if I'm to protect those I care about. Scarlett has become a part of that equation now, whether I like it or not. And I'll be damned if I let anything happen to her. Or us. "So, what's the plan?" Luca asks, even though I'm certain he's already thought things through himself. The man has always been a skilled strategist when it comes to bloody street wars. "We get in, get the information we need, get the fuck out," I respond, my voice clipped and focused. "Maybe send a message to Volkov while we're at it." "Got it, boss." Luca nods, his eyes sharp and alert, ready to jump into action at any moment. As we prepare to retrace our steps back to the old neighborhood, the memory of that intimate encounter with Scarlett in the woods comes flooding back. The intensity of the moment, our bodies pressed together as if trying to merge into one. I remember how the sunlight had filtered through the trees above, casting dappled light across Scarlett's flushed skin. Her breaths had come in soft gasps. How beautiful she'd been in that gentle light. "Anton," Luca's voice pulls me from my reverie, the concern evident in his tone. "Are you all right?" "Of course," I snap, steeling myself against the surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. Feelings that have no place in my world. "Good," Luca says, accepting my answer without pushing further. He knows when to question and when to let things lie. Another testament to his unwavering loyalty. Yet I can feel his eyes narrowed on me, as if looking for signs of weakness. I turn a steely-eyed stare at him, daring him to question me further. "Let's get to the details," I say when he looks away abruptly. Together, we finalize our plans and tally the necessary resources. Weapons, disguises, and pertinent information will ensure that our movements are synchronized and efficient. Once we have everything laid out, Luca pauses and shoots me a grin. "Just like old times, yes?" His eyes glint with something that looks dangerously like enthusiasm. In spite of the trepidation I've carried for so long, I'm sure that mine glint too. As we stand on the precipice of this dangerous journey, I can't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with Luca. We've been through a lot together. It's only fitting that we face this challenge side by side. And for the first time in 3 years, I feel like I'm taking control of my destiny again. Like old times, stari drug. I clap a hand on his shoulder. We stand for a moment, taking in the depth of what we're about to do. And then I break the silence. "Come," I say. "We'll need our rest. We leave first thing in the morning."
Chapter 21. Scarlet. I wake with a start, my stomach churning. The room is dim, shadows dancing across the walls and the pale dawn light filtering through the curtains. I groan and press a hand to my belly, waiting for the nausea to pass. I really need to get that damn pregnancy test. I won't be able to rest until I have an answer. I throw back the covers and walk across the plush carpet to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on my face, I stare at my face in the mirror. I look pale and drawn, dark circles smudged under my eyes. "Keep it together, Scarlet," I tell my reflection. I can't afford to let my anxieties get the better of me. Not until I know for certain. Taking a deep breath, I return to the bedroom and pull on some clothes. I need to find a way into town today. No more waiting. It's time to take matters into my own hands. As I step into the hallway, I notice that the house is eerily quiet. Usually I can hear Anton or Luca moving about, but today, there's nothing. Just a heavy silence pressing down on me like an unwanted shroud. "Anton?" I call out, my voice sounding small and uncertain. "Luca?" Crickets. A quick exploration of the house turns up nothing. Bracing myself at the thought of being caught, I even poke my nose into Anton's bedroom. The bed is made. There's no sign of him. There's never been a time when I couldn't find at least one of them. Would he have left without telling me? Annoyance flares in my chest, but is quickly replaced by a sense of relief. This is my chance. I can finally slip into town undetected and get what I need. The pregnancy test and a new phone. My heart races at the thought. It's now or never. All right, Scarlet, let's do this, I whisper to myself. A glance at the time tells me that Nikolai is probably up by now. If there's nobody around, there's no way I can leave him alone here. Damn it. I gnaw on my fingertip as I run through my options. I'm going to have to take him with me. Miss Scarlet? His voice intrudes. I blink as he appears beside me in the kitchen, where my search of the house has come to an end. Morning, kiddo, I say brightly, though nausea still roils in my belly. Ready for breakfast? Mm-hmm, he nods, watching as I head to the walk-in pantry. Captain Crunch? I call over my shoulder. I frown when I realize that some of the shelves are almost bare. No Captain Crunch, no Cheerios either. Or maybe I could boil up a couple of eggs, I offer as an alternative. Eggy bread, please, he calls out as I scour the pantry shelves. We've definitely run shy of a few vital ingredients. Should I make enough for Papa? I ask, hoping Nikolai will know more than I do about his father's movements. Papa and Luca went out today, he says, confirming my suspicions. He told me to be a good boy for you, but that's just silly because I'm always good. Sure you are, kiddo, I agree as he giggles. Well, in any case, I think we can try something new today. What do you say? More sheet ropes? He asks eagerly. Actually, I was thinking of a road trip, I say cautiously. The last thing I want is to freak the kid out. We haven't left the property in all the time I've been here. A road trip? His face turns serious. You mean we'll go away? Not away, Nico, just down to town. We're all out of Captain Crunch, see? I gesture to the empty shelves. That's kind of a disaster, right? Yeah. He mulls this over, then nods. Okay, a road trip, he agrees. Fantastic, I say brightly as I whip up some eggs and reach for several slices of bread. As soon as we've eaten, you can get dressed and we'll hit the road, I tell him. About 20 minutes later, plates scraped clean, Nico scampers off to his bedroom, while I make my way to the huge garage. There's enough room in here for a fleet of cars, and I find just what I'm looking for. The SUV Luca collected me in is parked next to the fare wall. On the wall is a board holding a collection of keys. I have no idea what he and Anton might have traveled in, but for now, this is all I need to know. Ready, Nikolai calls from behind me. I turn around to see him dressed in a little pair of blue jeans, yellow sneakers, and a luminous green hoodie. The kid is probably visible from space, but maybe that's a good thing. I've never had to keep an eye on a child in a crowded area before. Perfect! I smile in approval, then hold the back door open for him and buckle him in. I've seen enough family films to know that kids need to be strapped down. The drive to town passes in a blur of mindless conversation. Nikolai discusses the passing scenery and pretty much everything else that comes into his little mind. Poor kid probably doesn't get out a lot, but the easy chatter gives me a chance to think about what I'll do once we get into town. Right, out you get, I tell him as we pull into a parking bay outside a busy shopping mall. I have some errands to run, and then we'll pop into the grocery store for some supplies. Okay. He's staring around as if he's never seen so many people in one place before. Maybe he hasn't. I reach for his hand, and he clutches mine tightly. We're halfway across the parking lot when a voice calls out to me. Scarlet? Scarlet, honey, is that you? Shit. It's Lena. Scarlet, it's been so long, Lena exclaims as she approaches me, her eyes filled with worry. I've been trying to track you down for weeks. Hi, Lena, I say cautiously, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over me. This is the last thing I need right now. Is everything all right? Lena asks, her eyes searching mine for an answer. I want to tell her the truth, that I'm caught up in a dangerous game with a man who both scares and entices me. But instead, I force a smile onto my face. "Everything's fine, Lena," I say, trying to sound convincing. "Just been busy. You know how it is." She glances at me, then down at Nikolai, who remains silent. "Is this—" she begins. "The job you told me about?" "Yep," I say brightly. "Worked out great." God, I hope she doesn't try to pry. "Anyhow, we have a ton of things to do today. You don't mind if we dash off, do you? I don't want my, boss to worry if we're home late." "Of course," she replies, though I can see the concern lingering behind her gaze. "But if you ever need anything, Scarlett, you know you can call me, right? I'm still right there at Bruiser's." "I appreciate that," I say with a genuine smile. At least I have one friend I can rely on. "It was lovely running into you," Lena continues. "Take care." She gives me a quick hug before walking away. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. That was close. Too close. I can't afford to have anyone snooping around, asking questions I don't want to answer. "Come on," I say to Nikolai, grabbing his hand. "Let's get what we need and get out of here." It turns out to be easier said than done. The phone call I had the other day still has my nerves on edge. I don't know how close Cartwright is to finding me. His men could be looking for me in this very town for all I know. At every turn, I'm convinced I'm seeing men out to get me. I slant a look at a pair of guys near the entrance who I'm convinced look like thugs. Broad-shouldered, in dark suits. I eye them suspiciously. Is that a wireless earpiece? Oh, for God's sake, it's not a fucking earpiece, Scarlett. I brush my fears aside. Not everyone here is out to get me. Besides, this is a completely unplanned visit. Nobody could possibly know I'd be here now. Our first stop is the phone store. I buy a cheap smartphone for cash, not wanting any records of the purchase, then shove it deep into my bag. When we leave the store, I'm relieved to notice that the shoppers around us look like regular folk going about their business. "See? You're being ridiculous." Although I can't help tugging Nikolai closer as I pick up the pace as we make our way to the pharmacy. I scan the shelves until I find what I'm looking for. Finally, a pregnancy test. I grab 2 different brands just to be sure. Glancing quickly around for Nikolai, I shove them across the cashier's counter, trying not to make eye contact. As I count out the cash to pay for them, apprehension begins to swirl. It's all I can do not to rush out to the ladies' room and pee on a stick right now. For God's sake, Scarlett. I need to pull myself together. There has to be another reason for what's going on with me. I can't be pregnant right now. But I'm probably not. It must be all the stress I've gone through. Please, God, let it be true. We're heading toward the grocery store when I get my second shock for the day. "Hey, baby girl." A voice draws my attention. I blink in confusion, taking a moment to figure out who's talking to me. Tall, burly, dark, and good-looking. And a total asshole along with it. It's the jerk from the bar who hit on me that night I ended up with Anton in my bed. Shit. What are the damned odds of running into 2 people I know in the one morning I come down here? Probably the only 2 I've encountered in the whole freaking town on top of it all. "You're looking tasty," he leers, then looks down at Nikolai. Instinctively, I pull the boy closer, my protective instincts surging to the fore. "What do you want?" I search for his name. Who actually gives a fuck? I don't want to know him. "Hector," he offers. I try not to curl my lip. "This your kid?" I asked what you want, I say without answering him. I tug Nikolai behind me and set my shoulders. Baby girl, don't be like that. Look, Hector, I'm not in the mood for your games. You need to leave us alone, I say firmly, my grip on Nikolai's hand tightening. Fine, he says, raising his hands in surrender. I was just admiring the view. No harm in that, right? Goodbye, Hector, I reply tersely, turning away and guiding Nikolai toward the grocery store. As we walk away, I can feel his eyes on me, but I refuse to look back. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. Once inside the store, I exhale abruptly. My heart still races in my chest, but I try to put the encounter out of my mind as I focus on gathering the provisions we need. Scarlett, can I pick up some candies? Nikolai asks, looking up at me with those big, innocent eyes. Sure, but just a few, I tell him, trying to smile despite my lingering unease. He grins and skips over to the candy aisle while I grab some essentials. As I walk down the aisles, my thoughts drift to Anton and Luca. I wonder where they've gone and when they'll be back. Part of me hopes it will be soon, but another part of me relishes the freedom. I shake my head, scolding myself for such contradictory thoughts. When I find Nikolai again, he has a handful of gummy bears, chocolate bars, and jelly beans. Did I say a few? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He looks sheepish. Sorry, Miss Scarlett. I sigh, giving in with a smile. Oh, right, but you have to hide them from your father. He'll have a shit fit when he finds out we went out, though it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. Certainly around him it is. Though with Anton, I wonder what forgiveness will involve. My skin tingles, and I'm clenching my thighs before I realize where my mind's headed. Nikolai dumps his loot into our basket, and we head to the checkout. As the cashier rings us through, I scan the headlines of the newspapers, wondering if I'll see any recognizable faces peering back at me. Like a band of dangerous-looking guys I saw in that photo in Anton's room. Thankfully, I don't. Of course I don't. What the hell am I thinking? After paying, Nikolai and I head out to the parking lot. Something makes me glance behind me. I freeze as I catch sight of Hector still loitering. What the fuck does he want now? My heart stutters as I realize he's no longer alone. He's talking to the pair of surly-looking guys I'd noticed earlier. Dark-suited, dark glasses, hair slicked back. That's definitely a fucking earpiece. My instincts hadn't failed me. One of them has a tattoo on his neck. As I'm looking at them, one glances up and catches sight of me. Then they're all looking in my direction. Expressions predatory in a way that makes my stomach churn. Shit. I tighten my grip on Nikolai's hand and steer him away from the gleaming black SUV. As I look toward it, I see a third big guy walking around it, peering into the tinted windows. Shit. I should have known the thing would stand out like a sore thumb in this place of battered jalopies and mom-mobiles. Time to go, kiddo, I say lightly. He frowns as I push the grocery cart briskly in the opposite direction, toward the back of the rows of cars. But our car, he begins. Damn thing's too obvious. Want to play a new game? I change the subject. His eyes brighten. My new games invariably involve some sort of mischief. Sure, he nods eagerly. Cool, I say, looking around. Today's game is called Let's Find a Little Gray Car, I invent. What? He frowns. It's easy. You look around till you spot one, then you get to keep it. Keep it? But it's not ours. The kid has a moral compass. Interesting. His father clearly doesn't. Although, who am I to talk? I don't have one either. Don't worry, we'll bring it right back. It's just a game, remember? Shit. I'm going to hell. Okay, he grins, getting into the swing of it. I hurry us along, keeping my head low, grimacing as the cart's wheels rattle. The men with Hector are beginning to peer around the crowded lot. One of them is strolling toward the SUV. Definitely too obvious. I've dropped out of sight, but we won't have time on our side. I'm still trying to find a suitable replacement when Nico tugs at my hand. Got one, he chortles, hopping on the spot. It's mine now, right? Sure is, kiddo. I ruffle his hair. Shall we take it for a ride? When he hesitates, I nudge his shoulder. Come on, it'll be fun. Yep, definitely going to hell. A minute later, I've jimmied open the door of a small silver-gray Ford Fiesta. Bundling Nikolai into the back, I heave a sigh of relief at the side of a child's booster seat. Let's buckle up, buddy. I grin at him, fumbling with the belt. If things go wrong, I'm going to need him strapped in tight. Though I can't help feeling a pang of guilt for the parent who's going to get back with their kid to find their car gone. It's for the greater good, Scarlett. Don't forget the groceries, Nico reminds me. And for a second, I have to try to figure out what he's talking about. Crap. If I leave them behind, he's going to know something's up. Shoving the bags on the back seat beside him, I close the door, then hop into the front seat and fumble with the ignition wires. Moments later, the car fires to life. Okay, hold on tight, Nico, I say, glancing at Nikolai through the rearview mirror. He nods, gripping the edges of his booster seat, eyes wide with excitement. As we pull out of the parking lot, I keep my eyes peeled for any sign of Hector or his burly friends. My heart races in my chest like a wild stallion, and my hands grip the steering wheel tightly. The last thing I want is to put Nikolai in danger, but there's no turning back now. Miss Scarlett? Nikolai pipes up from the back seat. Are we going to go home now? God, I told him this was just a little road trip. He was anxious enough just leaving the estate. Of course, sweetheart, I reply, forcing a smile onto my face as I glance at him in the mirror. Just a little adventure, that's all. Internally, though, my thoughts are racing. We need to get as far away from here as possible, without drawing any attention to ourselves. As we weave our way through the city streets, I can't help but feel a sense of unease. My eyes keep darting to the side mirrors, half expecting to see someone tailing us. Every car that passes too closely triggers a jolt of panic in the pit of my stomach. I need to stay focused, not just for my sake, but for Nikolai's too. Hey, Nico, I say casually, trying to distract myself from the growing anxiety gnawing at me. Why don't you tell me about your favorite superhero? What kind of powers do they have? Well, he begins, hesitating only briefly before launching into an enthusiastic explanation of a character he's dreamed up. His excitement is infectious, and soon I find myself smiling genuinely as we discuss the make-believe world of superheroes and villains. It's a welcome distraction from the very real danger we may face. But as I turn onto another street, my heart skips a beat. In the rearview mirror, I catch sight of a dark sedan that seems to be following us. The driver is wearing sunglasses, but something about his posture sends shivers down my spine. It's one of them. Scarlett? Nikolai asks, sensing the sudden shift in my demeanor. What's wrong? Nothing, kiddo, I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. Just need to take a little detour, that's all. With that, I grip the wheel tighter, preparing myself for the high-speed chase that's about to unfold. My priority now is keeping Nikolai safe and getting us both out of this mess unscathed, no matter what it takes. As the car behind us begins to close the distance, I recognize the driver as one of the men who'd been with Hector. One of Cartwright's men. He has to be. Who else would be looking for me out here? Gritting my teeth, I suck in a breath, shift gears, and slam my foot onto the accelerator. The little car leaps forward, and Nikolai lets out a shriek. The sedan speeds up behind us, swerving through traffic. My heart pounds as I weave between cars, pushing our little vehicle to its limits. Vroom, vroom, I say, trying to lighten the mood. As my driving grows more erratic, Nikolai grips the door handle, his eyes wide. What's happening? His voice trembles slightly. Just hold on tight. It's gonna be like in the movies, I shout, checking my mirrors again. The sedan is gaining on us, its grille filling my vision. I can almost see the driver's sneer behind those dark glasses. He's going to ram us. My hands tighten around the wheel as I prepare for impact, searching for an escape. There, a narrow alleyway to the right. I jerk the wheel, skidding into the alley as the sedan shoots past. Nikolai lets out another shriek. This time, it's laced with fear, and my heart floods with guilt. It's okay, kiddo. It's all part of the game. I don't like this game, Scarlett. I hear his voice quaver. Is that man angry we took the car? Nah, I respond, glancing over both shoulders and then peering around as I get my bearings. Don't worry, it was just a race, I improvise. Did we win? His face brightens. I'm pretty sure we did, Nico, I say, praying that it's true. The alley opens into a deserted parking lot. I bring the car to a stop, resting my head against the steering wheel as I try to catch my breath. That was too close. Nikolai peeks out the back window. I don't think they'll find us here, Miss Scarlett. It's kind of like hide and seek, right? Absolutely, I agree, grateful the poor kid hasn't been scarred for life. Straightening in the driver's seat, I ease the car back onto the road, holding my breath every time I see a dark sedan pull closer. I've got to get out of here before they pick up our trail again. After a few uneventful miles, I finally relax my grip on the steering wheel. Nikolai hums happily in the back seat, lost in his own world. I glance at him in the mirror, a pang of guilt twisting my gut. He has no idea of the danger I've put him in. Okay, we're nearly back. You're going to need to hide all that candy before Papa gets home. I'm pretty sure his head will explode if he sees what you bought today, I say gaily, as if this was the plan all along. Nikolai gives an enthusiastic nod. I keep looking behind us, praying the road behind us remains empty. We pull up to the estate without incident, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Nikolai bounds out of the car, clutching his prizes. Don't forget, hide the evidence, I call after him. He waves a hand in acknowledgement before disappearing inside. I lean back against the headrest and close my eyes. That was way too close. I can't put Nikolai in danger like that again. Dear God, I hope nobody followed me out here. Nope, not likely. I watched the road the entire way. They'd have had to be following from miles away, and there'd be no chance they'd find the narrow side road that leads up to Anton's property. We're safe here. Of course we are.
Chapter 22. Anton. I gaze out the window of my silver sedan, watching the familiar streets of my old neighborhood slide past. Rows of dilapidated brick buildings, graffiti decorating their walls. The place hadn't changed. My knuckles tighten into fists at the surge of old memories. The alley where I learned how to hotwire a car at 14. The corner store where we'd bought cheap vodka and cigarettes underage. And there, an old warehouse where Sergei had once interrogated a man for hours, the screams echoing into the night. I grit my teeth and force the thoughts away. That life is behind me now. I have a new life with my son, a life that I hope will allow him to grow up to be a man. And right now, part of that life includes Scarlett. Scarlett. A smile tugs at my lips as I think of her. She's proven herself trustworthy, caring for Nikolai as if he were her own. The way they laugh together, her eyes alight with mischief as she teaches him her skills. Skills that make me wonder about the past she continues to keep to herself. I'd ask more, but I have my own past to keep a secret. Still, knowing that she cares for him fills me with a warmth I haven't felt in years. I feel at peace knowing they're safe at home. Which is why I must do this, to keep them safe. The sedan slows as Luca pulls up outside a decrepit old building, a warehouse I recognize from the old days. "This is it," he says. "The last meet was in the office block down there." He jerks his head. "But there's been movement here, too." "Good. Check out the buildings at the end of the block," I tell him, as I swing the door open and slide out of the car. "I'll meet you back here once I've cleared this one." He nods silently as he turns off the engine and climbs out of the driver's seat. I turn my attention back to the building in front of me. My heart pounds with each step as I approach the entrance. This was once a place of business. Now, a den of thieves and cutthroats. The door creaks open. A wave of stale air, sweat, and vodka assaults my senses. My fingers curl into fists, nails biting into my palms. Well, if it isn't Anton Ulianov. A shape emerges from the shadows, a face I know. Yuri Geiger. I spit the name. The man's a snake. To what do I owe the pleasure? A sneer twists his lips. I stare at the man who was once my associate. The man who, like me, learned how to inflict pain, how to kill without remorse. It has only been 2 years, but he looks older now. His face creased with lines that speak of a hard life. A life filled with senseless waste. The lives of innocents sentenced to death by Volkov. His eyes remain as cruel and calculating as ever, though. Perhaps more now that he's seen horrors that I refused to be a part of. "I have questions," I say, keeping my tone even. "I don't answer to you anymore." Yuri waves a dismissive hand. "You left, Volkov. You're nothing now. Just a washed-up has-been trying to play family man." His words strike a chord, igniting anger in my gut. I take a step forward, fists clenching at my sides. "Watch your mouth, Yuri." He laughs, the sound grating. "Or what? You'll beat me? Kill me?" He shakes his head, lip curling. "You don't have the stomach for it anymore." The glint of a blade flickers in the half-light, and I realize he's toying with a knife, waiting for me to strike. Fine. I'm not going to disappoint the fucker. In 2 swift strides, I close the distance between us and slam him against the wall. "Try me, Geiger." Yuri gasps as the air leaves his lungs, but that cruel smirk remains in place. "Go ahead. Prove me wrong." He's twisted free in an instant, which doesn't surprise me. I'd expect nothing less from a man with his skills. But when the tip of his blade skims past my face, I act fast, faster than he could. Before he can react, my hand curls into a fist, knuckles connecting with the bridge of his nose. Cartilage crunches under the blow. Yuri grunts, head snapping back against the wall. Blood starts gushing from his nose, dripping down his chin to stain his shirt. Still the bastard laughs. The sound choked and wet. Defiance in the face of death. It's a cheap trick I learned, too. That the best you've got? He staggers to his feet braced, his fists curled in front of him as he prepares to charge me. He doesn't make it very far. I hit him again, relishing the feel of bone giving way beneath my knuckles. Yuri falls back again. I can do this all day, I mutter. Can you? He spits a mouthful of blood at my feet. Or will you roll over and die like the dog you are? The idiot's asking for it. When he charges for the third time, my fists fly, battering his face and body until he hangs limp in my grasp, head lolling to the side as he struggles for breath. Even then, I can't stop, pounding my anger into him until my knuckles ache and blood stains my skin. It's been long since I felt this sensation. Chest heaving, I take a step back and stare at the ruin of Yuri's face. Not exactly pretty to begin with. It's now swollen, bruised, and bleeding. I close my eyes, drawing a deep breath to steady my racing pulse. I should kill the idiot now and get him out of my world. But he still has answers to give me. I need to know if they know where I live. I need to know who's coming after me, threatening those I hold dear. Nikolai's face flashes in my mind, his smile bright as he plays with his toy cars. I think of the life I'm trying to build, the future I want for my son. Who was sent after me? I demand, placing my elbows on Yuri's throat, just hard enough to allow him to talk. He peers back at me through eyes that are swollen, almost shut. And then he grins, bloody teeth visible through cracked lips. Fuck you, Ulianov, he sneers. Fine, have it your way, I sneer, dragging him to a nearby chair. I shove the fucker into the seat. My belt works to secure his hands behind the back of the chair. He struggles weakly as I glare into his face. Names, I growl. He shakes his head, stubborn as fuck. I'll give him that much. Stalking around behind him, I reach for his wrist, wrenching his bound arms up cruelly. I said names, I repeat. He lets out a gurgling chuckle. You'll have to kill me, Ulianov. I won't talk. And you know it. He's got a point. The man was raised much as I was, trailing in the wake of hardened killers who'd taken us in as their new generation of assassins. I barely remember the faces of my parents now. They sold me into this life, and it's all I've ever known. My son will know more. Nikolai will never be subjected to this world of brutality. When Yuri gurgles out another chuckle, I haul his wrists up further. Something cracks and he lets out a sharp scream. I'm fairly certain his shoulder blade is broken. Thinking of talking now, Geiger? I snarl into his ear. His head is slumped forward, and for a moment I'm worried he's passed out. If you are, it's too late, I add. I'll get my information elsewhere. Now all I'm interested in is making you hurt. A sound rattles up his throat, but I don't think it's laughter now. He's slouched to the side, but this sign of weakness doesn't deter me. Reaching for his hand, I grab a finger and bend it backward. I don't stop until a bone snaps. And then I turn my attention to the next one. Stop! He shrieks by the time I've reached the third one. I let out a harsh laugh. It's too late, Mudak. I'm having too much fun now. Another finger snaps, and his screams turn into meaningless babbles. "Are you pissing yourself yet?" I roar. His head is shaking mindlessly to and fro. Spittle drools down his chin as he hisses out a sound. "Ulianov!" He pauses, and I lean closer to hear. "Your wife." He swallows and continues. "Your wife died like a whore." He starts to laugh maniacally, and I feel a raw spear of pain tear through my chest. It bubbles up my throat and spews out in a howl of rage. "You," I growl, knowing without more explanation what he's telling me. I feel a muscle twitch beneath my eyes. A surge of blood rage makes my skin prickle with heat. My fingers tingle with the need to feel his blood on my hands. The bastard had been there when she died. He's one of the pigs who'd ended her life. I reach for his wrists and twist them up so brutally that I feel the crunch and pop as his shoulders dislocate. Even though he's now screaming and writhing, it's not enough. Fucking Yuri's about to die slowly for what he did to Katya. I'm going to see to it. The blade that had been nestling at my hip is suddenly in my hand. I trail the tip across his cheek, the point leaving a fine line of blood until I reach the soft tissue of his eye. "If you were there to end her, I'll take the eyes that saw her last moments," I hiss into his ear. He's breathing roughly, face twisted into a mask of agony. And still, he's not telling me anything. Whatever I do to him now is no longer for information. It's revenge. I press the tip of the knife deeper, a hair's breadth away from puncturing his eyeball. I'm bare moments away from having his eyeball rolling on the floor when the door crashes open and a swarm of men burst through. I immediately recognize some of the faces. Yuri's men. I'm surprised they didn't get here sooner. Blyad. Driven by raw instinct, my knife leaves Yuri's eye as I whirl to face the threat. Years of training kicking in. The first man rushes me with a bat, swinging wildly. I duck under the blow and drive my knife deep into his gut, twisting viciously before yanking it free. Hot blood splashes over my hands as he drops with a groan. Two more descend on me, one with a knife of his own and the other with brass knuckles. I kick out, catching the knuckled man in the knee and sending him crashing down. A sharp slash of pain across my chest has me grunting. The other one got lucky with his knife. Wet heat trails down my ribs, but I ignore it. Rage burns through me, white-hot and searing. These men were protecting the filth who ended my wife, who watched her die. They'll pay for that mistake. I grab the knife wielder's wrist and bend it back until I hear the snap of bone. His scream is cut off as I slam my fist into his throat, crushing his windpipe. As he collapses to the floor, gagging for air that won't come, I spin to face two more who are advancing in a rush, fast and reckless. They're probably convinced that they have the advantage over me. They're wrong. Grabbing the wrist of one, I use his own momentum to swing him around and then pull his back against my chest. Locking my arm around his neck, my blade across his throat ends his life before he has a chance to land a blow. And then he serves a purpose, by being the shield that takes the bullet his comrade had intended for me. Two more lead slugs pierce his still heaving chest as the other fucker charges toward me. I drop the dead weight and surge forward to meet my last opponent. He's fumbling with his weapon, cursing under his breath. But it's too late. I slam into him, and we crash to the ground, rolling across the filthy concrete. I press my blade up to his throat, which immediately stops him from writhing beneath me. I am holding his life in my hands, and he's been in this game long enough to know it. Who is he sending? I snarl, holding the fucker in a tight grasp, pushing the knife into his skin. A gurgling laugh leaves his lips as he chokes under my grip. "You'll never know," he grinds out. Motherfucker. "Tell me, and you might get out of this alive." I press on. He stares at me for a second, then tilts his head toward me. "She..." He stops and coughs past blood-stained teeth. "She died screaming." His breath comes out like laughter. "And you weren't there." I see red. "Ублюдок!" I spit in his face a second before the blade of my knife rips through his flesh, exposing tissue and sinew before his blood begins to spill. His mouth stretches wide into a scream of pure agony, but I don't break eye contact until the light seeps out of his eyes. He goes limp, blood pooling beneath him. It's a sleep he won't wake from. I rise to my feet, chest heaving as I glance over the bodies littering the ground. In the chair where I'd left him, Yuri sags limply. A blossom of red on his shirt shows where a bullet has pierced his breastbone. His body twitches a few times before it goes still, killed by one of his own men. My only regret is that I wasn't the one who did it. Fucking useless. All of them. But they will serve as a message. There are more men in Volkov's ranks, and one of them will talk. They always do in the end. Except this time, they might end up talking about my whereabouts. A chill dances down my spine as I turn on my heel and head for the car. "Boss!" Luca blurts as he sprints toward me from down the street. I raise a hand. "It's done," I say. His face falls. I know he'll be beating himself up for not being there to have my back. That's not important to me. I need to get back to Nikolai and Scarlet. Now. If Volkov has any brains left, he'll realize that I'm behind what happened here today. He'll know I'm hunting. And he'll use my absence to send someone after my family.
Chapter 23. Scarlet. The car chase left my heart pounding and my mind reeling, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins like a drug. The fear that I've drawn the dangers of my old life into this new world has been plaguing me all day. But now I have something more pressing occupying my thoughts. 2 pink lines on a pregnancy test. Both of the tests. I know these things can come up with false negatives, but it seems unlikely. I've missed a period, and the second one's late. I must have literally fallen pregnant the first night Anton and I had sex. But I took a morning after pill. Yeah, like that was a guarantee. Even if it had worked, I've been with him since then. God, I'm an idiot. It's like I was asking for this or something. The man makes my head reel. I can't think clearly when I'm around him. The chemistry is through the roof. But now the feelings that bubble inside me are a wild mix of terror and excitement. I don't know if I'm ready to be a mother. Hell, I don't even know where I'm going to be living in a week's time. The threat hasn't diminished, even though a couple of months have gone by. Cartwright isn't the type of man to let it go. Not to mention that besides stealing his precious stone, I saw him kill someone, and he knows it. Maybe if I told him that his secret is safe? Yeah, right. As if he'd believe that. Or even care. Men like him don't leave loose ends. And to him, I'm the textbook version of a loose end. If I don't do something, I'll be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. Either way, I have to get out of here. I have no right to put Nikolai in danger again. Mexico still beckons like a beacon. I could disappear there for years. And the baby? Shit, I don't know what to do about the baby. Calm down. I take a few deep breaths and try to calm my racing heart. There's no need to rush into anything stupid. I should catch my breath first and focus on a solution when my head is clear. I continue to sit at the kitchen table in my pajamas, staring into a glass of milk, longing for something stronger. Tequila might do it, but the thought makes my stomach churn in that way that's become all too familiar. You can't drink if you're pregnant, idiot. Fuck. My life would be turned on its head. Time passes like treacle, and I'm still lost in thought when the door swings open abruptly. It gives me such a start that I almost knock my glass over. Anton's tall shape stands in the doorway, like a dark shadow. His hair dark, tousled, his shirt torn. I'm pretty sure there's blood on his face. I stare at him in shock. I don't think I've ever seen him so disheveled. What the? I begin as he enters the room, his towering presence filling the space. I want to ask him where the hell he's been, but I'm certain he'll tell me it's none of my business. Maybe he's right. I'm not even sure I want to know.
What are you doing here?
He asks gruffly, his accent thicker than normal. I was about to ask you the same thing, I say. Is everything okay? I feel my eyes widen as he moves in closer, and I realize that the front of his dark shirt is soaked with blood. Oh my God, you're hurt! I'm on my feet before he can respond. Without thinking, I move to stand in front of him, my eyes roving down his chest. Shit, that's a lot of blood. What the hell happened? I blurt, despite my earlier decision not to ask.
Something that should have happened a long time ago.
His expression is grim. There are fine scratches crisscrossing his face, a bruise high on his cheekbone. But you're hurt.
It's nothing,
he mutters, brushing my hand away when I reach out to touch him. What are you doing, Scarlett? But I can't help it. Something in me clenches with concern as I realize he must be injured. Nothing? I scoff. You're bleeding all over the place, Anton. Let me help you.
I can take care of myself.
His voice is stubborn, but his eyes betray a hint of vulnerability. He doesn't want to admit that he needs help. Look, I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the panic rising in my chest. I know we have our differences, but please let me do this for you. I want to help. He hesitates for a moment before nodding reluctantly. I guide him to one of the chairs at the kitchen table, my hand lingering on his arm as he sits down. The touch sends a shiver down my spine, and I curse myself for letting my attraction to him distract me at a time like this. Stay here, I tell him, trying to sound authoritative. I'll get the first aid kit. My thoughts are racing as I fetch the kit from the cabinet. What the hell happened to him? Is this somehow related to the car chase earlier? God, what if he's been hurt because I've brought trouble back here? I brush away the thought, focusing on the job at hand. The air is laced with tension, and I find myself holding my breath as I pull up a chair beside him, opening the first aid kit and laying out the supplies. My hand trembles as I begin unbuttoning his shirt. An expanse of firm, bare skin emerges. Skin I've come to know. Skin I've explored with my fingertips, my lips. Except today, it's streaked with blood. A jagged tear extends across his chest, gaping so deep I can see layers of muscle tissue beyond the ripped skin. The sight almost makes me gag. I swallow down an uncomfortable sensation in my throat. I have no idea why the sight of his torn flesh upsets me so much. Shit, I think this needs stitches, I mutter under my breath. You need to get to a doctor. He shakes his head. No. His tone is curt. I search his face for a sign of pain as I carefully wipe the caked blood that has crusted around the edges of the ugly gash. There's barely a flicker. He's such a stubborn asshole. Fuck, I say to myself. I've taken first aid courses, and I know enough to realize this is bad. But I also know there's no point in arguing with him. Here, I say gruffly, handing him a clean cloth to press against the wound as I dig through the first aid kit. These butterfly bandages might hold it closed, although superglue would be better, I mutter. How do you know this? He asks. I give him a quick look. Girl guides, I lie. Then set out disinfectant and gauze and cut bandages to size. He looks at me with a mix of gratitude and something else I can't quite place. I avoid his gaze, focusing on the task at hand. Thank you, he says, his voice low and gravelly. Save your thanks for when I'm done, I reply, trying to keep my tone curt. I need to stay focused and not let myself be affected by his presence, which doesn't help my nagging fears about my pregnancy. But it's nearly impossible with his muscular arm so close to me, his scent filling my nostrils. I force myself to concentrate on cleaning the wound. Scarlet, Anton murmurs, his eyes fixed on mine, making my heart race. You don't have to do all this. Someone has to, I reply, tearing my gaze away. I reach for the bandages with slightly trembling fingers and carefully begin applying them. I don't look up at him again until I'm done patching up the entire wound. Not perfect, but it will hold. Thank you, he says again, as I add the final touches to my handiwork. His palm settles over mine, stilling my movements. I stare at his large, calloused hand engulfing my own. A wave of warmth spreads through me, and I hate how much I crave his touch, how much I want to give in to him, to this, to us. It unsettles me. I swallow hard, willing my traitorous emotions to stay in check. You should rest. I'll clear up here. Go to bed. I glance down at the mound of bloody dressings. Come with me, Anton says, his voice low and husky. I risk looking into those oddly golden eyes, so full of intensity that my breath catches. No, we can't. My voice is barely a whisper, heavy with the weight of all the emotions churning within me. No, I say more firmly. Pregnancy hormones. Your head's not right. Yes. There's an urgency in his tone that pulls at my heart. It's a side of him I've never seen before. Vulnerable and raw. Yes, we can, he insists, his grip on my hand tightening. I know it's complicated, but I want you, Scarlet. His eyes search mine, and it's as if he's peeling back the layers of my soul. He reaches up and brushes a strand of hair from my face, his touch gentle and tender. My breath hitches at his touch, at the strange expression in his eyes. It's almost a softness. The ache inside me intensifies, and I know I'm losing the battle. Yes, I breathe out the word, knowing I'm going to regret this. But I can't help myself. A smile touches his lips, a smile filled with promise and passion, and my heart skips a beat. He tugs me closer until I'm resting between his knees. His hands slide around my waist, pulling me in against him. His lips brush my neck, and I shiver, tilting my head to give him better access. 1,000 thoughts rush through my head, things I want to say to him. But now is not the time. Instead, I give in to the sensations that flood me as his hand cups the swell of my breast through the fabric of my nightshirt. Anton. I exhale his name on a groan. He doesn't respond with words. Instead, his lips trail over my collarbone, the scruff of his stubble igniting prickles of pleasure across my skin. Zyka, he murmurs against me, using that strange Russian word that I've been starting to wonder about. My hands tremble as I reach up to touch his face, tracing the contours of his jaw and cheeks before tangling in his dark hair. I can feel the weight of our unspoken desires pressing down on us, threatening to consume us. I struggle with my conflicting emotions, wanting this man more than anything, and yet terrified of what that means for me, for us, and for the life growing inside of me. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to shut out the doubts and fears that claw at me from within. I'm not sure about anything anymore. But when he rises abruptly and scoops me up against his chest, I'm sure that I want this. Until I freeze in alarm. Stop! I try to hold my weight away from him. Your chest! He silences me with his mouth as he strides across the kitchen and kicks the door open. We make our way down the hall with our lips locked, my arm around his neck as I strain to avoid hurting him. By the time we reach his bedroom, I'm desperate for him. Anton kicks the bedroom door shut behind us, pressing me up against it as his hands hungrily roam my body. I moan into his mouth, arching into his touch. My doubts fade away, drowned beneath a flood of desire. All I can think about is having him, here and now. He breaks the kiss to trail his lips down my neck, nipping and sucking in a way that makes my knees weak. I want you, he growls against my skin. Now. I tug at the front of his shirt, trying to feel the heat of his skin. Oh God, yes. As if my words prompt him, he tears my nightdress down the front, baring my body to his gaze. His eyes darken as he takes in my breasts, my stomach, and the curve of my hips. Then his mouth is on me, kissing and licking every inch of newly exposed skin. I gasp and squirm under the onslaught, desperate for more but overwhelmed by the sensations. Anton drops to his knees in front of me, trailing kisses down my stomach. He looks up at me through his lashes, a wicked gleam in his eyes. I'm going to taste you now, Zyka. I don't even get a chance to respond before his mouth is on me, hot and hungry. I cry out at the exquisite pleasure. My fingers twist in his hair as he devours me, building the tension inside me to a fever pitch. I'm barely aware of sliding down the door, grasping at his shoulders to support me. I'm too lost in the feel of Anton's tongue and the fire racing through my veins. When his fingers join his mouth, thrusting deep inside me, I shatter around them with a broken sob. The world goes white, and I cling to him as wave after wave of pleasure crashes over me. His lips never leave my skin, his tongue lapping up my essence like a man starved. Anton, I gasp, my body still quivering from the aftershocks. Please, I need you inside me. He pulls back, his eyes hooded and full of desire. With swift, sure movements, he strips off his clothes, revealing his taut, muscular body. He's beautiful in spite of the gauze wrapped around his chest. If anything, it merely emphasizes how broad he is. I can't help but drink in the sight of him. Anton's erection is thick and hard, I can't wait to feel it inside me, filling me completely.
Fuck, I need you,
he breathes, his voice hoarse with lust. I gaze at him heatedly. I sense that this time we're about to cross an invisible line, a line we've not crossed before. And once we do, there is no going back.
Come here,
Anton murmurs, his voice low and commanding. With trembling hands, I reach for him, allowing him to pull me into his strong embrace. His fingers thread through mine as he walks back toward the bed, drawing me with him as he moves. We stop when his thighs meet the edge, and he sits down and looks up at me.
Scarlet,
he breathes, his lips brushing my navel as he whispers my name. His hands roam over my body, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. One hand cups my breast, his thumb teasing my nipple until it's tight and achy with need. The other slips between my legs, stroking my sensitive flesh until I'm panting and pleading for him. Please, Anton, I beg, my voice thick with lust. I can't take it anymore. His voice comes out in a string of Russian, and though I don't understand the words, I somehow know what they mean. Pulling me onto the bed, he positions himself over me, then hooks his elbow beneath my knee, hitching my hips up high. Grasping his shaft, he slides the thick head along my slit until I'm mewling for more. Please, I pant, thrusting myself up toward him. Anton responds by pressing into me with exquisite slowness, stretching me open around his cock inch by inch. The sensation is overwhelming, pleasure and pain mingling until I can no longer tell them apart. My fingers dig into his shoulders as I wildly gasp for breath, clinging to him as he fills me completely. For a moment, he remains motionless, our bodies joined as intimately as two people can be. I can feel his heart pounding against my chest. I can see the effort it takes for him to remain still.
Good. So good,
he groans, withdrawing slowly only to slam back into me. I cry out at the sudden movement, clenching around him as he begins to set a brutal pace. The bed shakes beneath us, the headboard banging against the wall with each powerful thrust. Yes, thrust, just thrust, like thrust. That, I choke out as he plunges into me with such force it makes me see stars. Just when I think I'm about to explode, he rolls us over so that I'm straddling his hips, his hands gripping my waist tightly. I rise up on shaky legs and sink back down, relishing the feel of him sliding deep inside. Anton meets each downward stroke with an upward thrust, pushing me closer and closer to the edge. My release comes suddenly, without warning, pleasure rippling out from where our bodies join. God, Anton, I hear myself pant as I clench rhythmically around his cock, milking him as he continues to drive up into me. With a shout, Anton follows, his hips jerking as he spills his juices inside me. For a long moment, I remain where I am, sated and breathless in his arms. He strokes my back gently, his other hand resting against my belly. As we lay there, a sudden, unexpected swell of emotion rises in my chest, and I press my face into the curve of his neck to hide the tears that threaten. I know then, without a doubt, that something happened between us tonight. And as unconventional and dangerous as it might be, it's something I can never regret. Without realizing it, His fingers are stroking over the tiny life that's growing inside me. The life he put in there. The knowledge is so overwhelming, I have to push it to the back of my mind. Stop it. Just stop it. I pull back to study his face, tracing the line of his jaw and the fullness of his lower lip with my thumb. His eyes are half-lidded, his gaze heated as it rakes over my naked body. I feel exposed under his scrutiny, vulnerable in a way I've never been before.
You're mine now,
Anton rasps, fingers tightening on my hip.
Say it.
I hesitate, pride warring with the truth I can no longer deny. This thing that has been growing between us has become impossible to ignore. Yet still, I fight it. Cling to who I am. He sees it in my eyes, a flicker of defiance that has him smirking, which only serves to stoke the fire in me. But even as I open my mouth to argue, a soft moan escapes as his thumb grazes over the top of my mound.
Say it, Scarlet,
he repeats, voice low and commanding. The authority in his tone sends a shiver down my spine. Fine, I relent, my voice barely a whisper as I wonder what's prompting me to admit it. I'm yours.
Good.
Anton's expression eases slightly, but the intensity in his eyes remains.
Now we sleep.
I blink at him in confusion for a moment, though it occurs to me that there's a blissful languor seeping into my limbs. But more troubling, his face is pale. Blood loss? Exertion? Shit, I should have been thinking more clearly. Your chest, I gasp, pressing a palm over the bandage that now has blood seeping through it. He makes a small snorting sound, his hand over mine holding my fingers more firmly over the padding of the dressing.
I told you, it's nothing,
he insists, then pulls me more firmly into the curve of his body. My cheek nestles perfectly into the space beneath his massive shoulder.
Sleep now,
he repeats. Tell me something first, I ask, feeling myself melting against him.
One thing,
he concedes, not loosening his grip on me. What does Zyka mean? It's been gnawing at me for days. He gives a chuckle that rumbles into my flesh.
It means little rabbit,
he tells me. I frown for a second. Little rabbit?
No more questions.
But why little rabbit? I persist.
Because I think you are running.
He sighs out. His words slur slightly. Running? Fuck. He couldn't possibly know. But there will be no more questions now. His eyelids seem to be drooping, and as I rest there, slowly relaxing against him, I feel his breath grow rhythmic. This feels too damn good. And for the first time in months, I stop worrying about the men who hunt me, about the child growing inside me. For the first time in months, I feel safe.
Chapter 24. Anton. The sunlight streams through the curtains, waking me from a deep and dreamless sleep. For a moment, I'm disoriented, confused by the warmth and softness surrounding me. Then I become aware of Scarlett's naked body curled against my own, her arm draped across my ribs, and her head resting on my shoulder. The wound on my chest has gone stiff and tight overnight, but somehow it doesn't bother me. Her breath fluttering on my skin washes the discomfort away. My heart lurches at the realization. I haven't woken up next to a woman in years, not since Katya's death. Guilt and longing war within me as I gaze down at Scarlett's sleeping face. Her fiery auburn hair is a tangled mess, her full lips slightly parted as she breathes slowly and deeply. She's fucking beautiful. I get a few more minutes to admire her beauty before she stirs, blinking open her stunningly dark eyes to meet my gaze. I tense, bracing myself for her reaction, but Scarlett only smiles softly and presses a kiss to my chest. "Morning," she murmurs, her voice husky from sleep. My throat is suddenly dry. "Good morning." Silence falls between us as she traces lazy circles on my skin with her fingertips. I stare up at the ceiling, torn between pulling her closer and pushing her away. This is different from how we were before. It's like we crossed a dangerous line. I'm no idiot. It's been clear from the beginning that she's trouble. A threat to the careful control I've maintained over my life for the past 3 years. More than 3 years. But fuck, I wanted her. I still want her, even now with her in my arms. Scarlett makes me feel alive in a way I haven't felt since before Katya died. When I'm with her, the shadows and ghosts of my past fade away, replaced by a fierce longing for the present. "What are you thinking?" Scarlett asks softly. I meet her gaze, those fathomless pools that see far too much. But I can't tell her the truth. I can't expose the raw wound of my loss and longing to this woman when I've spent so long guarding my world so fiercely. "Just wondering what trouble you'll get into today," I say. Scarlett grins, a flash of white teeth against smooth skin. "I was thinking of lying in a little longer, actually. Unless you had other plans?" Her fingertips trail down my chest and abdomen, lighting sparks of heat that pool low in my gut. I swallow hard, not sure if I should drag her back into my arms or send her out to maintain the distance. In the end, my body wins out over my mind. I roll her onto her back, pinning her wrists above her head as I capture her mouth in a searing kiss. She arches up against me with a soft moan, her lips parting to allow my tongue to plunge deep. I lose myself in her taste, in the feel of her body writhing beneath mine, so responsive and willing. The scent of sex lingers in the air, a visceral reminder of how I took her last night. How we finally both collapsed, spent and sated in each other's arms. But still it isn't enough. I want more of her. All of her. She's like a goddamned drug. "Take me," Scarlett breathes against my mouth, her eyes dark with desire. She wraps her long legs around my waist, pressing the evidence of her arousal against my hardening length. "I need you, Anton." I close my eyes, every muscle in my body tensed. It's one thing to simply fuck her, but this feels like more. I can't have more. If you keep letting her in, it'll be the end of things. "Please," Scarlett whispers, her nails digging into my back. "I want you. All of you." A growl rumbles in my chest as the last of my restraint evaporates. I crush my mouth to hers, letting loose the beast inside. She's mine, if only for this moment. The rest can come after. She cries out as I plunge into her welcoming heat, her nails raking down my back. There is no tenderness here, only raw need and possession. I drive into her, again and again, relentless, chasing the oblivion only she can give me, like the goddamned drug she is.
Harder,
she gasps, writhing beneath me.
Oh God, Anton, harder.
I grip her hips, pulling her up to meet each savage thrust, the bed frame creaking under the force of my passion. Scarlet shatters around me with a scream, her inner walls clamping down like a vice. The pain of it sends me careening over the edge after her, my release tearing from me in a ragged groan. For a long moment, all I can do is breathe. She rests beneath me, her fingers lazily combing through my hair. I know I should move, should break away from her before it's too late. I can't seem to make myself care. Not yet.
You're thinking too much again,
she murmurs. Her lips brush against my jaw, soft and teasing.
Stay with me a little longer?
I close my eyes, wishing for the blissful oblivion that silence may bring, if only for a little while. What do you want from me? I ask roughly.
Tell me what's on your mind,
she says.
What's got your eyes so clouded?
She gazes up at me, her expression open and guileless. I stiffen, old wounds torn raw by all that's happened these past hours. There's nothing to tell. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Scarlett's eyes narrow, seeing right through me.
Don't do that,
she says sharply.
Don't shut me out.
Her hands slide up to cup my face, forcing me to meet her gaze. I try to pull away, but she holds me fast, her grip surprisingly strong.
Talk to me, Anton.
Her voice softens, pleading.
Please.
I struggle against the urge to give in, to bare my soul to this woman who has somehow slipped past all my defenses. But the words spill out before I can stop them. I'm not used to this, I say hoarsely. What we're doing here? Her brow furrows.
You mean being here with me?
I nod once. It's close. Too close.
You don't like to be close to anyone?
She gnaws on her full bottom lip. I did. Once. I can feel myself teetering on the brink of saying too much. I stop short, old grief welling up to choke me. Scarlett strokes my cheek, her touch gentle and soothing.
Your wife?
She asks. I feel myself stiffen. How do you know about my wife being dead? I try not to snap.
I'm sorry.
Her expression darkens.
Nikolai, well, I'm sorry, I just needed to know more about this world you've brought me into. But it's not his fault, he's a kid. He doesn't know there are rules around these things.
I fight down a swirl of annoyance. I've been a fool to think that not talking about it would make it go away. It could never go away. The guilt eats at me daily. Yes, she's gone. I finally acknowledge.
What happened?
She asks quietly. She was killed. I force the words out. 3 years ago. I can't bring myself to share the details, the brutality of it. Some things don't bear being spoken out loud. Besides, it's something I don't want to relive while I'm here with her.
I'm so sorry.
Scarlett's eyes shimmer, her empathy unsettling. I couldn't save her, I say hoarsely. I tried, but... I trail off before I can reveal too much, and close my eyes against the memory of it. The metallic scent of blood, the stench of gunpowder that had once been a familiar friend, that had suddenly become the enemy. Scarlet pulls me down against her, wrapping her arms around me. It wasn't your fault, she says fiercely. I open my eyes and stare at her, wishing her words were true. But they're not. It was my fault. It was all my fault. Katya's death will haunt me until the day I die, a grim reminder of the consequences of my past. Enough, I say, steering the conversation away from dangerous waters. You have secrets too. How did you end up here? My curiosity is piqued. She's an enigma, and in spite of myself, I want to know more about her. Scarlet's eyes flicker with hesitation, a guarded look crossing her face. Well, you already know that. She raises an eyebrow. You made me stay, remember? I brush a thick crimson curl from her face. I'm thinking it was one of my better ideas. Oh, yeah? She grins at me. Now, why would you think that? I stroke my thumb over a puckering nipple, feeling my cock stiffen in response. Shall I show you? Her laughter is warm. Again? Oh my God. Is that a Russian thing? Russian thing? Being a sex machine? She giggles. I've never known anyone who could be ready as often as you are. I chuckle, my thumb still stroking. Only with you, I say, surprising myself. It's true, though. I've never had trouble with women, but this one... Fuck. She's had my cock at attention since the first time I saw her in that seedy bar. If I'm honest with myself, I probably didn't really need to make her stay here that day she came for the interview. She had no idea what she'd stumbled into. The chances of her telling anyone about us were ridiculously low. So why wouldn't I let her leave? Because you're a fool for her, Ulianov. This entire situation is my own doing. The night at the bar, having her here. You are ignoring my question. I draw the conversation back. What's your story? I deliberately avoided asking her questions, but I knew from the start that she has one. The woman who has been living under my roof these couple of months is a closed book. Not much to tell. Her tone is evasive. I've been drifting a bit, trying to figure out what to do with my life, I guess. I narrow my eyes at her. How old are you? What? She flashes me a sharp look. What does that have to do with anything? You don't strike me as an aimless woman, Scarlet. Not lazy, not incapable, not drifting. I think you are someone with drive. Why has it brought you here? She stares at me, astonishment widening her eyes. You have skills, Zyka. I cock my head. She knows what I'm talking about. She taught my kid how to pick a lock, for fuck's sake. Not a little rabbit, she mutters, not meeting my eyes. No? I tip my finger beneath her chin and tilt her face up. But you are running from something, aren't you? Our eyes lock for a second, and I know I've struck a nerve. She has secrets, I'm sure of it. She's keeping something from me, and it's big enough to have her running scared. It's time I found out what the fuck it is.
Chapter 25. Scarlet. I slip out of Anton's bed, the sheets clinging to my body as I reluctantly disentangle myself from his embrace. This conversation is moving too close to things I don't want to discuss. Or can't. "Going so soon?" he murmurs, rolling onto his back and eyeing me, one arm crooked upward as he slides his hand behind his head. I give a tight smile, trying not to seem self-conscious as I search for my clothes. "Someone will be expecting his breakfast shortly," I tell him, wriggling into my panties.
"Ah, Nico."
He nods. I nod back. "I'd better, head to the kitchen." I feel my skin tingle as his eyes rove over the bare curves of my breasts. I'm not even surprised anymore when my nipples pucker of their own accord. Finding the ruined remains of my pajamas, I glance around until I find a shirt hanging over the back of a chair. I slide my arms into the sleeves, inhaling the rich scent of him on the fabric. If he objects to me taking his clothes, he says nothing. Instead, he watches every move with a hunger that almost has me clambering back into bed with him. "I'll see you later," I say firmly as I turn toward the door. He's still lounging back against the pillows, his chest bare, muscles taut and sinewy beneath golden skin. Fuck, he's beautiful.
"Scarlet,"
he calls out just as my hand grasps the doorknob. I pause, glancing back at him, waiting for his words.
"That was good,"
he says. I swallow hard, not sure how to respond. "I'm having your baby" seems completely inappropriate right now. "Yes," I manage eventually before slipping out the door. I close it, then stop, pressing my back against the cool wood as I get my breath back. Holy shit. "Miss Scarlet?" I give a startled yelp as I spin around to see Nikolai standing nearby. He's still in his jammies, his dark hair tousled. "Hey, kiddo." I force a smile. "I was just about to ask if you want breakfast. You hungry?" He frowns at the door behind me. "Yes," he says tentatively, then adds, "Were you in Papa's room?" Great. "Nah," I wave a hand dismissively. "Just thought I heard a noise, but it was probably my tummy rumbling." He grins at me, and I reach for his hand. "Isn't that Papa's shirt?" he asks. Can't get anything past this kid. I look down. The crisp blue cotton reaches my knees. "This?" I say. "Probably just looks the same. Did you sleep well?" I change the subject as we head away down the hall. There are sounds coming from behind Anton's bedroom door, and I know he's probably up, prowling about in all of his spectacular naked glory. My cheeks burn. "Yes, I had a good sleep," Nikolai is saying, though I'm barely aware of it. We head downstairs where I make Nikolai pancakes and set about making coffee. My mind is whirling, emotions tumbling over each other. Guilt, excitement, fear, lust. I have to tell Anton about the baby. I owe him that much. But how the hell do I even bring it up? Nikolai chatters away, oblivious as he drowns his pancakes in syrup. I respond on autopilot, my thoughts consumed by my predicament. By the time Nikolai has finished eating, I've come to a decision. I have to be honest with Anton, no matter how awkward or difficult the conversation will be. Just not right now. I glance up as Anton strides into the kitchen, freshly showered. He looks good enough to eat, while I'm painfully aware that I still carry his scent on my skin. Our eyes meet for a moment, and I feel a flush of heat low in my belly. He looks away first, clearing his throat.
"I have some work to do in my study today,"
he says gruffly.
I'll need privacy.
Of course. I nod, noticing the tension in his shoulders and the way he avoids looking directly at me. I guess I'm not the only one feeling awkward after last night. Nikolai slides off his chair and hurries over to Anton. Will you come to paint with me later? He peers up at his father hopefully. Anton shakes his head.
Not today, Nico. I have important business and it will likely take most of the day.
He ruffles Nikolai's hair affectionately.
Be good for Miss Scarlet.
Nikolai's face falls and guilt stabs at me. I hate being the cause of disappointment for him. I force a smile and say brightly, how about we do an art project together instead? We can make puppets and put on a show for Papa when he's finished with work. Nikolai's eyes light up. Can we really? Absolutely. We'll get started as soon as you're dressed. I glance at Anton again, who is watching us with an unreadable expression. If that's all right with you. He nods curtly.
Fine.
Without another word, he strides from the room, leaving behind a tension so thick I could cut it with a knife. Nikolai chatters excitedly about our plans as I help him get dressed. Once he's ready, I send him to gather supplies from the craft cupboard while I take a few minutes to shower and get changed. And more importantly, to steady my nerves. Last night left me totally unsettled. It doesn't help that I'm still reeling at finding out about the baby. Part of me believes that I should speak to Anton about it now. Another part is screaming at me to keep my mouth shut. What the hell will he do if he finds out? This fragile connection we've developed is still too tenuous for me to understand. All I know is that I lose my ability to think when he's around. I need time to reason this through. There can't be any harm in keeping the news to myself for a few more days. Just a few days. What's the rush, right? On the flip side, I don't even know if I can wait a few days. Maybe there's nothing to think about. It's not like a few days will change the fact that I'm carrying a baby in my belly. Anton has the right to know. And then we can decide what to do next. But somehow I'm pretty sure that it won't be an easy conversation. Nothing is easy with a man like Anton Ulianov. Nikolai meets me back at the workroom, his arms laden with craft supplies. I force a smile and help him carry everything to the large work table. The idle activity of cutting and pinning turns out to be just what I need to calm my racing thoughts. We're about halfway through folding panels of fabric when I hear a loud commotion outside the window. Frowning, I get up and make my way over to see what's happening. My eyes immediately go wide, and my heart leaps into my throat. A string of dark vehicles are pulling up the long gravel driveway, kicking up clouds of stones. Shit! What the hell? Panic immediately surges as the doors fly open and a small army of armed men emerge from the cars. There's no doubt in my mind that something bad is about to go down. Oh my God. Spinning around, I look for Nikolai, who's still at the work table, completely unaware. Come, kiddo, I say briskly, moving quickly across the room and reaching for his hand. He looks up at me, confused. But we're not finished now, I insist. Anton, I yell, about to head down the stairs to his study. I stop short as the sound of rapid gunfire splits the air, shattering glass and wood. Close. Too damn close. Nikolai screams. It's okay. I try to calm him, grabbing his hand and pulling him along as I change direction and run toward the back door. We burst through the exit and into the garden just as another round of shots ring out. Nikolai is crying, stumbling to keep up with me as we race toward the tree line. Oh God. Anton. But right now, Nikolai needs my help. My heart pounds wildly, panic and adrenaline surging through my veins. I must get the child out of here. Fast. The sounds behind us grow louder. Closer. A bullet whizzes by my head and I duck, pushing Nikolai down into the grass. Stay down, I hiss. I peer through the bushes, trying to get a bead on the attackers. There are at least a dozen of them, heavily armed and spreading out from the ranch house. Shit. Who the hell are they? Are they after me? A cold lump forms in my gut as I run through the possibilities. The men in town yesterday. I was so sure I'd lost them, but... Oh God. It was me. They must be after me. They must have followed us after all. But how? Another shot cracks through the air and Nikolai shrieks. I pull him closer to me, shielding him with my body as best I can. I know I need to keep us moving, but the danger is too close now. I'm scared, Nikolai whispers, his small hands clutching at my shirt. Listen to me, Nikolai, I say urgently. We're going to make a run for it, okay? I need you to be brave and fast. Can you do that for me? He nods, his eyes wide and wet with tears. Good. On the count of 3. I glance back at our pursuers one last time, gauging the distance. 1, 2, 3. I grip Nikolai's hand tightly and we sprint forward, zigzagging between trees and shrubs as I work to get us out of sight. We run as if our lives depend on it, because they most certainly do. My chest heaves, my breath burning in my lungs, but I don't dare stop. I can't let anything happen to this child. I'll have earned a place in hell if my fucked up world touches him in any way. A shout tears the air behind us, and I risk a quick look over my shoulder. My heart drops as I see several men turning in our direction. There are more shouts as one of them points toward us. And then they're running. Oh, shit. I yank Nikolai so hard he gives a small cry. Sorry, sweetheart, I blurt. Then without thinking, I haul him up under my arm, carrying him awkwardly as I pick up the pace. Scarlett, he wails. But I don't allow myself to pause to look at him. We're gonna be okay, I pant, as I sprint toward the cover of a small grove of trees. I have no idea where it might lead, but at least it will give us a place to hide. And hiding is something I do well. There's another sharp yell, something unintelligible. I can't quite make out what they're saying to each other, but that's hardly surprising. My breath is rasping, my heart pounding. I can barely hear anything aside from the blood rushing through my veins. Scarlett, Nikolai whimpers as I dart between the trees, my grip on him tight. I'm scared. Shh, it's fine. We'll be safe soon, I promise, I tell him, my voice steady despite my racing heartbeat. But can I really keep that promise? The men are gaining on us, and I'm not sure how much longer I can keep running like this. Oh God, Anton. Anton is still back in the house. Or is he? As we weave through the dense foliage, I feel a pang of regret for not telling Anton about the baby. He deserved to know. The man who has managed to captivate me so completely, even though it's in a way I don't understand. But now, all I can do is focus on keeping his son safe, along with the little life growing inside me. I glance over my shoulder again and spot a flash of movement behind the trees. They're still chasing us. Of course they are. Men like that don't just give up. The shouts behind us grow louder. I look around frantically, trying to find a place to take cover, but there are heavy footfalls drawing nearer. Here! Someone yells. Shit. Heavy bodies crash through the undergrowth from all directions. My heart feels as if it's about to burst as I realize the futility of our situation. I come to a halt in a small clearing. There's no other option. Nikolai burrows against me, his face pressed against my side. He's shaking with terror, and it's all I can do to stop myself from doing the same as I look up into the circle of unforgiving faces that pull up around us. Oh, Jesus. We're surrounded.
Chapter 26. Anton. The dim light of my study makes it hard to focus on all the paperwork on my desk. But it's not important. I've been unable to work anyway. Scarlett is all I can think about. The feel of her body pressed against mine has been burned into my senses. I don't understand this woman, or how she's gotten under my skin so quickly. Because you let her in, Mudak. I can't deny that all my actions till now have led me to this point. Why did I drag her into my world in the first place? Loneliness? The idea is ludicrous. I have my son, my world, my business affairs. There's no need to bring a woman into it. And yet I did. I rub my eyes, then stop when closing them brings visions of her to my mind. The sight of her in my bed, writhing beneath me, crimson hair splayed over silken skin. She's nothing like Katya, who was always so pure. Scarlett is fire, or Katya was an angel. Perhaps it is fitting that I would draw a Hellcat into my world. Perhaps it's what I need. You don't need anyone. But maybe I do. Nikolai surely does. My boy has blossomed these past weeks. I sigh as I lean back in my seat. Folders lying open before me barely gather my attention. I'm in over my head. A loud crash outside is what jerks me from my thoughts. Shouts. Gunfire. My chest immediately tightens as adrenaline spikes through my veins. Enemies. Here. Blyad. I bolt from my chair, sending it crashing behind me. The sounds of chaos grow louder, more urgent. My mind races, thoughts tumbling over one another. Nikolai, Scarlett, I have to find them. I burst from my study and stride down the hall, hand instinctively reaching for the gun holstered at my side. Where the fuck is Luka? I'm about to call out to the man when I remember that I'd sent him into town this morning. For fuck's sake, there couldn't be a worse time to be without backup. Reaching for my phone, I shoot a message to him, then dial the security team who should be patrolling the fence line. The call rings unanswered. I try again on the backup line. Nothing. Fuck! Whoever got in here must have taken them out. Nikolai! I roar. No answer. I rush up the grand staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. As I reach the second floor, the silence that greets me tells me I'm not going to find anyone up here. I sprint to Nikolai's workroom anyway. When I shove the door open, I'm met by the sight of my son's abandoned work table. Objects are scattered across the surface, and his small chair has been overturned. My heart stops. Spinning around, I quickly determine that the room is empty. They've left. I can only pray that Scarlett had the presence of mind to get them to safety when the commotion began. Guilt flickers through my chest. Scarlett. I dragged her into this. But before I can dwell on it, a scream rings out from outside. I recognize my son's terrified voice in an instant. Racing to the window, I see a group of dark-clothed men barreling across the lawn to a small cluster of trees. Fuck. That must be where Scarlett has taken Nikolai. Out of the house, smart move, but now that they've found her, she and Nikolai will be sitting ducks. I poke my head out of the room and glance down the hallway to check that it's clear, before moving stealthily to the exit that leads out to the back stairs. I can hear shouts in the house now, and I'm fairly certain that the rest of our attackers must be looking for me. I have to get to Nikolai. Bursting through the door, I vault down the stairs, reaching the ground floor in less time than it takes to think of what to do next. My heart pounds as I hear another scream, this one decidedly more feminine. Scarlett. I emerge in the garden and sprint over the grass toward the trees I'd seen earlier. And there they are. Scarlet and Nikolai are surrounded by a group of armed men, but she's facing them down like a lioness. I'm just in time to see one of the bastards grab a fistful of Scarlet's hair, yanking her backward. Her terrified shriek tears through me like a knife. "Stop!" The word leaves my lips in a roar, rage boiling up from deep within my chest. Images of Katja's bleeding body flicker in the back of my mind, propelling me forward. I can't let that happen to Scarlet. I can't lose her too. It can't happen again. Raising my weapon, I draw a line on one of the men closest to me. One shot is all it takes to fell him. The men whirl to face me, momentarily distracted. It's a distraction that doesn't serve me well. The leader swings up a pistol. There's a sharp explosion, and then a searing pain in my thigh as a bullet tears through it. I feel myself sag, but pull myself upright, clamping a hand over torn flesh. From what I can tell, the lead went straight through. It's probably the best possible outcome, but it's little comfort when I'm practically hamstrung. "Anton!" Scarlet screams. Nikolai is huddled nearby, curled up in a ball. "Get out of here!" I yell at Scarlet, praying that she'll get free while I keep the fuckers occupied. Balancing on my uninjured leg, I get off another shot, taking out the bastard who just shot a bullet through me. It's all the opportunity Scarlet needs. With a swift jerk of her head, she cracks her skull against her captor's nose. There's a spurt of blood and a howl of pain as the man stumbles back, clutching at his face. Scarlet wastes no time. She scoops up a startled Nikolai and dashes behind the largest tree, using it as a shield. 3 men advance on me, hatred etched into their features. My leg burns where the bullet hit, but I grit my teeth against the pain. I don't care about the pain. All I care about is that I have to keep them away from my son, from Scarlet. "You've caused us a lot of trouble, Ulianov," the tallest sneers, pulling a knife from his belt. The blade glints under the pale moonlight. "But your fucking games end tonight." They circle me like vultures, waiting for the right moment to strike. My hands clench around the pistol, but I only have a few shots left. Not enough to take out all 3 of them. I glance over at the tree where Scarlet and Nikolai are hiding, praying they'll stay out of sight. My son peeks around the trunk, eyes wide with terror, and I shake my head fiercely at him. "Get back. Stay hidden." The knife-wielding bastard lunges at me with a snarl, and I fire off a shot that clips his shoulder. He stumbles but keeps coming, and I barrel into him with my shoulder. We crash to the ground, rolling through the underbrush as we grapple for control of the knife. I punch him in the throat and throw him off, but the other 2 are on me before I can get up. A boot connects with my wounded leg, and I shout in agony, vision going white with pain. The back of my head cracks against something hard, and warm blood trickles down my neck. I'm sure I just broke a nose. These guys are heavyweights. They don't go down easy like Yuri's crew. The fight devolves into a mess of fists and grunts and cracked bones. I struggle to remain conscious through the onslaught, fueled only by the thought of protecting my son, protecting Scarlet. "The bastard won't die!" I hear someone cry out. That's right, motherfucker. The blade I took from the first of the men is just a silver arc through the air as I slash through a throat. Blood sprays, spattering my face, but I don't bother to wipe it away. My enemies are looking into the maddened eyes of a killer, wearing the gore of their own fallen comrades. That in itself is enough to drive fear into the most hardened hearts. And it works. With the knife in one hand and my Tokarev in the other, I cut a swath through the remaining men until I reached the tree that Scarlet and Nikolai had ducked behind. There's another shout from the house, and my gut clenches when I see a fresh wave of attackers running in our direction. I don't know how much I have left in me, but surrender isn't an option.
Take him. He's too heavy for me,
I hear Scarlett say hoarsely. I glance around to see her thrusting my son toward me. With just a curt nod, I hook an arm around his small waist and haul him over my shoulder, just as a shot rings out. Get behind me, I snap, hearing more voices drawing closer. I'll cover you, I tell her.
Don't be insane, she snaps back. You'll put Nico in danger.
I feel my brow furrow. She's right. I scowl down at my terrified son, then back up at the woman glaring back at me. There! Someone shouts, followed by a string of commands in Russian. They're regrouping, bracing to use force to take me out. I need to get Nico out of here.
Move,
Scarlett says, gathering herself.
I'll distract them.
Are you out of your fucking mind? I snarl back. There's no way I'm leaving her to fend for herself.
There's no other way, Anton.
She reaches out a hand to cut my cheek, and I find myself speechless in the face of her courage.
Please, I can't get him out of here myself, and you're not going to outrun them on that leg unless I steer them away.
She glances down. I'm bleeding like a stuck fucking pig.
Go! There's no time for this now.
Papa, I'm scared. Nico is now crying. I swallow hard. Fuck. Scarlett's right. There's no other way out of this. But this woman is literally risking her life to save my child. Hide, I grit out. I'm coming back for you.
I can take care of myself,
she shoots back. Still, so fucking stubborn. And then she's sprinting in the direction of the oncoming men, then veering away as they spot her. Jesus, I've never seen anything like it. But I don't have time to stop her. I'm already bolting back away from the onslaught, cursing my throbbing thighs. It slows me. There's a room near the garage that I can hide Nikolai in.
Papa,
he chokes out.
Papa, I'm afraid.
I've got you, Nico. I realize I'm breathless. Pain is being held off by adrenaline, but the blood loss is taking its toll. Ducking out of sight, I get around to the parking bay at the back of the house and kick open the door to the small storage room. You stay here. Do you hear me? I say sharply as I set Nikolai down in the darkened corner of the room. His eyes are huge as he nods back at me. You don't move unless you hear me or Luca come for you.
Or Miss Scarlett,
he whispers. Or Miss Scarlett, I agree. Fuck. I have to get to her. Bending quickly, I cup his face in my hands. Ya lublю тебя, Malush, I say firmly. He stares up at me, his lower lip quivering. And then I press him gently behind a tall cabinet, before leaving the room and shutting the door behind me. Be safe. I'm already rushing back the way I came, vaguely aware that I'm leaving a trail of blood behind me. I don't have time to assess the damage to my leg properly. There's more shouting from up ahead, and I round the corner just in time to see Scarlett streaking through the trees, a flash of crimson betraying her zigzagging race to get away from her pursuers. I have no idea where she's planning to flee to, but her speed is impressive. She's no match for their brute force, though. Sliding my pistol from where I've tucked it into the back of my pants, I check the mag. 4 rounds, and I'm ready to use them. I take aim and fire, catching one of the men in the shoulder. He yells out in pain and falls to the ground, but his accomplices barely acknowledge him. In a heartbeat, I'm charging toward the men who are closing in on her. 2 of them have already caught up and are trying to restrain her. Let her go, I bellow, aiming the gun at them. My headlong rush is a mistake. I don't notice the pair of fuckers coming in from the side until one takes my leg out from under me. The pain is blinding, but I fight it down. I twist in his grasp and get a bullet in beneath his chin, taking the back of his head off before he knows what hit him. The other one isn't so easy to get rid of, though. His fist connects with my jaw, leaving my ears ringing. Dropping the body of the dead thug away from me, I stagger to my feet, preparing to confront him. But here are more. Too many more. I brace myself, knowing it's probably futile. But if I'm going down, I'm taking these motherfuckers with me. Something hits me in the small of my back, and I feel the air rush from my lungs. There's another kick between my shoulders as I hit the ground. I fight against the attackers, throwing off their punches and kicks. I pull out my knife and swing it wildly at them, but still they come. I am overwhelmed by their numbers and the sheer force of their assault. There's blood in my eye, and my vision is blurred, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I struggle to stay conscious. With one final surge of strength, I throw a punch that catches one of them in the throat. He chokes on his own blood as he falls back, but it's not enough. The others close in on me, raining down blows until I'm too weak to fight anymore. A final blow catches me on the temple, and everything goes black. I don't know how much time passed. Could be minutes, could be hours. All I know is that I come to with a groan, head pounding, torn thigh throbbing. My hands are bound behind my back. I'm slumped in a chair. I'm in my study. Scarlet. I surge against the bonds that hold me, but they're tied too tightly. I can barely breathe, let alone move. Fuck! I growl, impotent rage making every muscle strain as I try to break free. Adrenaline surges through me as I remember how they'd wrestled her down. Did she get away? Unlikely. Nico. Jesus. I can only hope they haven't found him. There's little chance of anyone accidentally stumbling upon that room. It's too well hidden. Please. God, please let him keep his head and stay quiet. I crane my neck to see out the window, but it's too dark to make anything out. Definitely hours since they took me. Must be. Then come the footsteps. The door creaks open, and a figure steps into the room, illuminated by the dim light. The knot in my chest tightens as I recognize the man standing in front of me. Tall, coarsely built, his face like a rough-hewn sculpture carved from granite. But it's his eyes that strike fear in most hearts. They're dead, flat as a corpse's. Sergei Volkov. Anton, he says with a sneer, his voice dripping with malice. I see you're finally awake. I glare at him balefully. Those dead eyes might intimidate others, but they've never frightened me. Not when I know where his bodies are buried. Largely because I buried them. This man's reputation was built on my ability to rain death. I curl my lip as I look at him, knowing he'll feel my contempt. Where is she? I demand, my voice hoarse from the beating I took earlier. What did you do with her? I don't mention Nikolai. If I don't speak about him, perhaps they won't focus on finding him. Sergei chuckles darkly. Scarlet, he says, drawing out her name as if savoring it. She's quite the beauty, isn't she? A pity you got her mixed up in all this. Leave her out of it, I snarl, my heart pounding in my chest. This is between you and me. If he lays a fucking hand on her. I don't let myself think about it. Ah, but you see, Anton. Sergei leans in closer, his breath reeking of stale tobacco. You made it personal when you turned your back on the Bratva. You knew there would be consequences. And with having Scarlet around, you've given me the perfect instrument to remind you of those consequences. Motherfucker. Fuck you, Volkov. I growl, trying to control the rage bubbling inside me. You have a score to settle. Settle it with me. Patience, old friend. He smirks, ignoring my insult. Then he leans in, rests his palms on my thighs, and presses down slowly. I grit my teeth to suppress the groan as the bullet wound screams in protest. Still, sweat beads on my forehead. We have all night to catch up, and trust me, I have many plans for you. Your pretty little bitch is just the cherry. He leers, on top of the cake. I grit my teeth, resisting the urge to curse him and his entire bloodline. I know better than to reason with Sergei. Instead, I focus on my surroundings, searching for any way out of this situation, and the opportunity to strike. My thoughts race back to Scarlet and Nikolai. I can only pray they're safe from Volkov's men, that Scarlet somehow escaped, and that Nikolai's hiding space hasn't been discovered. I clench my bound hands into fists, feeling the rough ropes digging into my skin. Where is she? I demand again, unable to keep the urgency from my voice. Sergei's eyes narrow, and he circles me like a predator, sizing up its prey. Your precious Scarlet is being entertained by some of our associates, he says with a sinister grin, his words filling me with dread, and the cold realization that she didn't get away. As for your son, we'll find him soon enough. My mind goes blank with adrenaline. Touch them and I swear, Sergei, you'll beg for death before I'm done with you. I snarl, my vision turning red with rage. Anton, so fierce, so protective, he mocks, feigning admiration. But you forget, you're the one tied to a chair, beaten and bloody. I refuse to let his words break me. I fought my way out of worse situations, and I'll do it again. They have nothing to do with this, I growl through gritted teeth. This is between you and me. Everything in your world is connected, Anton. You know this, Sergei says coldly. What were you thinking? That you could build a new life while we still had unfinished business? As much as I hate it, he's right. I always knew the fucking Bratva would come for me eventually, and I've known they'd have no qualms about using my loved ones as pawns in their twisted game. They didn't hesitate to take Katya. I just hoped that I'd get more time to make sure my son is safe. If only I'd worked harder to keep the wolf from the door. Perhaps if you hadn't been so distracted by that pretty little thing. Sergei snorts, his eyes flicking toward the door. You might have seen this coming. Hurt her, and I swear you'll regret it, I growl, anger and desperation mingling in my voice. Ah, so you do care for her, Volkov muses. That makes things even more interesting. Listen to me, Sergei, I say, my voice low and dangerous. You can have what you want. Money, information, whatever. Just leave my family out of this. And now she's family too, he chuckles. This gets more and more interesting. I don't respond. My words surprised me just as much as they amused him. Your desperate bargaining means nothing to me, Anton. He scoffs, shaking his head. You left us, betrayed the brotherhood we once shared. There is only one thing I want from you. Your suffering. Then take it out on me, I shout, my heart pounding in my chest. Enough, Sergei snaps, silencing me with a vicious backhand. Their fate is sealed, as is yours. He turns from me with a sneer, and then the door slams shut behind him, leaving me alone with my thoughts and my dread. I'll get you for this, Mudak! I shout after him. It's a ridiculous final act of defiance, and I know it when I hear his mocking laugh ringing down the hallway. Again, I tussle against the ropes that bind me, cursing my weakness, the blood loss that's left me so useless. I stop short when I hear coarse laughter ring out, Volkov's men exchanging vulgar comments in Russian. I understand the words and the meaning behind them, and it spurs on my struggles. There's more shouting from outside, and then I hear her. Scarlet speaking, pleading. Someone snarls something and her voice rises in response. No! She screams. There's a grunt and then a curse, and a slap rings out. She's fighting back. My fierce queen. I've always known she has teeth. But now I fear this bite will come back to haunt her. Retaliation comes faster than expected. Fast enough to leave me reeling. There's a single gunshot. And then there's silence. My blood runs cold. No. Sweet Jesus. Muzika.
This is the end of Crimson Fury, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more Mafia romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Crimson Fury, Book 1 of Ulianov Bratva, produced by Jennifer Lopes, written by Lisa Lavelle, performed by Isabel Turner and Jameson Adams. Text copyright 2023 by Lisa Lavelle. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.